SEAL Team 4, Book 4. The SEAL's Convenient Marriage by Katie Knight and Leslie North. Chapter 1, Emily. Slow down, I cautioned as my adopted son zipped past the park bench where I sat. At 4, Matthew was as rambunctious as any kid, and he was out of his mind excited about seeing his big brother Nate. But cancer had taken a toll on him, and I didn't want him to be worn out when Nate arrived. "Moom," he complained, returning to me slowly. "I feel good." He felt better was more likely, since the treatments were proving effective against his Hodgkin's lymphoma. Thank goodness. I took small comfort when people told me there were worse forms of cancer he could have. He'd been my son for the past 2 years since his mother, my former boss, died in a car accident, and I didn't want to lose him. "I'm glad you feel well, but Nate'll be here soon." I tapped Matthew on the nose. "You should save some energy for his visit." Thankfully, my logic got through to the boy, who took a seat on the shady bench next to me, kicking his legs in the air. "When will he get here?" Matthew asked 30 seconds later. "Less than 5 minutes. He's always on time." I couldn't blame Matthew for his impatience. He hadn't seen his big brother in almost 6 months. Nate had been on a mission with SEAL Team 4 to God knew where. I never asked questions about his job. I was just grateful he always made time for Matthew when he was back at his home base. "What if he doesn't recognize me?" Matthew asked in a small voice, his hand rubbing over his bare scalp, the result of chemo treatments. "Oh, honey, he'd know you anywhere." I put my arm around Matthew and gave him a kiss. I was filled, as always, with the fierce urge to protect him from anything that might harm him. Cancer had been the biggest foe I'd fought so far, but we were finally beating it. Lately, though, I'd had a new concern. Matthew's doctor. I wished I could redo the day a few weeks ago when I returned to the cancer clinic after hours, accidentally seeing too much. I shivered, recalling the doctor's threatening words to me. So now I needed to find a different doctor for Matthew's treatments to continue. Not an easy feat when he was 3/4 of the way through the process, and my insurance was so minimal I'd already drained my savings account and the last of Matthew's inheritance from his birth mom. I was down to darn near nothing. It would all work out, I told myself, but the feeling of desperation grew a little each day. There he is. Matthew hopped up and dashed toward his big brother, who looked so good. Wow. Even better than I remembered. I'd always found Nate Shaw attractive with his dark hair, chiseled features, and muscular build. But looking at him now, he must be one of the finest-looking men to walk this planet. I felt heat rise in my cheeks and had to tell myself again that he was not my type of man, and in no way should I be interested in him. As Nate bent to pick up Matthew, swinging him in the air, his pecs and biceps flexed, making my heart race. The way he carried himself, pure confidence, caught my attention in spite of myself. This is what happens when you don't make time to date, I scolded myself. You start eyeing up men who are totally off limits. "How's my little man?" Nate asked the smiling child. "Great," Matthew responded, his worries from a few minutes ago totally gone, making me smile. They were adorable together, half-brothers nearly 20 years apart in age, but still so loving and cute. I stood when Nate carried Matthew back to the bench. He gave me a one-armed hug, bringing me in close contact with his aftershave. The scent was fresh, clean, but oh so masculine. My eyes lingered on the word Helen in small script on his right bicep, Nate and Matthew's mother's name. I had always thought the tattoo was sweet, showing a softer side of the tough Navy SEAL. Helen had been a good woman, a good mom before the car accident that claimed her life. "How are you doing?" Nate asked after we sat again on the bench. Matthew was on his brother's lap, looking up adoringly. "No complaints," I said, hiding the multitude of things that worried me. Nate wasn't responsible for those, and I had no intention of burdening him. The whole reason Helen had asked me, Matthew's nanny at the time, to take custody of her baby was so her eldest son, Nate, could continue the life and career he'd chosen without interference. I was just happy he chose to be an active part of Matthew's life. "Thanks for keeping me informed about this guy." He tickled Matthew in the ribs. I'm happy to. Sometimes I'm not sure all my messages get through. I'd communicated faithfully nevertheless. Most do. I appreciate them, especially the pictures. His dark eyes focused on my face. They were brown and warm with gold flecks that didn't negate their sharpness. I thought you'd like to see how much he's grown. I emailed Nate photos of Matthew as often as I could. Most recently, I'd sent pictures of Matthew's 4th birthday party. I'd wanted to take Matthew and a group of his friends somewhere, but the expense and possible exposure to germs prevented me. We'd had a quiet event at home with 2 of Matthew's closest friends instead. Made my day, he said, sounding sincere. I can run really fast now, Matthew told Nate. I've been practicing. Do you want to see? Nate shot me a look over the boy's head. I held up one finger and Nate nodded his understanding. Sure, Nate responded, but you can only do it once. How about you run from here to the swings? That'll be plenty for me to see your speed. Matthew slid down, flashed a grin at us, and took off running the 30 feet to the swings. Thanks, I said when Matthew was out of hearing range. I'm trying to keep him from overexerting himself, but he's a kid, so it's been tough. He looks good, better than I expected. Nate watched as Matthew reached the swings and turned to wave to us. He's responding well to the treatment. My eyes stayed on my adopted son. As I expected, the swings had gotten his attention. He plopped down on a seat and began pumping his legs. He'd recently learned how to do it himself and was proud he could get the swing going without a push from me. You're still worried? Nate questioned. I should have known he'd pick up on my apprehension. Yes. I was torn about how much to reveal. After all, Nate would likely only be home a few weeks before deploying again. I could easily hide my concerns, but he had a right to know about the boy's health. I need to find a new doctor and clinic for Matthew, which isn't going to be easy when a patient is in the middle of the prescribed treatment. I didn't mention how limited my resources were, feeling I'd already said enough. I'm sure it'll all work out, though, I added, attempting a more cheerful tone.
Nate. I studied Emily's profile as she kept her eyes on Matthew. Her lush red lips and deep-toned skin had been haunting me lately, though I couldn't explain why. I'd known her since Matthew was a baby and never saw her as anything but my kid brother's nanny, and then adopted mom. Why now, I wondered. Emily was beautiful. I'd always known that, but at some point in the past months, my interest in her had shifted until she appeared frequently in my dreams, some of which had been rather graphic in nature. I'd attributed it to the loneliness and sadness I'd felt during my recent mission. We'd been deployed less than 2 weeks after losing one of our own, Roger Gentry. It had been a terrible blow, and it seemed to hit all the harder since it had happened while we were on leave, stateside, where we were supposed to be safe. Shipping out right after, I'd felt off balance, like the world didn't really make sense anymore. Those messages from Emily had been a lifeline. I found myself thinking about her all the time. Had my subconscious focused on Emily since I associated her with home and family, the best parts of my life? Maybe. But whatever the reason, she was still a beauty, even with the worried look on her face. I shifted on the bench, putting more space between us, and pulled my eyes away to focus on my brother. I had no interest in being caught staring at her. It's unusual to switch doctors at this stage, isn't it? I asked, keeping my tone casual. I suppose, she gestured as she spoke, making the gold bangles on her wrist dance. But I think we can do better elsewhere. You think the treatments aren't right? It's not that. Matthew's getting better, but she paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. I'm not pleased with the personal interactions. What did that mean? I instinctively fell back on my training to try to read her body language, but all I could see was that she was uncomfortable. I didn't think it was because of me. We'd been friendly from the first, except in my recent dreams where we'd been much more than friends. But she didn't know about those, and she never would. No matter how attractive I found her, She was the happily ever after type, and that was something I wasn't prepared to offer anyone. "I'm not understanding," I said, hoping she'd elaborate. She swung her eyes to me. A determined but sexy edge showed. "You don't need to worry about it. I'm going to change clinics quickly, so Matthew doesn't lose any of the ground he's made. It's my decision to make." I wouldn't argue with her about that. We'd agreed she'd have full custody, as per the arrangements my mother had made, just as a precaution, when I started my SEAL training. My mother wanted me to pursue my dream and not feel I had to raise a child if anything should happen to her. None of us had expected the accident, of course, but it had always been my mother's practice to make sure everything and everyone was taken care of. Emily had been happy to take custody, and I had been happy to let her. But that didn't mean I wasn't interested in Matthew's welfare. I loved the kid, always would. Emily loved him too, and wanted what was best for him, which meant there had to be a serious reason to cut ties with his current clinic. "Is there a problem with the doctor?" She stiffened ever so slightly, her chin going up. So maybe it was the doctor. My hackles rose, as they always did, at any perceived threat to those I considered family. I had always had a protective streak a mile wide. "I'll help you look for a new one," I volunteered. The easiest and most obvious choice was to find someone else to take on Matthew's case. "Anything you need me to do, just ask." "Thanks. I've got some calls in at other clinics, and I'm hoping to hear back soon. In the meantime, it's good to see him play and be happy." Matthew had found a cute little girl in pigtails to swing with. If it weren't for his bald head, he would seem like any other kid his age, not one suffering from an illness. I had promised myself to spend any extra minute I had with my brother before I had to leave again. "I'd like to take Matthew for the night, if that's okay with you. I bet you could do with a break. It can't be easy being a single mom, especially for a kid with special needs." "It's been fine," she said, "but an evening alone would be really fine." I leaned a little closer to her. She smiled then, the force of it nearly knocking me back. "I have to admit it would. I don't trust him with many people. I'm a government-certified protector," I teased, "and his big brother." "I didn't mean to suggest he wouldn't be safe with you," she responded quickly. "But I'm picky." "Be as picky as you like, but take the night off." Thanks. That would be great," she accepted. "I know he'll be safe, and he'll love spending time with you." "It's a done deal, then." "I appreciate this. It's been a lot to manage lately." I vowed again that for the time I was home, I'd do what I could to help her. Maybe that would get her out of my dreams and back to where she belonged in my life, as my kid brother's mom, and nothing more. Chapter 2. Nate. "Hey man, thanks for picking up the furniture," I greeted my best friend Gabe Kelly at my door. Gabe and I had served together on SEAL Team 4, but Gabe had gotten out of the service back in February and became a civvy police officer over in West Virginia. We'd kept in touch, of course, but I hadn't seen him in person in months. We'd planned for him to swing by today so we could catch up, and then I'd ended up having to ask him to do me a favor and pick up a furniture order for me along the way. "I didn't work today, so it's no problem." Gabe shrugged off the thanks, which was typical of him. We both knew it had been a long drive on his part all the way to Virginia Beach, not to mention loading up my furniture. But he wasn't the kind of guy to complain, especially when it came to helping out a friend. "The streets of Harper's Ferry safe without you?" "They'll last a day or two. Come help me carry this stuff in." 2 large boxes and a twin mattress sat in the bed of Gabe's truck. On my way home from meeting with Matthew and Emily in the park, I had stopped to purchase a bed and dresser for Matthew to use in the spare room at my on-base housing. The kid's cot he had was getting too small for the growing boy, and I wanted my brother to be comfortable. I'd seen the relief in Emily's face when I'd offered to take Matthew for the night. I would plan some future sleepovers, too, to take some of the pressure off her. But it wasn't until I placed the order that I realized I had no good way to get everything home. The store would deliver, but their delivery van was booked up until the day after Matthew was supposed to stay with me. That meant I needed Gabe and his truck to come to my rescue. Maybe you ought to buy a truck of your own. Gabe unstrapped the items, sliding them toward the tailgate. Never on shore long enough for it to matter. Renting a car works for me, especially if I've got friends who will help me out. Together, we carried the boxes into the living room of my ranch-style house. It was nothing glamorous, utilitarian, and undecorated, but I liked having the space to myself after deployments, during which I lived in close quarters with my team. I slid a box open, finding the booklet of instructions and a bag of screws. Though I like to think of myself as a man who was up for any challenge, putting furniture together wasn't my usual gig. "If I supply the beer, will you help assemble these?" I asked before Gabe headed for the door. My friend rolled his eyes. "I should have known you wouldn't stop at asking for just one favor, but I can't pass up a free beer or a buddy in need. Do you have tools, or should I get some from my truck?" "I think I've got what we need for this. Let me grab the beers." I headed to the kitchen, happy to have Gabe's help and company. The last time I'd seen him had been at Raj's funeral, and the shock of losing our buddy just a year after we'd buried another teammate, Kyle Cuddy, gunned down on a mission, had us too rattled to really take the time to talk. I wanted all the news about how things were going with his new job, new girlfriend, and the daughter he'd only learned he had back in February. Apparently, a girl he'd had a fling with while on leave had ended up pregnant, but Gabe hadn't found out he was a daddy until the little girl's mom was killed, and he was needed to take custody. They had a rough time of it at first, especially when the killer made some more trouble for them, but the end result had Gabe happily settled with baby Savannah and with Charlotte, Savannah's godmother, who was now Gabe's girlfriend. I never would have thought the day would come when Gabe would settle down, but it was plain as day that he'd never been happier. I opened the fridge, pausing as my thoughts turned back to Emily. That was the kind of woman any man would be glad to come home to, but as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I pushed it away. Emily and I were friends. I was concerned about her, even cared for her in a way. But there wasn't anything else between us, nothing romantic. I held the icy beers in my hand, letting the coolness sink in as I struggled against the memory of the dreams I'd had about her. "You coming back?" Gabe called from the living room. "I'll have these put together before I get a beer." "On my way," I said, and headed to where Gabe already had the dresser pieces unboxed. As we assembled the furniture, Gabe updated me on Savannah and Charlotte, including a whole slideshow of pictures on his phone from Savannah's first birthday party just a few weeks ago. In return, I told Gabe about the progress Matthew had made toward remission. I hesitated about bringing up the problem with the clinic, but I trusted my friend's judgment and wanted to get his opinion, so I told him about Emily's guarded words, adding in how uncomfortable Emily seemed to be about the situation. "Emily's an attractive woman from the pictures you've shown me." Gabe paused when I pinned him with a look. "Don't glare at me like that. You know I'm totally committed to Charlotte, but that doesn't mean I'm blind. What if the doctor—" Yeah, I thought about that too. A surge of rage hit me at the thought that the doctor might have used his position as Matthew's doctor to try to coerce Emily into a degree of intimacy she didn't want. A protector to my core, it infuriated me to think of any man hurting any woman that way. But that anyone would harm or mistreat Emily. My hands clenched into fists, and I took a few deep breaths, reminding myself that I didn't know the details. I might have read the situation totally wrong. It wasn't like Emily had really confided in me. She never did, always kept me at arm's length. I'd have to find a way to get to the truth without getting myself too close for comfort to Emily. I could help her, but nothing more. I wasn't a more type of guy. I'd seen too many couples, married and not, end in misery, especially my parents' marriage and my mother's other relationships after my father left. It had been enough to make me swear off believing in happily ever afters long ago. I can see why she wants to switch clinics, if that's the case, Gabe said. She ought to report the guy, though. I'll try to talk to her about it some more, but she clammed up tight. I wonder if there's anything else upsetting her. She'd seemed stressed, even more so than usual. Matthew's illness had her worried, of course, but the latest medical news was good, and she'd always been strong and positive about the boy's chances of recovery. So what was behind her current anxiousness? Money, maybe, Gabe suggested. Cancer treatments are crazy expensive, and insurance can leave a lot uncovered. She's a freelancer, right? Yeah. As a freelance artist, Emily's insurance might be limited. Was she worried about money? All she needed to do was ask me. I had some savings, and I'd give her whatever I had. I'd offered in the past, before the cancer, but she'd always said she was doing fine. And maybe she had been then. You might be right. Too bad you can't cover Matthew under your insurance. That would solve the problem, Gabe said. I had never thought of that. I had first-rate medical care courtesy of the Navy, and the benefits would include anyone listed as a dependent. But I had no legal rights to Matthew, no way to have him covered. Let's get these in Matthew's bedroom, Gabe said. Where to? I picked up the headboard while Gabe followed with the footboard and rails. I went to the small bedroom at the end of the hall. The previous tenants had painted it blue, and since it faced south, sunshine came in most of the day. Matthew liked the room already, and it would be even better with actual furniture. I assembled the bed while Gabe went back for the mattress. Once the bed was done, we brought in the dresser. The room's furnishings were sparse, but it would do. We could add some decorations later if there was something Matthew wanted. Maybe you ought to think about filling up this house a bit more, Gabe suggested as we finished up. That's what I'm doing. I'd added 2 new pieces of furniture that day. No, dummy, with a woman, maybe even a wife. This place could use a woman's touch. Emily's artistic, right? She could help you with that. I'm out of the country more than I'm in it. I brushed off the idea, especially the part about Emily. No woman wants to put up with that. A fact that hadn't stopped my fellow SEALs from marrying and starting families. There was only a few of us left who were still single. I'm never getting hitched. Uh-huh. Gabe drank the last of his beer. You don't believe me? Gabe shrugged. I've seen lots of guys who said just that until the right woman caught their attention. She's not out there, and if she is, and I spot her, I'm headed in the other direction, I spoke firmly, while fighting down the image of Emily's beautiful face and petite, curvy figure. Reminded myself again that I couldn't think about her as anything but my half-brother's adopted mom. I'm headed home, Gabe announced. I've got a long drive ahead of me, and I don't want to miss bedtime. I gotta go, too. I had lost track of time, and it was later than I thought. Thanks for the help. Anytime. See you later. I changed my shirt and jogged out the door to my car, excited to pick up Matthew. I pushed the idea away that I was just as excited to see Emily, because it didn't do any good to think that way.
Emily. Did you pack my T-Rex shirt? Matthew bounced on his bed while I gathered items in his room to pack for the overnight trip. I want the fire truck one, too. You're going to be gone one night. You don't need too much stuff. I was already overpacking, playing the just-in-case game. I'd put in 2 sets of pajamas just in case the night sweats from his illness returned. I'd included medicine for 2 days, just in case Matthew didn't come home tomorrow or a pill got dropped on the floor. If I kept this up, I'd have to drag a big suitcase out of the storage space under the stairs. No, I limited myself to the Power Rangers backpack. That was all Matthew needed. Down, wild man. I flicked my finger at him as he bounced high on the bed. Walk to the bathroom and get your toothbrush and paste. Walk, I reiterated, trying to keep him from wearing himself out before he even got to Nate's house. Matthew wanted to play hard as other kids got to do, but the cancer took so much out of him. And me, if I was honest. Being a single parent was tough going under normal circumstances, but doubly so with a sick child. Doing everything for him myself left me with no personal time and no social life. I sighed. In my grand life plan, I'd have found my prince charming by now and settled into a marriage made in heaven. Maybe it was my mother's influence or my own obsession with Cinderella, but I was sure the perfect man was out there just waiting to invite me to become his perfect bride. I didn't want to settle for anything less. But I didn't know how to find that prince with my life as it was now. Meeting that guy required a date, if not a ball, and since I hadn't even been out for coffee with a man in ages, I was a long way from realizing my dream. I was grateful to Nate for the night off. Maybe during his leave, I could arrange a date while he babysat Matthew. I trusted him enough to do that. What man was I supposed to date, though? I'd met no one, other than staff at the clinic and some dads whose kids were going through cancer treatment, too. The dads were all married, of course, and the staff had even less time to spare than I did. My mind briefly brought the image of Nate into focus. He was a man, handsome, kind, protective, and he'd be gone in a month. Not what I was looking for. I wanted a man who'd always be around for me. Besides, I paused as I stuffed a sweatshirt in the bag. He had no interest in me. We had a friendly relationship, but I had no reason to think he was attracted to me. Matthew came back into the room with his toothbrush and paste in his hand. I eyed him. "Why is your shirt wet?" The white t-shirt was plastered to his skin. "I had to wash my toothbrush before you packed it," he explained. "You never pack anything that's dirty." "What did you wash it in?" I had visions of shampoo or hand soap. He shot me a look as though I were the silly kid. "Mouthwash." "Good choice." I whisked the wet shirt over his head, tossing it in the laundry hamper before finding a fresh one. With Matthew nearly ready to go, I walked into my bedroom to check my phone messages. I listened to them play while jotting down notes, frowning as I realized that none of the news was good. 3 clinics had returned my call about finding a treatment place for Matthew, but they all had to waitlist him. No help there. The last message did give me something to go on. The clinic recommended additional places I might try, giving me names and numbers. Worth a shot. I hated denying Matthew the treatments, but I was unwilling to return to the clinic, frightened of the retaliation the doctor might take on me. Or worse, on Matthew. I looked at the list of possibilities, hoping one of them would work out. The last thing I needed was more rejections when all I wanted to do was cure my little boy. It all felt like such an uphill battle that I had to face all on my own. But that wasn't true, I reminded myself. I didn't have to go through this all by myself. Nate would help me, as he'd promised that afternoon. My mother helped when she could too, though she still worked full-time, which limited her availability. I only trusted my mother and Marta, his babysitter, to care for Matthew currently, which was why I was so grateful for Nate's help and the night off he was giving me. My phone rang, but no number showed on the screen. Weird. I answered, said hello, and waited. Dead air hung in the silence until I ended the call. I didn't like that. A bad feeling formed in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to believe it was just a wrong number, or a pocket dial, but I couldn't shake the nagging sense that someone had done it on purpose to scare me. The doctor's threat about not telling anyone immediately came to mind. I hadn't told a soul. No one. I'd been tempted to confide in Nate about what I'd seen, but he'd take action, which might compromise my safety and Matthew's. I couldn't risk that. Chapter 3. Emily. I tried to shake off the bad feeling by making phone calls to the recommended clinics. Maybe some good news would dispel my anxiety. I put on one of Matthew's favorite television shows while I made the calls with the promise that as soon as I was done, I'd take him to Nate's house. None of the clinics or doctor's offices were answering their phones this late in the day, so I left messages explaining Matthew's situation before leaving my number. I just hung up on the last one when I heard a crash from Matthew's bedroom. I dashed up the stairs to find the contents of his backpack strewn across the bed and his tub of toys dumped on the floor. "What are you doing?" I tried to control my tone, but it came out as a shriek. "I wanted my T-Rex shirt." the boy said, his lower lip trembling. It's okay, I said, feeling instant remorse over upsetting him and pulling him in for a hug. We can just repack the bag. As I started to refold the items, the doorbell rang. What now? Leaving Matthew in the bedroom, I rushed down the stairs to the door, whipping it open without looking through the peephole. Oh. Am I too early? Nate asked, smiling at me as he casually leaned against the doorframe. Early? I echoed mindlessly. Nope. You're gorgeous, I thought. Every inch of you. I clamped my lips shut. One of these days, those words might tumble out of my mouth. I thought I was supposed to bring Matthew to you. I struggled to recover my wits. I guess we misunderstood each other, he said. I guess. Come in. I was just finishing up with the packing. I stood to the side, letting him by me. In the foyer, he paused in front of 3 ceramic tiles, each depicting a different brightly colored flower. My house was full of such pieces. They made me happy, but I was never sure what he thought of them. I almost asked, but Matthew came barreling down the stairs and straight into Nate's arms. I'll be just a minute, I said, excusing myself. Matthew was watching television. Maybe you could join him while I finish up. Sounds good, Nate said. What are we watching, little man? He carried him into the living room while I returned to Matthew's room and quickly repacked the bag. I scooped up the dumped toys, also grabbing a couple of Matthew's favorite stuffed animals for him to sleep with. I was nearly done when my phone rang again. Although I knew it was highly unlikely, I hoped it was a treatment place returning my call. I stilled when caller ID displayed another block number. Nervously, I answered it and waited out 10 seconds of ominous silence. I summoned my anger and spoke. Stop calling me. My fingers trembled after hanging up. That was twice within an hour. It couldn't be a coincidence. Anxiety rippled through me again, and I held myself very still, fighting it. When I went downstairs, I couldn't let Nate see that anything was off. I didn't want him to think I couldn't handle things. Because I could. I'd been just fine until Matthew's illness. I took in a breath, my 2 worries competing for space inside me. Not long ago, I'd just been concerned about money, not being able to pay for Matthew's care. Now, real fear was added to that by the doctor's threats. I had to pull myself together before I faced Nate. He couldn't be worried about me and Matthew when he had his own life to lead. I would manage on my own.
Nate, can I finish this show? Matthew asked after Emily went upstairs. Sure, buddy. I got the boy settled on the couch and wandered the room, looking at the art and photographs. The pictures were mostly of Matthew, but I saw one of my mother, Matthew and me, from Matthew's first birthday party. Usually it seemed as though our mother had been gone a long time, but it was only 2 years. I moved on to what I thought of as funky, modern-looking paintings. I didn't know much about art, but these seemed to have an exotic influence, a lot like Emily, who wore bright colors and whose features were influenced by her Indian mother. I wondered how much of the art was Emily's work. I drifted into the kitchen where the fridge was covered in kids' drawings of stick figures and fire trucks. It made me chuckle. My artwork at that age had been much the same. On a bulletin board near the back door, I found a stick figure drawing that I thought was of me. A soldier stood in front of a U.S. flag. Nice. I moved it aside to reveal the papers tucked underneath. Instead of drawings, I found a stack of bills. Pathology, oncology, lab work, an ER bill. When had Matthew gone to the emergency room? I noticed the dates and amounts on the bills. Many were due a month or more ago. And the amounts added up to something staggering. Not a good sign. I thought back to Emily's nervousness about the treatment center in the park. Maybe her anxiousness toward the doctor was because he'd been pressuring her about making payments. Were there more unpaid bills? I turned, surveying the kitchen, and zeroed in on a folder on the counter. I flipped it open and found more medical bills, mixed with household ones, many unpaid. Emily had been struggling with more than just finding a new doctor. Gabe had been right. She was in real trouble here if I was adding things up correctly. Why hadn't she contacted me for help? Did she really think she had to deal with all of this on her own? I heard her footsteps on the stairs, but didn't have time to close the file before she was in the doorway to the kitchen. She stopped cold when she saw the open folder, and her eyes went wide. The kid's backpack she carried slid to the floor. "You shouldn't be snooping." Before I could respond, she marched forward, grabbed the folder, and stuffed it in a drawer. "Emily, why didn't you tell me about these?" I kept my tone neutral and my posture non-confrontational. "I could have helped you. I can help you." "No need. I can handle it myself," she said firmly as she took a position across from me, crossing her arms over her chest. "Not from the look of these," I said, making her suck in a breath. "It's thousands of dollars. It's my problem, and I'll figure it out. You're doing me a favor by taking Matthew tonight. I'm not going to ask more of you. Taking care of my own brother isn't a favor. Neither would be paying for his medical expenses." I'd had no idea that her insurance covered so little. My head was still swimming from the totals I'd seen on all of those bills. That had all landed on her, which wasn't fair. "Why did you never bring this up? I could have been helping from the start." "Not your worry," she said. "You have a dangerous job that requires all your focus. I don't want to put more on your plate." Well, I was home now, giving me time to dedicate to solving this problem. I'd let it rest for the time being, though, since I could see she wasn't going to accept my assistance easily. Before I returned to active duty, though, I'd find a way to help to pay off these bills and see what I could do about the ones still coming. You and Matthew should get going. He's really excited to spend time with you." She put a bright smile on her face, but she wasn't fooling me. Our conversation about money was far from over. I wrote down the instructions for his medicine. He has pills before bed and others in the morning. If you have questions, call me. "I will," I promised. "Good." She picked up the backpack and called for Matthew. "Is it time to go?" the boy asked, joining us in the foyer. "It sure is," she said, sounding cheerful. She knelt and wrapped her arms around Matthew in a tight hug. I nearly laughed when Matthew rolled his eyes behind her back. "Mom, I'll be back tomorrow," Matthew complained. "I know." She loosened her hold on him but didn't let him go. "Promise to be good and do what Nate says, and no wearing yourself out." "Okay, I promise," Matthew answered. "Can I eat spaghetti?" "I don't know what Nate's dinner plans are." They both looked to me. "Pasta's always good with me," I said. "Make sure you eat a vegetable too. No soda, though," she admonished, before giving Matthew another quick hug and rising. "I'll see you tomorrow. Ready, little man?" I took the boy's bag from Emily's shoulder, my hand brushing against her warm skin as it slid down her arm. I wanted to hug her to give her some comfort and let her know she wasn't alone, but she stepped away from me to open the door. "Have a good time," she said. I strapped Matthew into his booster seat, then waved to Emily where she still stood in the doorway of her townhouse. I planned to focus on Matthew for the rest of the day, making sure he had fun and was well cared for, but I wasn't going to forget about the stack of bills. Emily needed a solution to a growing problem, and I was determined to help her find one. Chapter 4. Nate. "Had enough?" I asked after Matthew finished the big bowl of spaghetti. Remembering Emily's words, I'd made a salad to go with the meal, and was pleased when it didn't take any coaxing to get Matthew to eat his vegetables. All I had to do was show enthusiasm when I dug into my own serving. Matthew was more than happy to imitate his big brother. "Is there ice cream for dessert?" Matthew looked hopeful. I had done some research and knew that a healthy diet was really important for kids with cancer. I supposed Emily's no soda rule stemmed from that. On the other hand, everyone agreed that it was okay to have some sweets, in moderation. Matthew was such a good kid. He deserved a treat. "Maybe a little, but later," I conceded. A scoop of vanilla ice cream with some berries on it was a good compromise. I could give the kid what he wanted and sneak in some antioxidants. You didn't say anything about my hair, Matthew said, looking at me from big brown eyes. The boy's scalp was hairless and smooth. I like it on you. I patted my own military haircut, not much different than mine. You have some hair, Matthew pointed out. I'll shave it all off if you want me to, I volunteered with no reluctance. I'd do it in a heartbeat if it would make Matthew feel better. Don't do that, Matthew giggled. You'd look weird. Just say the word, and it all goes. The conversation had given me the in. I wanted to ask about Matthew's treatments. I wasn't trying to dig, but I thought that Matthew might reveal something about the doctor at the clinic. How have you been feeling? Okay, the boy shrugged, except right after the treatments. I feel yucky then. You must be pretty tough to get through it. I had faced plenty of dangerous situations, but I couldn't imagine being 4 and fighting cancer. Mom says each treatment gets me closer to being all better. That's a good way of thinking about it. I didn't mind that Matthew called Emily Mom, but I wondered if the boy had any memory of our real mother. Emily had told me the last time I visited that she talked about Helen with Matthew and encouraged me to do the same. I certainly agreed with the idea, even if he didn't have clear memories of her. I wanted to make sure Matthew knew how much his birth mom had loved him. But it was still hard for me to think about what we'd lost. Not wanting to delve into messy emotions right now, I focused on what Matthew was saying. Yeah, but I don't get to see other kids or Marta as much. Why not? Mom doesn't want me around germs, so I can't go to Marta's house anymore when she has other kids there, Matthew complained. So you stay home with your mom? Matthew nodded. No wonder the financial problems were so bad. If Emily was looking after Matthew all day, instead of going to the office she shared with other freelancers, she probably wasn't getting much work done. Do the people at the clinic treat you okay? I switched the topic. Oh, yeah. Matthew's eyes brightened. I get to see other kids like me, and the nurses are real nice. They give me stickers for being good. That's awesome. I took the opportunity to dig a little deeper. What about the doctor? Matthew grimaced. I don't like him so much. He's loud. It kinda scares me, Matthew said, the last in a low voice, as if fearful to admit it. I don't think you'll have to see him again. I had some questions I'd like to put to this doctor. Emily's trying to find you a new doctor, and I'm going to help her do that. Really? That's good. I think... The boy trailed off. I waited as Matthew played with the last spaghetti noodle in his bowl. Mom's sad sometimes. If you help her, maybe she'll be happy again. When does she seem sad? I pried shamelessly. Usually when she's on the phone. That made sense to me. Bill collectors had to be calling her, and the search for a new doctor wasn't going well from what she'd said. And then there was the obvious problem. Her adopted son had cancer. Even if it was the curable kind that had to take it out of her. I wished I'd been home more for Emily and Matthew during the past months. Do you want to play Forza? I suggested. I needed to make a phone call that I didn't want Matthew to hear. Yeah. Matthew hopped up from the table, excited about the car racing game. Help me clear the table, and I'll get the game started for you. While Matthew was busy squealing his virtual tires and racing around hairpin curves, I made a phone call to Emily's landlord. Since Emily rented in the same complex my mother had, the same complex where I'd lived for years before enlisting, I thought the man would talk to me. If she owed money, I'd pay it for her. Hi, Mr. Crandall. This is Nate Shaw, Helen's son. I waited for the man to remember me. Good to hear from you. Are you out of the service? No, just home on leave. I don't mean to bother you, but I wanted to make sure that Emily Edwards' rent is paid up. You know my younger brother is still with her. Yeah, she paid for the month, finally. The landlord sounded frustrated. Has her rent been late other times? I questioned. Never until a few months ago. She was almost 3 weeks over this time. I don't know how much longer I can allow. I understand. Let me give you my number. You call me if she's late again, and I'll make it right. I gave my contact information to Mr. Crandall and hung up. I knew that Emily would be blisteringly mad at me if she found out about that call, but I didn't care about arousing her ire. I cared that she and Matthew were safe from worry. Her rent was one thing, but there were other problems that required solutions. I needed to think about it. The medical bills had to get paid, and soon. But even if I picked up the cost of them all myself, I had no doubt that new ones would be on their way before long. How was she going to convince another clinic to take Matthew if she didn't have enough insurance to guarantee on-time payments? I walked into the living room in time to watch Matthew negotiate a tricky corner. Good job. Do I get a turn? I shifted my worries to the back of my mind and concentrated on having fun with Matthew. The morning would be soon enough to confront Emily and start working out a resolution.
Emily. I tugged my living room drapes closed. In the kitchen, I started to lower the blind that faced toward the street, but something caught my eye. Was that the shadow of a man near the corner of my house? I yanked the blind down before I could look too closely. I was freaking myself out on the one night in months when I should be able to let my guard down. I double-checked the deadbolt on the front door, pausing to listen. Was that the rustle of clothing? Just the wind. Just the wind, I repeated to myself. My fear was making me paranoid. I had to shake it off, find a way to relax. Bubble bath. Oh, just the words made my shoulders ease. With one last glance around the downstairs, I went to my bedroom and started the water in the tub of the master bathroom. I dug under the sink looking for my favorite scent and poured a generous amount into the filling tub. Before I got in the bath, I went into the upstairs hall and listened again for any unusual sounds. Nothing. I could let my worries go. Back in the bathroom, I pinned up my hair, put on soft music, and sank into the tub. I kept my thoughts to ones that made me happy. Matthew's recovery, my mother's support, Nate's strong arms. That was a fantasy worth pursuing for a few minutes. I imagined being taken into those arms and resting my head against his chest. I decided with our height difference we'd fit together nicely. Almost feeling it, I closed my eyes and tipped back my head. He'd feel so good, and he'd fix my problems if I let him. He'd at least try to because that was the kind of man he was. I could transfer my stress to him, and he'd easily bear it on his broad shoulders. Things had been hard lately. So many obstacles and setbacks. Nate could take those away and make me feel beautiful and desirable. There had been something in the way he'd looked at me in the park that morning, something I hadn't seen before. He'd actually seemed interested in me, attracted to me. Wouldn't it be nice to give in to that attraction at least for a few minutes? I can't, I said aloud. I can't for so many reasons. My fantasy popped like the bubbles between my fingers. Getting involved with Nate would be a bad idea. In the long term, he wasn't the man I wanted. Oh, he checked some of my boxes for my fairy tale knight in shining armor. Handsome, caring, great with kids. But he would never love me. And I wanted the kind of love that stopped people in their tracks and knocked them backwards. The kind that started as a whirlwind and continued for decades as two people built a life together. In the nearly 4 years I'd known Nate, I'd never seen him with the same woman twice. Helen had even confided her worry that he'd never settle down. I didn't need a man in my life who was relationship phobic, even if he could make me feel better for a little while. A noise startled me out of my thoughts. I turned my music off and strained my ears to listen. There it was again. Footsteps outside? If it was, they were circling my house. I jumped up and toweled off, pulling on a robe. The noise of the tub draining blotted out any other sound, but I was still tense. Gripping the sink, I thought back to the evening that had started this nightmare. I'd gotten paid for creating a series of cartoons for a corporation's annual meeting. Happy to have some money, I'd written a check to the clinic. It hadn't been everything I owed them, but it was a sizable amount. Since it was after hours, I'd planned to drop the check in the payment box and had been surprised to see lights still on. I parked across the street, glad to be able to give the money directly to someone. As I approached the building, I glanced in a window. Dr. Albright, unmistakable due to his height, stood talking with three sinister-looking men. As I watched, one of the men handed the doctor a wad of cash. The doctor counted it. When he seemed satisfied, he unlocked a cabinet and handed over several small packages. Suddenly aware of the danger I was in, I began to back away, but my movement must have caught Dr. Albright's attention because he looked up and our eyes locked. I turned and ran, fleeing across the street. I had almost reached my car when hands clamped around my arm, squeezing tight. In a panic, I looked around for someone to help me, but the area was deserted that time of night. "Ms. Edwards," the doctor snarled. "I didn't see anything," I declared quickly. "That's right, you remember that. You didn't see anything," he repeated, drilling me with a look. "Because if you say one word, things will go very badly for you and your son. Do you understand me?" Yes, I understand." I turned my head to look away, hoping he was done with his threat. "I won't say anything. Don't think of going to the police. I'm well connected in this city. No one's going to help you even if you are foolish enough to talk." "I'm not. I won't," I repeated. "Just let me go." He gripped my arm hard enough to leave bruises before giving me a shove back. I'd fallen against my car, but quickly recovered, got in, and drove away. I was too frightened to look in the rearview mirror. Shaking, I drove to a well-lighted area and parked to calm myself before going home, not wanting Matthew to see me upset. Ever since then, I'd lived with the fear hanging over me, but tonight it was especially sharp. A noise just outside my front door made me jump. Silently, I slipped down the stairs and into the foyer. I didn't want to open the door, so I waited breathlessly and listened. A second later, the mail slot flipped up and a note dropped to the floor. I still didn't move as footsteps retreated. When I was sure the messenger was gone, I reached for the note and unfolded it. A handful of words were written in bold print across the center of the page. "Be careful who you talk to. We're watching." I sank down on the floor, pressing my back to the wall. Oh, no. They must have seen me with Nate and thought I'd revealed something. I hadn't, and I wouldn't. It was too dangerous for all of us.
Chapter 5. Nate. "Let's buckle you up, little man," I said, as Matthew climbed in the back seat of my car. I settled him in the booster seat and helped him with the seatbelt. "Is that pancake syrup on your face?" Matthew stuck his tongue out and tried to lick his cheek. "Yep. I should have cleaned you up better." We'd risen early to make pancakes and play one more game of Forza before heading to Emily's house. "Mom always has wipes in her purse," Matthew said. "I'm sure she does, but I don't have wipes or a purse." No one needed to tell me that I was not parent material. "I'll have to return you slightly dirty. Hope she doesn't mind." "Nate?" the boy asked softly. "Yeah, buddy." "Next time, can Mom come on the sleepover too? It'd be cool to be all together." "Maybe," I said evasively. I hated to disappoint Matthew, but no way was that going to happen. That would be one dangerous sleepover for me if Emily was under the same roof. I'd be hard-pressed to keep my hands to myself. Matthew chatted as we drove to Emily's house. I wasn't surprised when she opened the door as soon as we pulled in the driveway. Matthew blasted from the car and ran to her, telling her about the spaghetti dinner, the Forza game, and the new furniture in his room. She smiled at the boy, encouraging him to talk. Her manner was as loving and patient as always, but there was something off. "You okay?" I asked when Matthew bounded into the house after asking to watch television. Her hair was done, makeup on, stylish clothing as always, but from the shadows under her eyes, I'd guess she hadn't slept. Apparently, my idea to give her a break hadn't worked. Had she spent the night worrying about money and finding a new doctor? "Fine. I just didn't sleep well," she admitted. I touched her chin, tilting her head up, which made the circles under her eyes more obvious. She pulled away, breaking the connection. I'd never touched her like that before, and I wasn't sure where the impulse had come from. I did know one thing. She was lying to me. This was more than lack of sleep. "Come in. I just made a fresh pot of coffee." She walked ahead of me to the kitchen, where she poured coffee into mugs. "Any trouble with Matthew?" "No, he's a great kid. He even took his medicine without complaining." I scanned the room. No sign of the bills I'd seen the day before remained. She'd put them away, but that didn't make the debts disappear. "He's been so good about that." She handed me a mug. "Kids hate medicine usually. Did he eat? He lost weight early on, and I'm trying to help him regain in a healthy way." "Plenty. Good stuff too." I took a sip of the rich coffee, watching her over the rim. "Thanks," she said. "I really appreciate you taking him for the night. I know it made him happy. I'm in favor of anything I can do to bring a smile to his face." "What would make you smile?" I asked, before I could think better of it. "I smile," she insisted, but she certainly wasn't at the moment. I'd seen very few real smiles from her today, when usually she was vibrant and happy. "Emily, I've been thinking about the struggles you're having and—" "Stop there," she said, holding up her hand. "I'm fine. I'll get through this. You don't need to worry about it." Gabe's comment that it was too bad I couldn't put Matthew on my insurance plan suddenly came back to me. What if there was a way I could insure him? The solution to her problem seemed obvious when I faced her across the counter. It was a big step, one I'd sworn I'd never take, but it was an immediate solution to her problem. "I think we should get married," I announced, the words out of my mouth before I could think to soften them. I'd never wanted the commitment of a marriage, but Emily needed a husband, a provider, a partner in what she was facing. And as my wife, her child would be covered by my insurance. "What?" She slammed her mug down on the counter, making the hot liquid overflow onto her hand. She shook it off and headed to the sink. I beat her there, took her hand, and held it under the cool water. She was tucked against my side, her long dark hair brushing my arm. Her scent was floral and rich. Being close to her might be a challenge to my self-control, but I'd never backed down from a challenge before, especially when something so important was on the line. She and Matthew needed me. I had the power to make their lives better with one act. After a minute, I shut the water off and lifted her hand to make sure it wasn't scalded. "I'm okay," she said, reaching for a kitchen towel. She moved away from me to mop up the counter. "What did you say?" she asked from the other side of the island. "I think I misheard you. I said we should get married. For Matthew's sake. I could put you on my insurance, and the two of you could come live with me on the base. It would cut your expenses and provide better care for Matthew." Another thought occurred to me. An additional way I could help if we went through with this plan. I could take paternity leave as well and be around until Matthew's treatments are over. "Thanks, but no," she said emphatically. That's crazy." "It makes perfect sense," I countered, embracing the idea. "One simple ceremony would solve a lot of problems." Her eyes met mine, dark and questioning. "Never mind that we're not." She waved a hand between us. "What about Matthew? It would turn his world upside down. How would we explain it to him? I don't think he'll mind having us together." I didn't tell her about Matthew's suggestion that we all have a sleepover. "And it gives him everything he needs. That's the goal. We'll find a new doctor and get his treatments back on track." Her face was doubtful, but she actually seemed to be considering my idea. I found myself hoping she'd say yes, and not just for Matthew's sake. "I'll think about it," she spoke slowly. "I'm not sure. It seems extreme." "It's just a license and a trip to the courthouse for a wedding," I said to sway her. "Couldn't be easier." She nodded, but she wasn't smiling. What was going on behind her beautiful face? "You think about it." I went around the island, pausing to rest my hand over hers. You know where I'll be. I said goodbye to Matthew and went out her door, happily considering what would have been unimaginable a few days before, a few hours before. I wanted to get married.
Emily. I greeted my mother with a kiss on the cheek on Sunday evening. I'd had more than 24 hours to ponder Nate's proposal and still couldn't sort out the tangle in my brain about it. Part of me saw the logic in his suggestion. Matthew would have better insurance and my monthly bills would be cut drastically. The financial piece made sense, but marriage... Maybe my weekly dinner with my mother would give me some solace and clarity. Where's my favorite boy? Karina, my mother, called out to Matthew, who was playing in his room. The boy zipped down the stairs to give his adopted grandmother a hug. I think I have something in my bag for you. She pulled out a set of 3 Matchbox cars. Cool. Can I open them now? Matthew looked to me. After you say, I prompted. Thank you, Grandma Karina. Matthew said in a formal tone as he'd been taught. You're welcome. I'll help you get those out of the package. We went into the kitchen where Karina found scissors and carefully extracted the cars. I'm going to put these with my other ones. Matthew took off up the stairs to his room. He seems to be doing well. Any luck finding a new doctor? Karina washed her hands. Not yet. I made more calls on Friday. I hope to hear something tomorrow. Or I'd call again, and again, and again, as many times as it took. I'm sure it'll work out. What can I do to help? Pray that I win the lottery, I joked. I meant for dinner, my mother said, turning a concerned look on me. What's going on? Here, can you slice the onions and peppers? Dinner preparation was an easy distraction. I've got rice cooking. Do you want chicken or shrimp in the stir-fry? Chicken, my mother answered, taking up the knife that I had set aside when I answered the door. She quickly diced the vegetables while I poured us each a glass of wine. What's wrong, Emily Amelia? My American father had insisted on an English first name for his baby daughter, but my middle name meant peaceful in Sanskrit, something I hadn't felt in a while. Is it Matthew? My mother wasn't going to let it go. No, he's as okay as a kid with cancer can be. The bills are killing me. I can't keep up with them. I've drained my savings and they keep coming. It felt strangely good to finally tell my mother, to stop pretending I had everything under control. Nate had found out, but this time I chose to tell. Oh, baby, my mother cooed, coming to me and wrapping me in a hug. Why didn't you tell me? I know you don't have any extra money and you'd just feel bad about it. My mother worked full-time, but not at a high-paying job. She had enough to do just to take care of herself. I'll help you any way I can. Maybe I can get some overtime hours. She returned to chopping vegetables, her forehead lined with worry. No, I don't want you to do that. I need advice, though. I took a sip of wine before going on. Nate asked me to marry him. In name only. I assumed that's what he meant. He hadn't said it would be a marriage of convenience, but of course it had to be. Nate wasn't the love and marriage kind. For Matthew's sake, Nate could give us health insurance and a home on base. The rent on this place has gotten so high. I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. My mother smiled at me. You do? I had dreaded telling her about the proposal and was shocked at her response. But you always told me to never settle for less than my Prince Charming, to hold out for true love. You must have said that 1,000 times when I was little. That's true, she agreed, but this is for Matthew. I don't know. Marrying for financial reasons, not love, feels wrong. Maybe I was being a little bit selfish. I wanted to be swept off my feet and romanced, not told I should marry for practical reasons, as Nate had done. I'd kept a stack of bride magazines in my room as a teen, studying wedding dresses and decorations. Even though I was old enough to know that life doesn't always work out the way we want it to, I still clung to those images and the hopes that had been attached to them. This is about love, my mother insisted gently. Love for Matthew. You love him, and Nate does too. You'd be marrying to ensure his health and happiness. There's no greater love than a mother's love for her child. That's what the foundation of your marriage would be. I wrinkled my brows, not having thought about it that way. I needed a minute to process, so I prepped the chicken and heated a skillet on the stove. When it was hot, I tossed in ingredients, working automatically as my mind reviewed the trauma of the past weeks and how a simple "I do" could make so much of it better, all for the love of Matthew. You're right, I decided, firmly putting aside my visions of a big wedding and ideal husband. This fixes so much. I would be foolish not to jump at the chance. Not foolish. You want what all women want, what I had even if it was brief, she said, a note of sadness in her voice. My parents' marriage had lasted for only 2 years before my father died of a congenital heart condition. Nate's a good man. There's much to like and respect about him. And this marriage wouldn't be forever. Once Matthew's in remission and healthy again, you can dissolve the marriage and be free to look for your Prince Charming. Do you think he's out there? I asked ruefully. I'm quite sure he is, my mother responded, showing more confidence than I felt. He'll be waiting to meet you when the time is right. And I don't think you need to worry about missing him while you're married to someone else. It's not as if you've been dating lately anyway. I can't with Matthew's illness. I left out the fact that I hadn't even been tempted in longer than I could remember. Ironically, the only man who had made my pulse pick up was Nate. My reaction to him was unexpected and a little part of my reluctance to marry him. Living closely with a man I was attracted to, but who seemed to have no interest in me, wouldn't be easy. I wondered about him, though, the way he'd touched my face so gently and held my hand under the cold water. I'd gotten a glimpse of a side to him I never had seen before. Of course you can't, but there'll be time later, my mother said. You're only 23. It all seemed possible the way my mother put it. Marry Nate, care for Matthew together, and go our separate ways in the end. I'd sleep on it another night. If I felt in the morning as I did then, I'd contact Nate to at least discuss the possibility. Chapter 6. Emily. Can I have the window? Matthew asked when we followed the waitress to a booth that overlooked a busy street not far from my townhouse. Of course, I responded, letting Matthew go ahead of me. He scrambled across the red vinyl seat, bouncing up and down on the cushion. I love this place, he announced loud enough that the people at the counter turned to look at him. I saw the gentle smiles and sympathetic looks when they saw his bald head. It was like that everywhere we went, which wasn't a lot of places anymore. I felt a smidge of guilt. We used to go to the inexpensive diner at least once a week, but with his cancer and money tight, we hadn't been here in a while. Tea, honey? The waitress asked me. I know you want milk. The middle-aged woman smiled at Matthew. Chocolate milk? He pleaded. The waitress glanced at me and I nodded. Tea's good for me, and we're expecting one more. As the waitress walked away, I tried to stomp down my nerves. I'd been the one to invite Nate to this lunch to hammer out the terms of our marriage. Since the conversation with my mother, I'd worked through my doubts. My marriage to Nate would be temporary. A few months, a year at the most. Long enough to make sure Matthew was healthy again. During that time, Nate would help me out by giving me a place to live rent-free and putting Matthew on his insurance. Without my rent and worries about affording treatment, I would be able to breathe a little easier. But I was still nervous. It was a big step. Nate wasn't a stranger. Far from it, but our relationship was unusual. I worried we were complicating the situation, and I worried Nate would be unhappy. He was a man who took his commitment seriously, but this was one he didn't want, and it came with more baggage than he knew. I still hadn't been entirely honest with him about my reason for discontinuing Matthew's treatments at Dr. Albright's clinic. He didn't know what I'd seen, or the uneasy sense of being watched that I'd felt ever since. The threatening note had completely unnerved me, resulting in sleepless nights and more than usual vigilance. Did the doctor and his associates know who Nate was? Did they know he was a SEAL? They must think I'd told him what I saw. No more notes had arrived, but I'd had 3 more calls from blocked numbers. Was I putting Nate in jeopardy by involving him in my life? But he's already involved. A little voice in my head argued. Because of Matthew, our lives were linked. Going through with a wedding ceremony only deepened that connection. I had to admit that I'd feel safer with him looking out for me and Matthew. Here you go, sweetie. The waitress put a plastic cup with a lid on the table near Matthew and slid a mug and a little teapot in front of me. Do you want to wait to order? At that moment, Nate walked into the diner and smiled when he caught sight of us. I heard the slight catch of breath from the waitress as her eyes focused on Nate. He looked handsome and sexy in jeans and a gray t-shirt that showed the breadth of his chest and the definition of the muscles in his arms. He was smiling at us, making Matthew jump up and down next to me. Him? The waitress whispered. Uh-huh. It was the only sound I could get out. Nice one, she commented just before Nate reached us. He slid onto the seat, smiling at me and giving Matthew a high five across the table. What can I get you to drink? The waitress asked. I'll take a Coke, he said. You got it. I'll be back in a minute to take your orders. Hi. He focused his dark gaze on me, and I had to keep my emotions in check. What was between us wasn't about romance. It was about finding a good solution to a temporary problem. I had to keep that in mind. Did you beat my score on Forza? Matthew asked. I tried, buddy, but I couldn't do it. You are the superior driver, Nate said, making the boy smile. Can I come over so we can play again? The boy begged. That's up to your mom, Nate replied to Matthew's question and lifted one brow at me. Mom? We'll see, I said, thinking how happy it would make Matthew to live with Nate. A father figure would be good for him. A husband figure for me was the dicey part. The waitress returned with the Coke and took our orders. I noticed that Matthew requested the same meal that Nate did, except the kiddie version. He idolized his big brother, and why wouldn't he? There was a lot to like about Nate. I let Matthew chat with Nate for a few minutes and then pulled a coloring book and crayons from my bag. I helped Matthew find a picture of a monster truck before turning my attention to Nate and the discussion we needed to have. Have you thought about my offer? Nate didn't waste any time getting to the purpose of our lunch, but he also avoided the word proposal. I have, I said, but I'm worried about a few things. Name them. He seemed like a man who was willing to listen but ready to combat whatever argument I made. He was commanding, I knew that about him, but he was also caring. I don't want this to be weird for... I tilted my head toward Matthew, who was coloring the truck red. I don't think it will be, Nate said. He's young, which helps, and we'll be cautious. Nate, I was raised to place a high value on the type of commitment we're discussing. I didn't want to say the word marriage in case Matthew's ears were tuned into our conversation. It's not something I can take lightly. Despite my mother's reassurances that this was all for Matthew, part of me still clung to the idea of a happily ever after and the sanctity of marriage to the right man. As much as I was attracted to Nate, I was sure he wasn't my Prince Charming, mostly because he didn't want to be. Me either, but we're not going to have a traditional commitment. He emphasized the word. Think of it as a business arrangement if that helps. It achieves an objective and relieves a burden. Right, I murmured. This was all about Matthew, making sure he got the best medical care. That was the way Nate viewed it. I had to be objective as well, but it was hard when I kept replaying his touch from the other day. His fingers on my chin, his hand gently holding mine under the water. The feel of his body heat against my side. I had to admit that part of my sleeplessness had been spent reliving those moments. For this marriage to work, I'd have to set those feelings aside, inure myself to the sensations that welled in me when he was near. I'd do anything to help my son, but that didn't mean I wouldn't try to protect myself too, from a broken heart.
Nate. The waitress set our meals on the table, giving me a minute to study Emily's face. I wished I knew what was going on behind her guarded expression. Her concern suggested that she was seriously considering my proposal, that she had thought about it. She might even be close to agreeing. What did I need to do to help her decide? From a practical standpoint, I knew her best choice was to marry me. She needed the insurance and stability I could provide, but that wasn't all of it. I liked seeing her across the table from me. I liked the idea of her being in my home. Matthew, too. The notion that we could live together as a family had unexpectedly taken hold of me. Everything hinged on my ability to convince her. That was what this lunch was about, and I had to take advantage of the time. While we ate, we talked about other topics, including Matthew in the conversation. Matthew and I finished off our burgers and fries, while Emily picked at her salad. When Matthew returned to his coloring book with the promise of pie later, I broached the topic again. "What can I do to assure you that this is the best choice?" I asked, getting straight to the topic. Her eyes widened at my blunt words. "Do you really think it is?" "Yes." My answer was immediate. I could make her life better, and wasn't that one of the purposes of marriage? I tried to set aside my own desire for her that had skyrocketed in the past days and focus on what she would get from the marriage. "You can have your own bedroom and bathroom at my place. I don't expect—" I didn't need to say it. I didn't expect we would be man and wife in the bedroom, even if my groin tightened at the thought of sleeping with her. Where had that come from? How had I gone from liking my kid brother's mother to wanting to bed her? Those dreams. She looked down, carefully placing her fork alongside her plate before responding. "I appreciate that, but isn't your place a two-bedroom? Matthew needs his rest." "I can bunk in the den," I said. The tiny room had a futon. It would do. It also had the advantage of being on the opposite side of the house from the master bedroom, which would reduce my temptation. But the thought of her in my bed had my temperature rising and my imagination working overtime. "Okay, I think that can work." She wet her lips before continuing, a motion that had my full attention. "I want to be the one to make the decisions about Matthew's care. He's your brother, and you'll be on paper as his stepfather, but he's my son. We can talk about options, but I get the final say." "I'm fine with that," I agreed readily, knowing that she would always make the best decision for my kid brother. She loved Matthew as much as I did. "What else, Emily?" "We'll have to do something about your house." I shot her a confused look and glanced to where Matthew had his head bent over his picture. "Huh. You know, put up some artwork and add color. It needs to be homier. Right now, it's dull." I laughed at her assessment. My house suited me, but if it made her happy to change things, I was willing. "We can discuss that more, but I don't have a problem with some prints on the walls. I've just never bothered." I got a tiny smile then and could tell she was warming to my proposal. "Almost there." She asked about a few more household issues, all responsibilities I was willing to split with her. Finally, I thought she was just about out of excuses to refuse me. "What are you talking about?" Matthew held a crayon in his hands, but his gaze shifted between Emily and me. The kid was more perceptive than I gave him credit for. I grinned at him. "I'm trying to convince your mom to marry me so we can be a family." It was an underhanded ploy, I knew that. Matthew was bound to be excited about the idea, and Emily found it hard to say no to her son. I didn't miss Emily's eye roll, but I couldn't bring myself to feel sorry. I wasn't willing to take no for an answer, even if that meant playing a little dirty. Using Matthew was doing just that, but all of this was for him, to assure his health. Yep, entirely for Matthew, and not at all for me, no matter what the surge of excitement in the pit of my belly said. "Mom, that would be totally cool." Matthew turned to her, getting up on his knees in the booth. "You should marry him, and we can be together all the time." "Would you like that?" Emily asked, smiling at the boy. "More than anything." Matthew was almost vibrating with excitement. "Well then, I guess I'll accept," she said, her tone casual. "If you want it, then so do I." She looked at me, her lush lips turned up at the corners. I wanted to pull her out of the booth and into my arms in celebration as my heart hammered away in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nerves and not something more. But I was happy, maybe too happy. She'd accepted my proposal. "We better plan a wedding," I said, carefully controlling my reaction. And soon.
Chapter 7. Emily. How handsome you are. My mother hugged Matthew in the corridor of City Hall. He tugged at the unfamiliar jacket of his little suit. She had shown up at my townhouse the evening before with the navy suit for Matthew and a beautiful white dress for me. I'd tried to refuse the gifts, but my mother would have none of it, insisting that it was her wedding present to us. I was grateful. The weather was still warm, even though it was November, so I'd been debating between 2 floral sundresses, but the knee-length A-line white dress was perfect. It had tiny cap sleeves and a lace bodice with a sweetheart neckline and a keyhole cut out in back. I'd added silver dangly earrings and a wide silver bracelet. My stiletto pumps were pink suede, not at all practical, but so pretty. I felt almost like a bride. "Thanks again, Mom," I said as my mother kissed my cheek and smoothed my updo. I'd swept up my dark hair in a loose bun, letting tendrils fall around my face. "It's not every day my little girl gets married," she said. My mother was so excited for me, even though she knew the truth about this marriage. I felt I had to dampen some of that enthusiasm. I had to stay grounded and not give in to the fantasy that this was my real wedding day. There would be another one someday when I found my prince charming. "Mom, it's not..." "For real," I silently finished. My mother smiled at me and knelt to adjust Matthew's tie. One day, I thought, this would be real for me. I looked at the other couples waiting their turns for the judge to marry them. They were all so clearly in love. One groom stole a kiss, and his bride playfully swatted at him. Another pair stood holding hands, just looking at each other. I watched as the man raised his future wife's hand to his lips and kissed it. Others had their arms around each other as they chatted with family members. Laughter and smiles surrounded me, the symbols of the fairy tale love I'd been hoping for since I was little. I felt a flutter in my stomach, as if 1,000 butterflies had taken flight. I wanted true love and happily ever after. But it wasn't to be this time, I reminded myself on a sigh. This time it was for Matthew. I could never live with myself if he couldn't get the medical attention he needed because I was too selfish to go through with a marriage of convenience. I looked down at where Matthew stood next to me. He gave me a toothy grin. I'd do anything for him. His eyes shifted to look behind me, and his grin broadened. I felt a light touch on my arm and turned to see Nate. I hadn't been sure if he'd wear his dress uniform or a suit. He'd chosen a navy blue suit with a crisp white shirt and silver tie, and he looked so fine that all my reservations disappeared. Being married to him would be no hardship. "I'm sorry if I'm late. I stopped at a flower shop on my way," he said, producing a small bouquet from behind his back. "Every bride should have flowers." "Oh, thank you," I whispered, accepting the bouquet of pink and white roses. Their stems were tied together with a long satin ribbon. I lifted the flowers to my face, taking in their scent. It was so sweet of him, so thoughtful that I felt a catch in my throat. "Are you ready to do this?" His voice was pitched low, so only I could hear. "I am," I responded, feeling a boost of confidence. Nate might not be my dream man, but he knew how to act and look the part. And while I knew better than to expect his love, I knew he was a good and honorable man, and that I could trust and rely on him. This could work for as long as it needed to. The door to the judge's chamber opened and a woman stepped out. "Nathan Shaw and Emily Edwards," she called out with a smile. "It's time." "Yippee!" Matthew raced for the open door. "They're going to get married," he announced to the woman. Nate followed Matthew, catching up to him and squatting down to say something to the boy that I couldn't hear. What was that about? I glanced at my mom, who was silently wiping a tear from her eye. "Mom?" "I love weddings," she said in explanation. "And you look so beautiful."
Nate. Her mother's comment was the understatement of the century, I decided as I took Emily's arm. She was gorgeous, unbelievably so, in the white dress. As usual, she'd adorned the simple dress, making it her own with her jewelry and how she'd done her hair. I could hardly look away, and I had to tell her. "You are beautiful," I said, as we went through the door into the judge's chamber. She looked up at me from under thick lashes, and I had to remind myself that this was a fake wedding. That was what we had agreed to for Matthew's sake. Emily didn't really want me as a husband. She'd only accepted my proposal because it made Matthew's life better. It was a messy arrangement, potentially very complicated. And the last thing I needed to do was fall for her, but it would be so easy. I gave myself a mental shake. I needed to get my head on straight and go into this with my eyes open. That was the only way to avoid someone getting hurt. Inside the chamber, the robed judge stood in front of a large desk. One of the court clerks acted as witness along with Emily's mom, and the service began. I turned to Emily, taking her hand in mine as I listened to the familiar words I'd heard at so many other weddings. It felt different when they were directed to me. "We are gathered together here in the presence of these witnesses," the judge intoned, "to join this man and this woman in matrimony, which is an honorable estate, which is not to be entered in unadvisedly or lightly, but reverently and discreetly." I had a moment of misgiving at the judge's use of adverbs, but I reminded myself that I wasn't taking this responsibility lightly despite the rush. I knew I wouldn't regret this decision, and that I'd be as good a husband to Emily as I could be, given the circumstances. Still, I felt a twinge when the judge asked if anyone knew just cause or reason we should not marry. I did, but no way was I going to say it. I shouldn't marry her because she didn't love me, and I didn't love her. She was a woman who deserved love and happiness that I couldn't give her. As I dressed, I'd taken a moment to wonder what my mother would say. She'd loved and trusted Emily enough to leave her toddler son to her. No greater vote of confidence existed. My mother would have approved of our union, but she'd have been disappointed we were doing it out of necessity and not love. It was hard for me to remember the necessity as I gazed into Emily's eyes and repeated my vows at the judge's prompting. "I, Nathan Anthony Shaw, take thee, Emily Amelia, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, from this day forward until death do us part." "Here's your moment, little man," I said to my kid brother. As if he'd done it 1,000 times, Matthew pulled a jewelry box from his suit pocket, opened it, and held it out to me. "Thanks." I slipped a slim silver band on Emily's finger, followed by an engagement ring. The diamond wasn't large, but the rings interlocked, and I thought they were pretty together. Her tiny gasp and her expression when she looked from her hand to my face told me I'd done well. She was pleased and surprised, and so beautiful it took my breath away. "I, Emily Amelia Edwards, take—" Her voice trembled as she spoke. Nerves, happiness. I couldn't tell, but she spoke her vows without hesitation, committing to me. "Mom, you need this," Matthew whispered, as he handed her another ring, this one from his other pocket. "Thank you." Emily handed her mother the bouquet and stooped to kiss her son's forehead before taking the ring and placing it on my finger. I'd purchased the set that morning, wondering at the time if I was being foolish. It didn't feel like it when I wore the ring. It felt real, even though I knew it couldn't be. There was a genuine relationship between us, but not the kind that usually came with vows and rings. At that moment, it didn't matter. "Now," the judge said, "by the authority vested in me by the state of Virginia, I pronounce you to be husband and wife, and extend to you my best wishes for a successful and happy married life together. You may kiss the bride." I'd completely forgotten about that part of the ceremony. How was that possible? We should have discussed it. What if— She gave me a smile and a tiny nod, making my worry disappear. She leaned closer, her full lips slightly parted in invitation, one that I wasn't going to turn down. I squeezed Emily's hand and lowered my lips to hers. Just as in my dreams, hers were soft and sweet and perfect under mine. I could have kissed her forever, but I kept it brief, a few seconds, knowing it was best if I didn't get carried away. In truth, I wanted to yank her to me and explore the desire that rushed through me at our contact. But I knew I couldn't. She might be my wife, but that part of her would never be mine.
Chapter 8. Emily. Back at my townhouse, I needed a minute to collect myself and use the excuse of helping Matthew change into play clothes to leave my mother and Nate downstairs. He was still bouncing with excitement as I undid his tie and hung up the navy suit jacket. When we move in with Nate, I get to take my stuff, right? There was the tiniest bit of concern in his tone. Of course, I assured him, reminding myself that not only my life had changed that day. At the courthouse, it had seemed surreal when the judge and witness congratulated us. We'd signed the marriage license and were back out in the corridor where other couples waited in less than 10 minutes. And now, I was married. I looked down at my left hand where the engagement and wedding rings interlocked. Nate had thought of everything, except the kiss. I could tell that had taken him by surprise. Me too, if I was honest. The thought of his mouth on mine made my lips tingle again, and I felt a blush rise in my cheeks. Stop being silly, I ordered myself. I was married now, not some girl longing after a fairy tale prince. Can I watch TV? Matthew asked when he was in jeans and a t-shirt. He'd been so good throughout the ceremony that I immediately agreed. I took my time, picking up Matthew's discarded clothing before going back downstairs where I could hear my mother and Nate talking in the kitchen. There you are, my mother greeted me. I've got the champagne ready. Nate, will you do the honors? She handed him the bottle while she pulled glasses from the cabinet. I wasn't at all sure champagne was warranted. Mom, maybe we shouldn't. The pop from the cork echoed. It had always been one of my favorite sounds, but this wasn't a real wedding. I'll have none of that, she said, stopping my objection as she poured the bubbly into 3 glasses and handed them out. To the bride and groom, this may not be a traditional marriage, but it is an arrangement worth celebrating since so much good will come from it. My mother was right, so I clinked my glass against Nate's and took a swallow of champagne. To my lovely bride, Nate toasted me. I searched for sarcasm in his words, but there was none. To my handsome groom, I said, tapping my glass to his again and seeing a spark of gold in his brown eyes. Now, I want you to go out to dinner at a nice place. I'll stay with Matthew. Oh, Mom, you don't need to do that. I glanced at Nate. We can make something here. I insist. The 2 of you should go celebrate your union. I like that idea. Thank you, Karina, Nate said, touching my arm as he walked past me. I need to make a call. I'll be back soon. A second later, I heard the front door close. Was he canceling plans he'd already made with someone else? This wasn't a real marriage, but I'd assumed, what if he was... He's not two-timing you. My mother cut to the chase. I don't think he ever will. If he is, I have no right to complain, I said, my heart aching. I'm getting all the benefits from this marriage. He shouldn't have to rearrange his whole life just to do me a favor. I had no control over what he did, other than the things we'd agreed on. He's not interested in seeing anyone else, sweetie, my mother declared. That's not the type of man he is, especially given the way he looks at you. I'd seen that too when Nate arrived at the courthouse. I'd felt as beautiful as he'd said I was. And my mother was right about his character. Nate was too upstanding to cheat on me. I needed to relax, but things had been such a roller coaster lately with Matthew's illness and the shady doctor. I was finding it difficult to trust my own judgment. About this going out, though, I said. Don't start with me, my mother admonished gently. The 2 of you have to work together as a team for so many reasons. It takes time to build that kind of trust, and sometimes it's best done without little ears around. Go put on a different dress. Something that says I'm celebrating. Okay, you convinced me. My mother was wise. I had known that since I was a little girl. Feeling more hopeful than I had in a long time, I went up to my room and opened the closet. I loved the white dress my mother had purchased for me, but a night out called for something different. I selected and discarded a flowy pink dress and a red one I'd worn for a New Year's Eve party before landing on an off-the-shoulder little black dress. The clingy fabric followed the contours of my figure and ended several inches above my knee. I switched my jewelry to bolder pieces and unpinned my hair, letting the soft waves fall around my face. I added red lipstick and an extra coating of mascara. Shoes? I reached for a box in the back of my closet. 2 years before, in a completely extravagant moment, I'd purchased a pair of crocodile green embossed Jimmy Choo pumps with 5-inch stiletto heels. I'd immediately felt guilty about buying them, but they were on sale and couldn't be returned, so I'd put them away for a special occasion. My wedding day. My first wedding day. Seemed the perfect time to slip them on my feet. I felt a boost of confidence as I grabbed a black clutch and a sparkly wrap and went down the stairs. I'd just reached the bottom step when Nate re-entered the house. We looked at each other, and I had the satisfaction of watching his jaw drop. Wow, he breathed as his eyes traveled over me. I felt sexy and alive, exactly what a bride should feel on the evening of her wedding. All my worries dropped away, forgotten in the wake of the admiration on his face.
Nate, be good for Grandma. Emily leaned down to kiss Matthew's forehead, giving me a view that made my mouth water. Her shapely legs and rounded butt were sculpted by the dress's curves. The back view was almost as good as the front. I'd felt like a guy in a cartoon, slack-jawed by a woman's sexy beauty. Have fun and don't hurry back, Karina said to us at the door. Matthew is going to introduce me to the Transformers movie. Thanks, I said as I touched Emily's back to guide her out. At the car, I opened her door and waited for her to step in. The already short skirt rode up a few more inches, exposing her thighs. Going out with her suddenly seemed like a dangerous idea, considering how amazing she looked. But it's worth the risk, I decided, with a chuckle as I slid onto the driver's seat. Do you know where we're going? I made a few calls, I said, explaining why I'd stepped outside. Do you have connections? Sort of. I didn't capitalize on my uniform often, but a dinner reservation with my bride on my wedding day seemed like a good time to pull some strings. A former SEAL owns a place not far from here. Laurenti's. I've heard of it, she said. But I've never been. It's supposed to be good. A few minutes later, we pulled up in front of the restaurant. I was almost jealous of the valet who got to hand Emily from the car, but I consoled myself when she walked into the restaurant on my arm. Former Lieutenant Commander Antonio Laurenti met us at the door. It's good to see you, Shaw. I shook hands with the restaurant owner. Introduce me to your wife. This is Emily Edwards. Shaw, I added, too late to escape the notice of the former SEAL. It's all new, I explained hastily. We got married today. Congratulations, then. May I kiss the bride? He asked. Laurenti wasn't asking me. His question was directed at Emily. She gave him a nod and he kissed her cheek. I felt a spike of jealousy that was completely unfounded, but potent nonetheless. This way. Laurenti led us to a table tucked in an alcove before wishing us well and calling for the sommelier to bring us champagne. Round 2, I commented. I don't mind, Emily said, looking around. It's beautiful in here. I had no idea. I glanced around. I'd never been to Italy, but I imagined the decor was similar to restaurants in Tuscany. The walls were a mellow gold. The dark hardwood floors gleamed. Prints of the Italian countryside covered the walls. I supposed she saw it all differently, with her artistic eye. To me, it just looked nice, but I didn't really understand things like composition, or why the pictures had been arranged just so. I did notice other things, like how the candlelight made her dark complexion glow and her hair shine. And don't get me started on that dress. Now that she'd taken off her wrap, I could see that the off-the-shoulder style exposed her silky skin I wanted to touch so badly. I yanked myself back. The last thing I wanted to do was make her uncomfortable. I forced myself to make small talk while the champagne was served along with a tray of olives and cheese. Laurenti sent word through the waiter that he would select our meal. I guess we don't get a choice. I don't mind. I'm sure everything's delicious, Emily said with a laugh. I didn't care about the food. Sitting across the table from her felt absolutely magical. Maybe it was the leftover atmosphere from the day, but I couldn't shake the idea that this day would go down as one of the most perfect of my life. This is wonderful, and such a pleasant change. I don't get out much. Emily snagged an olive and popped it in her mouth. Matthew? Caring for a sick kid had to be time-consuming. She nodded. Between him and my work, there aren't many hours left in the day. Did that mean she hadn't dated recently? I'd never been aware of any men she'd been with, but it wasn't like I'd ever asked. I'd considered that none of my business until now. Something of my curiosity must have shown in my expression. I haven't even been on a coffee date in almost a year, she said. Part of your high expectations. No man measures up? Sort of, but mostly it's an issue of time. If I don't have the time in my schedule to really dedicate myself to a relationship, then what's the point? I am a bit of a romantic. I always have been. She took another sip of her champagne. When I was a girl, I kept a wedding scrapbook. What's that? I leaned closer, intrigued. You know, she said, her cheeks turning a soft pink. No idea. She sighed. It's where girls keep pictures of things they'd like at their weddings. Mine was carefully organized. I had a section for the gowns and shoes, another for possible themes and reception ideas, and even one for honeymoon destinations. What was in that part? I'd always thought the honeymoon was the groom's job to plan. I've always wanted to go to San Francisco. I must have given her a look because she chuckled in a self-deprecating kind of way. I know it's not a typical honeymoon destination, but I've never been, and the movies make it seem dreamy. The parts of San Francisco I'd spent time in were bases where nothing was romantic, but I knew that the city itself had appeal. I'd have thought she'd want someplace more exotic. Anyway, she continued when our antipasto arrived and we were eating bruschetta on pieces of crispy bread. I would never have imagined that I'd marry my son's brother. It sounds kind of weird. It might to strangers who didn't know our circumstances. To me, it sounded right. I still worried, though. She had big expectations for love and marriage. Even though I'd been upfront about what I was offering, I was going to disappoint her there, I feared. What about you? Have you been dating anyone lately? I saw her forehead wrinkle, betraying her anxiety. I should have told her that up front and prevented her worry. No, there's no one. I'm not into serious relationships, until now. I should probably explain about my philosophy when it came to women. I never planned on marrying. Ever? She asked, her brows rising. Ever, I confirmed. I never go on more than 2 dates with the same woman. My buddies called me 2-Date Nate, not that I was going to tell Emily that. 2 dates? Really? Definitely. The first date is to see if you get along. The second date is just for fun. I saw no reason to mention exactly what kind of fun. But the third date is when it gets serious, which is why I never let it get that far. No woman could claim I led them on. Our conversation paused as the waiter put bowls of creamy risotto in front of us. Emily was watching me closely, an amused expression on her face. So does this count as our first date? She asked when we were alone again. Her lips twitched in the hint of a smile. I'd had trouble looking away from her lips earlier. The red lipstick brought out their fullness, making me think of our wedding kiss. Was she teasing or serious? I didn't know, but I was happy to be with her. Since we got married today, I answered, this must count as date number 1. How am I doing? Any chance at a second date? Of course, there was no chance of a second date hookup. I wouldn't take advantage of her in that way, despite the temptation she presented. But a second date did sound fun. This date had certainly shown that we got along. I guess I'll have to wait to see if you ask me, Mr. Shaw, she replied, batting her eyelashes at me. I think you can count on that, I replied with a wink. Mrs. Shaw.
Chapter 9. Emily. I've got half clothes and half toys in this one, Nate said after opening a box. I'm sorry. I just tossed stuff in boxes to get everything packed in a hurry. I'll take care of it. The moving truck had picked up all my belongings at my place that morning and dropped everything off at Nate's ranch house in the afternoon. I had to get some of it unpacked so we could walk through the house. I don't mind. Nate unsealed another box, sounding as though he minded very much. Kitchen, I think. He pulled out a spatula and a sofa pillow. Or not. His voice was tight with annoyance. On our wedding day, just 72 hours ago, everything had seemed good between us. The ceremony was lovely, and our dinner out made me hopeful about this arrangement. Doubts were piling up now. Trying to merge our households was tougher than it seemed, and tonight, Matthew and I would stay with Nate for the first time. I still didn't know how that would work. Seriously, just go for a run or something. I've got this, I reiterated. With a couple hours to myself, I could make real progress. Already did that today. Run, I mean. Then take Matthew to get ice cream, I suggested. Matthew was playing quietly in his room, which was one thing to be thankful for, but he'd appreciate an outing. Maybe later. I want to get you two settled and deal with all this. He gestured to the moving cartons that covered his living room floor. He peered in the top of another box. Boy, he has a lot of toys. I know, I'm sorry. My mother spoils him, I explained. She brings him something every Sunday when she comes for dinner. Personally, I thought it was sweet how strongly my mother had taken to her adopted grandson, but it did result in a lot of toys. There's room here at least, since you don't have much furniture. His living room decor consisted of a couch and a television stand. The Eden kitchen had a table for 2. Fortunately, I'd brought my dining room set, which was currently crowding out his. I'd only taken a cursory look in the master bedroom, but it appeared to have a bed and one dresser. How did he live with so little? I'm used to it this way, he commented. I like to keep things simple. Oh, this is going to be a problem, I realized. I couldn't imagine living without my things. Prints on the walls, my favorite Afghan on the back of the couch, cool artsy pieces I'd picked up and others I'd made myself. They were part of who I was as an individual. His house was bland, and I needed color to live. It fed my soul and made me happy. I felt it had the same effect on Matthew, and he needed every advantage he could get while he struggled with the illness. Nate, you agreed that I could decorate, I reminded him softly. I didn't want to fight with him, but that had been one of my conditions before agreeing to our marriage. I know. His tone wasn't cordial. I just don't see why you need so much stuff. I considered letting his comment go, but I was a believer in the adage that you have to begin as you intend to go on. I hated having to defend my need for things, but it was better to tackle the issue today than down the road. For one, Matthew needs more stimulation than a couch and television can provide, I said, earning a scowl from Nate. I want him to be comfortable, which means having the possessions he's used to. Fine, he conceded, still digging through a box. Does it take this much to make a 4-year-old comfortable? I have to live here too. I kept my tone firm. Many of these things are important to me. He dumped a stack of mail, mostly bills, on the floor as I spoke, irritating me. Are you hearing me? Every word. He pulled out 2 small prints that had hung in my kitchen, and a scrap of paper fell out from between them. If you would just let me... What the? He interrupted me, holding the paper between his fingers while he read it. His dark eyes had turned black when he looked at me. Oh no, it was the threat from the doctor. I felt the blood drain from my face as I clutched the wall to steady myself.
Nate. Instinctively, I reached for Emily as her skin went pale and she teetered, but she knocked my hand away and leaned against the wall. I looked at the note again to make sure I'd read it correctly. Be careful who you talk to. We're watching. Where had the note come from? Who had sent it to her? From her reaction, she was well aware of the contents, and she was clearly horrified that I'd found it. You need to explain this, I said, the paper gripped between my fingers. It's nothing. Give it to me. She held out a shaky hand to take it. Please. No. Every synapse in my brain that alerted me to danger was firing. This is something. Tell me, Emily. I thought back to the sleepless night she'd had when Matthew had stayed with me. The following morning, she'd seemed haunted by something. I'd assumed it was the fear of Matthew's cancer and the stack of unpaid medical bills. The note made me suspect there was more to it. She rubbed her arms with her hands as though cold. Don't move, I ordered, which was probably unnecessary since she seemed rooted in place. I cleared boxes from the couch and waved her over. She didn't budge, so I went to her. Walk to the couch or I'll carry you there. I was just about to pick her up when she started moving. Staying close, I hovered near her for fear she'd collapse until we were both seated. Who gave you the note? I asked, but she pressed her lips together, shaking her head. I can't help you unless you confide in me. I don't need help, she insisted with a stubborn lift of her chin. I held up the paper, silently disagreeing with her. She huffed out a sigh. I didn't want you to get involved. Emily, we're going to sit on this couch until I know the details. I don't care how long that takes. A good chunk of a SEAL's job was waiting until the timing was right. I had the obstinate patience to stay until she came clean. She dropped her head in her hands, making me want to take her in my arms and comfort her, but I kept the little distance between us, sensing my touch wouldn't be welcome right now. After a moment, she lifted her head. Okay, but you have to promise not to do anything. I'm not making that promise until I know what's going on. An idea leaped into my head from my first day of leave when we'd met in the park. She'd expressed concern about the cancer clinic, but she'd been vague about her reasons. Does this have something to do with Matthew's old doctor? She gave me a fearful look. What makes you think that? There's a reason you pulled Matthew from the clinic in the middle of his treatments, I said. She must have had a powerful motivation for ending the treatment when it was working so well. I should have questioned her about it before now. You're right, she admitted in a shaky voice. What frightened you? I gentled my tone, trying to coax the story from her. About 2 weeks before you got home, she said, her words halting at first. I stopped at the clinic after hours to drop a payment in the box. When I got there, lights were on inside the office area, so I walked up, thinking I would turn the payment over in person. And I think I saw, the doctor give a package of drugs to 3 men. What makes you think drugs were being exchanged? They handed him cash, and after he took their money, the doctor got the package from a locked medicine cabinet, she explained. I don't know if he's smuggling drugs, or maybe he's distributing illegally, but something was off. Did you go inside? Please, God, let her have the sense not to have done that. No, I saw it through the window. I ran away as soon as I realized what was going on, but Dr. Albright saw me and chased me to my car. Her voice trailed off to a whisper. And he threatened you? At her nod, my fists clenched. He told me not to tell anyone, and I haven't. Not until just now. But I couldn't take Matthew back there for fear of what the doctor would do to him. I knew what I was going to do, and it started with ripping the doctor limb from limb. But my anger wouldn't help Emily, so I put a clamp on it, for now. You see now why I had to find another doctor, she pleaded. I'd never doubted her decision, but I needed to piece together everything that had happened. "When did you get the note?" "The night you had Matthew," she answered. I'd had several calls with just silence on the other end, just to scare me, I think. Then the note was put through the letter slot. I was terrified. "You should have called me. I would have been there for you." I knew how to protect an asset, and that was exactly what Emily and Matthew were to me. "I couldn't. I think the doctor has someone watching me. They must have seen us meet in the park. Maybe they assumed I was giving you information about what I saw. I don't know how to deal with this, Nate. Have there been other threats?" I needed to know what we were up against. "Nothing since the day before the wedding. That was the last time I got a phone call. There haven't been any more notes. I hope they've just forgotten about me. I didn't think that likely. Have you spoken to the police? Called a tip line?" There were anonymous ways to turn someone in. She shook her head. "He said he had friends in high places, and that no one would believe me if I made any accusations against him." Her face was anguished. "I'm not even 100% sure of what I saw, and if I try to report it, I'll be putting Matthews and my life on the line. I can't do that." She had seen something serious. I'd bet my annual salary on that. No one threatens without a reason. I reached for her hand and squeezed it, feeling terrible for the position she was in. She had so much stress in her life, but I'd vowed to carry her burdens during our marriage ceremony. And I would. "You've got to tell the police." I started with the obvious solution. "I know you're scared, but I'll protect you." "No, absolutely not." She slipped her hand from mine. "I'm not telling, and I'm not dragging you into this. Please just drop it." "I can't do that, Emily," I said honestly. "You have to," she insisted. "Besides, it's probably blown over since I haven't heard anything in days." I bit my tongue, holding in my disagreement. This wasn't over, not for me. I slipped the note into my pocket. I might need it for evidence down the line. Chapter 10. Nate. I tossed the paperwork I'd spent the morning dealing with on the seat next to me. Getting Emily and Matthew on my insurance had taken several forms, including my newly inked marriage license. I still couldn't quite believe I was married, but I was glad all over again that I'd taken this step after a consultation with an insurance advisor. The woman gave me a pamphlet on negotiating cancer treatments and listed what expenses my insurance would cover. Emily was going to be happy. We had only a small deductible and a few copays to cover, and the rest of Matthew's treatments would be taken care of. At another stop, I'd spoken with my commanding officer and requested a paternity leave of absence. I couldn't help wishing for my old CO, Adrian, or his second-in-command, Drake, who had taken over leading the team after Adrian retired. I had a long history with those guys, to the point where there was a built-in shorthand, not to mention a lot of trust. The new CO was fine, but the relationship wasn't there yet. It meant I'd had to do a lot of explaining of how the boy was legally connected to me. My CO didn't comment on the fact that my kid brother was now my stepson, other than with a raised eyebrow. And I got what I'd promised Emily. I had approval to be off duty until Matthew's cancer was in remission. She wasn't going to struggle on her own anymore. I went on our team's group chat to let them know, not wanting them to think I was disappearing on them. As expected, I got plenty of messages of support once I told them what was going on. With my objectives for the day complete, I exited the base and drove several blocks to an address I'd Googled on my phone. I wanted to reconnoiter Matthew's former cancer clinic for myself. Regardless of what I'd told Emily, I had every intention of investigating Dr. Albright and his threats against my family. I'd been taught as a kid to take care of my own. That lesson was further pounded into me during my military training under Adrian's leadership, until it had become second nature. My family consisted of SEAL Team 4, Matthew and Emily, and none of them would face hardship alone while I still breathed. I extended that protection to Emily now, even if she didn't want me to. I pulled up in front of the clinic, quickly assessing the structure. It was a typical-looking medical building for the area. One-story brick facade with recessed windows and professional landscaping. Bland, unthreatening. I parked and walked toward the entrance, noting the window that looked into an office. That must have been the one Emily watched the transaction through. A young couple, the man carrying a little girl, exited through the glass door. The girl had lost her hair like Matthew, and the woman was wiping tears away. She caught me looking at her. "Cancer-free," she announced. "Full remission." She was smiling through her tears of joy. "Congratulations," I said, looking forward to the day when we'd get that news about Matthew. "Go celebrate." "We're going to Busch Gardens." The girl hugged her dad tighter. The mention of the amusement park made me smile. "Have fun." I watched them walk to the parking lot, wondering what we would do to celebrate the end of Matthew's cancer. Something special, definitely. Turning back to the clinic, I went through the door with no particular plan in mind. The inside was as typical as the exterior. There was a small waiting room with vinyl-covered furnishings on the left and a reception desk on the right. Nothing stood out as dangerous or criminal. "Can I help you?" the receptionist asked. "I'd like to speak with Dr. Albright," I requested. The woman frowned at me. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but I have some questions for him." I doubted I'd get a chance to talk to the doctor, but I certainly had plenty of questions. "I'm sorry, the doctor is very busy today," the receptionist declared. "Without an appointment, I can't get you in to see him. Would you like to schedule one, Mr.?" "Not at this time, but thank you." I wasn't comfortable with leaving my name. Since I was probably listed as an emergency contact for Matthew, it wouldn't take much to connect me with my brother and Emily. Playing it safe, I took one last look around before going outside into the bright sunshine. I was on my way to the car when I thought a walk around the back of the clinic might reveal something. The rear of the building was as unremarkable as the front, but a loading dock and storage shed to the side caught my attention. I went to the shed's overhead door first, but it was locked down tight. I tried the main door, same story. Circling the building, I peered in its grime-covered windows. The shed seemed completely empty, with no signs of use at all other than some tire marks on the concrete floor. Unusual to have a storage shed with nothing in it. Something felt off. The bad feeling in my gut after what Emily told me intensified. I took one last look at the front of the shed and noticed a detail I'd missed. The corner of a business card stuck out from under the overhead door. I knelt down, carefully working it loose. A minute later, I dusted the card off. It advertised a place that rented boat slips. The address put it along the waterfront, not far from the clinic. Could be a coincidence. Somehow I didn't think so. As I returned to the car, I pocketed the card. I might need it another day.
Emily. I slid several items from my desk into a large art portfolio. With Matthew's illness, I hadn't been able to use the space I shared with 3 other freelancers as much. With Nate's help in caring for Matthew, I could work from home, so I was clearing out my work table until he recovered. If it weren't for the shady doctor and the confession Nate had forced out of me, I'd be as worry-free as the mom of a cancer patient could be. "We'll miss you around here," Stacy commented, looking up from her computer where she wrote blog and web content. "Thanks. I'll miss you guys too." I looped the string closure on my portfolio and gathered pens from my desk drawer. "But you aren't leaving until you explain the ring I see on your finger," Marlena, a graphic artist, said with a smile. All eyes turned toward me. I'd been hoping to slip out without my office mates noticing that detail, but I should have remembered they were a perceptive lot with an eye for detail. I didn't intend to hide my marriage, but since it was temporary, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It would mean less explaining later. Kind of sudden, wasn't it? "Do you have something to tell us?" Marlena, who was never shy about prying into other people's business, stared pointedly at my stomach. I'm not pregnant. I felt a blush rise on my cheeks. But the wedding was sudden. He's in the Navy, so we had to take advantage of his shore leave. I could say that much without giving them the details. A man in uniform? Nice, Stacy said. He's a great guy. Really special, I said, and I wasn't lying. All that was true about Nate. Living in close quarters with him was interesting. That morning, we'd arrived in the kitchen at the same time. Not thinking, I'd gone to make coffee wearing only my short nightie. He'd given me an appreciative look before suggesting I put on a robe. I'd done better than that and gotten dressed in jeans and a tunic. Must be. You're glowing a little bit. Marlena eyed me. Newlyweds. Stacy fanned herself. When do we meet him? I don't know. I stumbled a bit over the word newlywed. By definition, that was what Nate and I were, but our romantic interactions had been limited to one kiss, not the passion-filled encounters my friends were imagining. I'm going to take some additional time off, maybe work from home a little while Matthew continues his treatments. Poor kid, Stacy said sympathetically. You tell him we're thinking about him. Let us know how he's doing, and if you need anything, Marlena added. I will. Bye. I slipped out the door, managing the portfolio and my briefcase as I headed for the car. I'd just opened the sedan's door when my phone rang. Hoping it was good news about a treatment clinic for Matthew, I answered quickly. Hello? Please be a cancer center. Hi, Emily, it's Marta. My babysitter spoke. Matthew's fine, but something weird just happened. A man stopped by wanting to know about you and Matthew. You didn't let him in, did you? My happy hopes disappeared, and 1,000 terrible scenarios played in my head. Of course not, Marta assured me. I'll be there in 10 minutes, I promised, tossing my things in the car. I didn't want to think about who the man might be and wished I hadn't let Matthew out of my sight. I wouldn't again. Either me or Nate, since we would both be home for the time being, would look after my son. Nate would have looked after Matthew today, but he'd been finishing up paperwork for his leave and for our insurance coverage. Traffic was light, so I reached Marta's house quickly. The sitter, a trusted friend who had helped me with Matthew for the past 2 years, waited for me at the door. He's in the playroom, Marta said as I came up the walk. I didn't want him playing outside. I appreciated her caution, but I had to see my son. Going past Marta, I looked into the playroom where Matthew sat among a heap of Matchbox cars. Hi, Mom, he cried, jumping to his feet and dashing toward me. I picked him up, hugging him tightly. He was safe, but that didn't do much to slow my rapidly beating heart. Have you had a good day? I asked, getting a vigorous nod in reply. Can I play a little longer? He pleaded. Sure, baby. I want to talk to Marta for a minute. I gave him a kiss and stepped back in the hall with Marta. What happened? A man came to the door asking about you and Matthew. I'd never seen him before, and since only you, your mother, and Nate are allowed to pick up Matthew, I was suspicious. What did the man look like? Big guy, a bit thuggish looking. Shaved head, dark clothing. He had a spider tattoo on the side of his neck. Marta gestured to her own throat to indicate where. The word thug made alarm bells go off in my head as I thought of the men who had been with Dr. Albright that night at the clinic. Marta's description could have fit one of them. I had been concentrating on the doctor and hadn't noticed details about the other 3 men. I tried to recall the scene in my head, focusing on the thugs instead of the doctor. I thought one of them had had a tattoo on his neck. If it was the same man, why come here? Was it a reminder that Matthew and I were being watched? Or was the doctor sending me a different kind of message? The thought of what that message might be struck me almost like a blow. Look how easily we can get to your son. I took a breath, not wanting to panic in front of Marta. He left without an argument when I told him that I couldn't help him, Marta said, but I thought you should know right away. The unidentified man didn't need to stick around since he'd already made his point, showing he could kidnap or harm Matthew whenever he wanted to. You did the right thing, I pulled myself together to say. Thanks so much for keeping Matthew safe. I don't know who that was, but it worries me. It's a good thing Matthew will be staying home with you after this. I'll miss him, though. He's such a sweetheart. I thanked Marta again and paid her for the day, promising to call to update her on Matthew's condition. After gathering up his things and giving Marta a hug, I called for Matthew. Time to go, little man. I caught myself using the same pet name for Matthew that Nate did. Ready? Ready. He looped his Power Rangers backpack over his arm and ran for the car. I followed close behind him. After I got him secured in the back seat, I scanned the street, fearful of what I might see. Nothing seemed out of place. As I drove home, I kept watch on the cars around me, carefully noting any people at intersections where I stopped, even though I wasn't sure what I would do if someone approached or attacked me. With relief, I pulled into Nate's driveway on base and hustled Matthew into the house. Fortunately, I'd gotten home ahead of Nate and had a few minutes to calm myself before he arrived. Chapter 11. Emily. The next afternoon, I made my way through the aisles of a grocery store just off the base. The day before, to keep my mind occupied, I'd made a detailed list of food that would fill Nate's fridge and cabinets and provide ingredients for several good meals. Single men, I'd discovered, lived on pasta, frozen dinners, and beer. We needed to do better for Matthew's sake. And anyway, I wanted to cook for Nate as a way of thanking him for all he'd done. He'd given up his bachelor status, his freedom, really, to make sure Matthew had the care he needed and to relieve my burdens. His offer might have seemed crazy at first, but it really had swept my problems away. Well, most of my problems, at least. I hadn't mentioned the incident at the babysitter's house to him because maybe it was nothing. I really, really wanted it to be nothing. I tried to focus on the good instead, which had come in the form of a phone call from one of the clinics I'd contacted. They thought they could work Matthew's treatments into their schedule. After Nate provided the insurance information, the clinic promised to call soon with confirmation. I'd gone to sleep more hopeful than I had in several nights. I'd gotten up that morning with plans to make our lives together better. With my cart loaded with fresh fruits and vegetables and lean proteins, plus a carton of ice cream or two, I headed to the parking lot, already considering what I would make for dinner. I'd just finished loading groceries into my trunk when I heard the squeal of tires on pavement and looked up. A dark-colored SUV bore down on me, its grille and headlights seeming huge as they filled my range of vision. For a second, I was paralyzed with fear. Self-preservation kicked in just in time, and I jumped out of the way, dodging between parked cars as the vehicle sped past. I stared after it as it cut across the parking lot, crashed past a stop sign, and merged into traffic. I stood there, hand over my heart, breathing as though I'd run miles while the SUV disappeared. I hadn't gotten the license plate, I realized, and wasn't even sure of the make and model. All I knew was that it had been inches from hitting me. The SUV shaved so close to me that it had hit my empty cart, sending it spinning across the parking lot. If I hadn't moved... "You okay, lady?" A store employee ran up to me. "I think so," I answered. "Did you see the driver?" Number he was going so fast. We both stared after the SUV. I wanted to ask if the store had surveillance cameras on the parking lot, but I had no justification for requesting to see the video. I wasn't hurt, and my car wasn't damaged. And I'd sound crazy if I told the teenage boy that I thought someone was out to get me. I didn't believe it myself half the time, but it was hard to deny after the events of the past 2 days. "I'll get your trunk. Are you all right to drive?" The teenager closed my trunk. "I don't have far to go. Thanks," I said to him before getting behind the wheel. I gripped it, willing my hands to stop shaking, but adrenaline was still coursing through my veins unchecked. Only one thought was in my head. I have to get home. I put the car in gear and drove home, keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings as I struggled to keep my emotions at bay. Thankfully, Nate had insisted I park in the garage, meaning I didn't have to set foot outside again. I pulled right in and closed the overhead door behind me, shutting the car off before I broke down. I rested my head on the steering wheel and let the tears come. "Do you need help?" Nate opened the door from the house and stepped out, but his question went unfinished when he saw me. Even if I'd tried, I couldn't have hidden my fear this time. "What happened?" Nate yanked open the car door, reaching in and around me to unbuckle my seatbelt. Are you hurt? No, I managed. Just scared. Where's Matthew? In his room, playing. He's fine, he said to my relief. My tears were coming faster now, making it hard to speak. Nate knelt by me, touching my leg and lending me strength. I shouldn't tell him. It would only entangle him even further in my mess. But I couldn't face this alone. I swallowed down my next sob. Someone tried to run me down in the parking lot.
Nate, I swore silently. Emily was literally shaking as she continued to cry. Come with me, sweetheart. I coaxed her from the car, wrapping my arm around her slim waist and guiding her into the house. She was trembling all over, raising my anger to fury. In the living room, I sat on the couch, pulling her onto my lap and keeping my arms around her while she sobbed. I stroked her back, trying to soothe her, to take away some of her fear and calm her. A thought crossed my mind that shouldn't have in that moment as I realized that I liked holding her, liked being the one she turned to. Even if the current circumstances were far from ideal, she felt right in my arms, which was not something I'd have ever expected. We'd carefully avoided any physical contact after our wedding day kiss. Now that I knew what it felt like to have her snugged up next to me, I wouldn't be able to forget it. I touched the curve of her jaw, pressing her more firmly against me. After a few more minutes, her crying quieted to soft hiccups, and she sat up, but made no move to leave my hold. Can you tell me what happened, sweetheart? I used the endearment a second time, and I didn't know why. It just felt natural. She started speaking, in broken sentences at first, until I'd pieced together the story of a dark SUV coming at her in the grocery store parking lot. She'd had to leap out of its path just moments before impact. She could have been hurt, even killed by the vehicle. The thought of that hit me square in the chest. Unconsciously, my grip on her tightened. I've done as they asked. She was finally calmer, her words more coherent. I didn't tell the police. I didn't tell anyone but you, and they couldn't know about that. A wave of guilt washed over me. Had someone seen me snooping around the doctor's office and the shed behind it? If they did and identified me, that could have put a big target on her back. I told no one who I was, but if they were watching her, they might have seen us together. I was going to have to be way more careful as I continued to investigate Dr. Albright. I think it's time you went to the police, I said, knowing that was the next step. No, I can't. Her voice rose in fear. I told you that. He'll know if I do. He as much as said that, and it's clear that he has someone watching me. Otherwise, how would he know when I'd be at the store? She put her feet on the floor and stood, breaking the connection between us. I grasped her hand, unwilling to let her walk away. Stay with me. She hesitated before sitting next to me. I took that as a good sign and put my arm around her shoulders. Something happened yesterday too, she admitted. It might not be related, but I waited, listening carefully as she told me about the unknown man's visit to Matthew's babysitter the day before. Why didn't you tell me? I'd arrived home just after them and had suspected something was off with her, but when Matthew was completely normal, I decided she was still adjusting to our new relationship. It could have been nothing, she insisted, unrelated to what happened today. Emily, you know it wasn't. I stayed calm because I didn't want this to turn into an argument, but despite my gentle tone, fresh tears filled her eyes. You were the target of both those incidents. I'll go with you to the police station, and we'll get an investigation started. No. Her tone was sharp. I've said I'm not doing that, and I meant it. Besides, the SUV today could have been a lot of things. Maybe the driver had had too much to drink or was texting while driving. That happens all the time. She was trying to convince me and herself, but the tears kept coming. I brushed the tears from her face, letting my fingers linger on the soft skin of her cheeks. I hated seeing her so stressed and worried, especially since she was leaving me with very few options to help her. I was hardwired to solve problems, fix situations. I'd do that for anyone, but with the connection between Emily and me, one I was feeling more each day, not acting was like cutting off my air. She turned her head away, breaking the contact between us. I yearned to pull her back into my arms, but she seemed to want space, just as well, since I needed to process what had occurred. Taken together, the two incidents added up to a palpable, escalating threat. Had the driver's intention today been to scare her or harm her? Either way, the next effort could have disastrous results. From what she'd related, only her quick actions had kept her safe today. Until this was resolved, I vowed to be with her whenever she was out of the house, providing all the protection I was capable of. Emily's phone rang in her purse, breaking the silence. She jumped up, moving quickly to where she'd left her purse, and dug for the phone. "Check first," I warned, coming to stand by her and leaning closer to see the caller ID display. If those creeps were calling her again, they were going to get an earful from me. Caution be darned. "It's the new clinic," she said excitedly and answered. "Hello? Yes, it is." Emily turned to me with a huge smile on her lips and nodded. That could only mean one thing. Matthew had been accepted at the clinic and could resume treatment. While I listened, Emily set up the first appointment for the following day. "He's in," she exclaimed as soon as she ended the call, her relief erasing the fear from earlier. "Based on the medical records I sent them, they think he'll only need a few more treatments." Without thinking, I swept her up in my arms for a celebratory hug. She clasped her hands behind my neck, and before I knew it, my lips were on hers. All the emotions of the past hour channeled into the kiss as I deepened it. I tested the seam of her lips with my tongue, surprised when she readily opened for me. I delved into her sweetness, teasing and exploring for what she liked. A soft moan from her encouraged me, and my hands strayed down her back to rest low on her waist, all the while keeping her petite body tight against mine. I was considering laying her on the couch to escalate the kiss when her hands that had been gripping my t-shirt suddenly pushed me back. Not hard, but enough for me to release her. Her dark eyes met mine. They were heavy with passion, but also embarrassed with the realization of what we'd just done. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have," she whispered, her breathing unsteady. "No need to apologize," I said. No need at all. I'd started it, and everything about that kiss had felt right, felt good. We're married after all. This kiss had been nothing like the one on our wedding day. That had been sweet and soft. This one had brimmed with something else, something I shouldn't let myself explore any further. One thing was clear, though. The dynamic between us had shifted, putting me off balance. I felt a bit as I always did before jumping from a plane. Excited for the mission to begin, but cautious too. "I'll go tell Matthew the good news." She backed away, her fingers straying to her full, well-kissed lips. I couldn't look away. Every instinct in me wanted to yank her back to me and finish what we'd started. I held myself in place until she left the room, waiting for my heart rate to go down. Slowly, the hammering smoothed and calmed, but my mind couldn't let go of one thought. Our kiss had been darn near perfect, and that was going to be a problem. Chapter 12. Nate. "Good to see you, man." I stood to greet Gabe with a handshake, gesturing for him to sit across the booth. I had arrived at the local bar first, having offered to buy Gabe a drink to welcome him to town, temporarily, at least. He was getting some special training from the Virginia Beach Police Department and would be staying in the area for the next few weeks. "You too." Gabe slid in across from me and reached for the beer I had already ordered. He had the bottle halfway to his mouth when he slammed it down on the table. "What is that?" Gabe pointed to the wedding band on my finger. "Yeah, I got married," I said. to Emily. Sometimes I still couldn't believe it, but there she was in my house. More than that, she'd been in my arms 3 days ago, and I'd liked it more than I should. Congratulations. Gabe lifted the bottle back up in a toast, and we both drank. I figured it'd be Emily, if anyone. But you? Married just like that? Shocking. I studied my friend. You're not surprised it's Emily? Gabe laughed. She's the only woman you ever talk about. That was probably true. My 2 dates and you're out policy meant I never introduced anyone to my friends. And since I wasn't the type to engage in locker room-style bragging, I rarely talked about women. My connection to Emily was so much greater with Matthew as the bridge between us. I reminded myself that the boy was the reason for our hasty marriage, which had already paid off. The new cancer center had squeezed Matthew in for a treatment the day before. Getting Matthew healthy was all that mattered. Still, I didn't plan to confide in Gabe that my marriage to Emily was one of convenience. Emily and I had agreed to tell no one our true reasons. Only Emily's mother knew. I suppose you're right, I said amiably. The whole thing kind of struck out of the blue. Sure leave romance. Gabe shook his head. What's going to happen when you ship out again? I've got paternity leave, so I'm sticking around until Matthew's better. I don't want to leave Emily to manage that alone. It's hard on her. Gabe gave me an inquisitive look. I'm starting to understand where the sudden attraction came from. You never could stand to see a damsel in distress. I didn't see Emily that way. She was plenty tough enough to weather the storm, but there was no reason for her to face so much on her own. I think I started falling for Emily long before now. My words were for Gabe's benefit, but I acknowledged they were true too. I had cared for Emily for a long time, as my brother's nanny and then adopted mother. I remembered the moment my mother had introduced Emily to me. I'd been knocked backwards by her beauty, but within moments, I'd been blown away by her warm, loving nature, and how amazing she was with Matthew. None of that impression had faded with time or familiarity. I hope the two of you are happy together, Gabe said. Me too, I responded, knowing there was no real long-term chance for me and Emily. That wasn't the plan, after all. I felt a hollowness in my chest at the thought of what lay ahead for us. We'd make sure Matthew was well before dissolving the marriage. Afterward, I would continue to build my career, and she could look for a man who measured up to her high standards for a husband. All I could do was help her before we parted, and that meant making sure she was safe before we parted ways. Since Gabe was a police officer, he might be able to give me some advice on how to handle the threats against Emily. For a moment, I considered the risk of revealing too much. After all, an innocent visit on my part to the clinic might have caused a thug to come to Matthew's babysitter. If I was being watched and they saw me talk to a cop, what would happen? I didn't know, but I had to believe it was worth the risk. I trusted Gabe with my life and wanted his perspective on the best way to keep Emily and Matthew safe. I've got a problem that I want your take on, I said after our orders of burgers and fries arrived. Shoot. Gabe poured ketchup on his food. It would have to be off the record, I continued, my words earning me a quick, penetrating glance. All right, Gabe agreed. There's a problem, potentially criminal, with Matthew's former cancer treatment clinic, particularly the doctor. A guy by the name of Timothy Albright. As we ate our food, I explained about what Emily saw through the clinic window and the threats that had followed, ending with her nearly being struck down in the grocery store parking lot. Several times, Gabe stopped my recitation to ask questions. That's quite a story, Gabe commented after he finished his beer. It's not my shop here, but they seem like good people. I know not everyone in law enforcement is always on the up and up, but most are. You need to get Emily to come talk to the police, particularly the drug task force. They might already have this guy on their radar, or that might be where the dirty cops are. I could imagine it. The officers in that unit had lots of exposure to criminal elements, How much money and pressure would it take to turn even one of them? Can't know that for sure, but the best place to start is still at police headquarters. She's not going to go for that. I imagined her anger if she knew I'd revealed so much to Gabe. She's scared, Gabe, and she thinks that lying low is the best way to keep her safe. But the danger keeps escalating, and it pisses me off. I get that. I'd be upset too, Gabe said, and from the look on his face, I knew he wasn't just agreeing to placate me. Charlotte had had her own issues when she and Gabe were getting together. The creep who had been after Savannah had burned down her bar. It was still in the rebuild process. Let me do some digging around, off the record, to see if I can turn anything up. I'll be discreet, I promise. Thanks. I appreciate that. Knowing someone else was looking into the problem relieved some of my anxiety. Let me buy you another beer. As I raised my hand to attract the server's attention, my phone rang. It's Emily, I said, and answered it. Thank goodness, she said before I could even say hello. Matthew's sick. His fever spiked sky high after I put him to bed. I'm taking him to the hospital. Can you meet me there? Of course, which one? I stood, digging my wallet out and dropping cash onto the table to cover my bill. She gave me the hospital name and hung up. Matthew's sick. Emily's taking him to the hospital. Sorry, man, I gotta go. Good luck, Gabe said. Let me know how he is. Will do. I headed for the door. Outside, I sprinted for my car.
Emily. I paced across the waiting room, peering into the hall periodically and hoping for an update from someone. When I'd reached the emergency room with Matthew and explained his situation, they'd whisked us straight to the pediatric ER. That felt like so long ago, even though it had been less than an hour. I wanted to be with my son, but the hospital wouldn't let me in the examination room until they'd evaluated him further. The only thing I'd heard since was that Matthew would be staying the night. I rushed to the hall when footsteps passed the door. Nate was headed for the nurse's station. I'm looking for my son, Matthew Edwards. My wife took him to the ER, and they said he was up here. Nate spoke rapidly and in a tone that commanded everyone's attention. I was moved by the way he referred to me as his wife and Matthew as his son. I suppose that was the best way to get answers from the nurses, but it reassured me too. I was no longer a single parent with a sick kid. Nate, I called to him, and he spun to face me before rushing back down the hall toward me. Without a word, he folded me in his arms. I leaned my head against him, so happy he was with me. After a moment, I drew back and pulled him into the waiting room that we had to ourselves. Where is he? He asked, keeping hold of my hand. In a room on the next floor up. It's a special emergency ward for kids. They isolated him, though, because he might be contagious. What does he have? Probably a cold or virus. Who knows where he got it? With the chemo treatments, his immune system is compromised, making it hard for him to fight off the smallest infection. Even the usual kid illnesses would be much more severe for Matthew if he was exposed to them. He seemed fine when I left, or I wouldn't have gone, Nate said. I knew that was true and didn't want Nate to feel guilty about not being at home that evening. I'd had to convince him that I'd be safe in our house on the base without him as it was. He seemed a little off to me today, I admitted. But since he'd just had a treatment, I thought that was it. Matthew had been a bit lethargic, so I'd fed him an early dinner and tucked him into bed not long after Nate left to meet his friend. I'd assumed Matthew just needed a good night's sleep, until the sobbing started. I heard him crying and went to check on him. I thought maybe a nightmare, but he was burning up. I was afraid it was the night sweats again. I shivered at the memory of my little boy drenched in sweat, curled up in his bed. The scene reminded me of the symptoms he'd suffered in those tense weeks before he was diagnosed. But it wasn't that. Nate's voice soothed me. I don't think so. Just a high fever. The doctors are trying to bring it down now. Matthew had been burning hot and limp when I'd picked him up and carried him to the car. On the drive to the hospital, he'd moaned in the back seat, each sound making my heart break a little more. I'm so sorry I wasn't there, sweetheart. Nate pulled me against him again and stroked my hair. His touch was comforting, softening the edges of my fear. Nothing could take it away other than hearing from a doctor that Matthew was fine, but having Nate with me made the fear easier to bear. I liked the way he called me sweetheart, too, as if I was precious to him. He didn't mean it that way, of course, but the little word warmed my heart nevertheless. "When will they let us see him?" Nate asked. "I don't know. I'm waiting for someone to give me more information." I hated sitting in these little rooms in hospitals. It always felt as though everyone was busy doing something while I was stuck in slow motion with too many questions and no answers. "I'll go ask the nurses." He loosened his hold on me as if to leave. "I did that 5 minutes before you arrived. They don't know anything new." I put my arms around his waist, drawing us back together. I needed Nate with me. He wouldn't always be there for me, but for now, it felt good to have someone to lend me strength. Chapter 13. Emily. I allowed myself to close my eyes for a moment. I was exhausted, the worry and fear wearing me down. My fingers were laced together with Nate's, but my eyelids had grown heavy. We'd been in the little room for hours with only 2 updates that offered vague assurances of Matthew's welfare. I wanted to see my little boy and make sure he was taken care of and comfortable, but there was no getting past the hospital staff. "Go ahead and sleep," Nate said softly. "I'll be awake if anyone comes in." "Aren't you tired?" "I can go several days on little or no sleep." "All that training," I commented. "Navy SEALs must make great dads for newborns." "I suppose. Rest, sweetheart." He put his arm around me so that my head was cradled against his shoulder. I wouldn't sleep, but I relaxed. As the tension went out of me, my stomach gave a loud growl. "Pretend you didn't hear that," I murmured. "When's the last time you ate?" "I planned to make myself some dinner after Matthew settled for the night." "Never happened." I hadn't thought about it until then. Lunch had been a quick sandwich almost 12 hours ago. "Doesn't matter." "Let's find the hospital's cafeteria," he suggested. "We could do with a walk." "It'll be closed at this hour." The corridor outside the waiting room had long been quiet. The big hospital was all but shut down for the night. "They always have vending machines." He tapped my nose lightly. "We'll eat something terrible for us." I laughed at his tone and then felt instant guilt. How could I laugh when Matthew was so sick? "It's okay to smile," he said as if reading my mind. "It'll make you feel better." He was right, and I liked that he could distract me and lighten the mood, which he seemed to be doing on purpose. "Okay, lead the way," I agreed. We stopped at the nurses' station to let them know where we were going. Nate kept his arm around my waist as we found the elevator and followed the signs to the cafeteria. As predicted, it was closed, but a bank of vending machines was available and there were tables and chairs. It wasn't cozy, but it would do. "We've got a whole cafe to choose from," Nate commented as he studied the selection. "Right here." He gestured like Vanna White on Wheel of Fortune. "We have hot entrees, beef stew, chicken pot pie, mac and cheese. Only 3 minutes in the microwave separates you from a gustatory pleasure." I smirked, amused at his antics. "I can see you have more discriminating tastes." He moved to the next machine. "This might be what you're looking for. Pre-made hamburgers that you warm up, bun and all. Oh, look, a side of fries, too. Just like a trip to your favorite fast food restaurant." I grimaced, unable to imagine eating such a thing from a vending machine. "Still not satisfied," he tisked. He stepped across the aisle to a green machine. "Fruits and vegetables? A salad made." He peered through the glass. "Just 2 days ago. And an apple with only 3 brown spots. You can't go wrong with that." "How about the banana?" I asked, enjoying his little show. He studied the unripe fruit. "Too green. I think it'll clash with your coloring." "Really? I think I'd wear it well." "Shall I get it for you?" He pulled dollar bills from his wallet. "No." I grasped his hand. "Don't waste your money on that." I strolled along to the chips and candy machine. Salt and chocolate sounded good, but that was probably the stress talking. What do you make of this one? I paused in front of a display of soup in sippable containers. Shows promise. He regarded the selection. Classic chicken and stars or butternut squash for the more refined taste buds. I think the tomato basil might do the trick. As the lady wishes. Nate shoved dollar bills into the machine and pressed the button. A cup dropped, and after a minute, hot soup poured into it. What else, sweetheart? I smiled at him. I couldn't help it when he was working so hard to make me happy, and calling me sweetheart. Maybe some crackers. They were a healthier choice than chips and still gave me salt and crunch. Coffee, tea, hot chocolate, or something cold? He'd moved to the drink section. I'll brave the mocha latte. The shot of sugar and caffeine would do me good. You got it. See if you can find us a table. He gestured to the empty room of 50 tables. I think I can manage that. I took the soup and crackers to a nearby table and waited while he brought me the latte and went back for coffee and a turkey and Swiss sandwich for himself. You sure you want to eat that? I asked as he peeled wilted lettuce from it. Better than MREs. He shrugged and took a bite. Look at that real cheese. I think your standards are too low, I observed as I took my first cautious sip of soup. It was surprisingly tasty. True until recently. My wife's been spoiling me with home-cooked meals. The food's been so delicious that I don't know how I'm going to go back in the field. There was that phrase again, my wife. If I weren't so tired, I might blush at the way he used it. Not to mention his praise. I was glad he'd been enjoying the food. I had wanted to give him something back for all that he was doing for me. Cooking, which I enjoyed anyway, was a small way of showing my gratitude. I'd owe him even more after tonight. Nothing about our situation was ideal as we waited for word on Matthew, but Nate was making it more than tolerable. Just being with him comforted me.
Nate, they have pudding in a can. I haven't seen that since elementary school. You sure you don't want some? I asked when she'd finished her soup and drained the latte. A bottle of water, maybe. The color had returned to her cheeks as we ate. I was glad to see. On it, I hopped up. Anything I could do for her, I would. Anything. She'd looked so small and scared in the waiting room that I'd wanted to shoulder all her worries. I would, if she'd let me. I was concerned about Matthew as well, but I'd seen doctors work some amazing feats in my time in the Navy. I had faith they could battle a fever in a 4-year-old kid, even one with serious health problems. I got the water and selected a candy bar we could share before returning to the table. While we'd eaten, I'd kept up a steady banter about mundane, amusing things to keep her mind occupied. One of the guys on my team could be a clown when we had downtime, so I told her about some of his antics, pleased that I'd succeeded in getting her to smile. She'd even laughed outright once. As I sat down and noted her serious expression, I searched my memory for more stories to tell her. Before I could, she reached across the table and touched my hand. Thanks. You don't know what it means having you here with me. I was so scared when I went in his room tonight. I've seen him like that before, but it's been a while, and I'd convinced myself he was doing better. He is. I believed that. True, but he could still face complications like this. I'd sort of put that possibility out of my mind. I was seeing the recovery from cancer as a tunnel we could walk straight through until we got to the light at the end, but there can be some nasty obstacles to getting there. We'll get there. Never for a moment had I thought this cancer would take my brother from me. Maybe I was being overly optimistic about it, but I'd done the research, and remission was the likely outcome, the only outcome I was willing to accept. I couldn't contemplate losing my closest family member. It's just so scary. There's nothing worse than the idea that you might lose your child. She stared at the scarred surface of the table for a second, before speaking again. Once, before your mother died, I took Matthew to the park. He was barely 2, but I took my eyes off him for a minute, and he was gone. I never told your mother. I felt too guilty about it. He couldn't have been far, I said gently, waiting for where this story was going. He wasn't. I found him under a slide, happily playing with some rocks, but it terrified me. Every day of this cancer journey feels like those few minutes when I lost him. I spend half the time hopeful and half terrified of what could be. I guess that's motherhood in general. I'll always be afraid of what could happen to him. He's my boy, and I love him. None of us wants to lose someone we love. The thought of it is just as bad as the reality. When my mom died, I never talked about this with anyone, but she would understand. Her dark eyes met mine, encouraging me. When she died, my life changed. You took on raising Matthew, but I still felt responsible for him, responsible for everything, and I wasn't sure I could handle it without her. My mom was a rock. She never wavered. She didn't, Emily agreed. She surprised me by tracing the tattoo of my mother's name on my arm. I'd gotten the script Helen on my bicep the week after her funeral. I've always thought this was sweet. It had been the least I could do for the woman who had raised me with purpose and love and sent me out into the world. Even when she died, I'd learned that she'd done what was right for me by arranging in her will to give Emily custody of Matthew so I could pursue my dream of being a SEAL. I wanted to ensure that my little brother understood how awesome our mother had been. I'm always afraid I'll fail her. I couldn't believe I'd said that out loud, but it felt safe to do so with Emily, even when her eyebrows rose. "How could you?" she asked. Her fingers, still on my arm, dropped to cover my hand. What if I'm not good enough with Matthew? I was successful in my career, but I was gone so much that I feared I might fail Matthew in some way. "Stop there," Emily's voice was firm. "You're an amazing brother. You've always looked after him. Think of all you've done for him, especially lately." She smiled at me. "You got married, which I know wasn't what you wanted to do, because of Matthew. Sweetheart, don't make that sound heroic. Marrying a beautiful woman is no sacrifice." Her mouth opened slightly, making me think of how good her lips tasted, but I kicked myself when I realized how my statement might embarrass her. That hadn't been my intention. I wanted her to know, though, that I didn't view the obligation I'd taken on as a hardship. As a matter of fact, I was finding it quite the reverse. The intercom on the wall crackled, making us jump. "Would the parents of Matthew Edwards please return to the pediatric emergency room? The parents of Matthew Edwards, please." "That's us," she said, getting to her feet and gathering up wrappers. "What if he's fine?" I cut off her worries. And if Matthew was somehow worse, we'd deal with it together. She had to learn that she was no longer alone. She never had been, even if it had felt that way to her. I regretted putting so much on her while I was off on missions. "I'm sure you're right," she responded, but her body was stiff with tension when I touched her. Chapter 14. Nate. A doctor with gray hair at his temples waited for us in the small room when we returned to the pediatric ER. I braced my arm around Emily's waist, but my worry ended when I noted the doctor's relaxed posture. I'd seen doctors deliver bad news, and their demeanor was completely different. "We're Matthew's parents," I said, and shook the doctor's offered hand. "I'm so sorry we were gone." Emily rushed to speak. "Is Matthew—" "He's doing well," the doctor assured us. "We've got the fever down, and he's comfortable and resting." Emily sagged against me. "Can we take him home then?" "We'd like to keep him for the night," the doctor explained. "It's late, and with his cancer, I think it best if he stays where we can monitor him. You did the right thing by getting him to us so quickly." "Are you moving him to a room? Can I stay with him there?" Emily asked. "Unfortunately, the hospital's pediatric wing is full. We're going to keep him in the ER for the night, which means you can't be with him. The rooms are too small. You should go home for the night. You look exhausted, and there's nothing you can do for Matthew." "It doesn't feel right leaving him without one of us staying," she said, her voice faint. Sweetheart, the doctor's right. You need to rest. I couldn't imagine anyone resting comfortably while spending the night in the small waiting room. I'd do it if she insisted, but I was going to try to persuade her otherwise. I assure you he'll be well taken care of, the doctor promised. Once we got the fever down, Matthew completely charmed the nurses. They were all doting on him. He's asleep now, and I suspect he will be until morning. You can return first thing and see him. If he's still doing well, you'll be able to take him home then. If there's nothing we can do. She looked up at me as if asking for my guidance. I didn't hesitate to make the decision and move this along. Thank you, doctor, I said. Is there a number we can call in the night to check on him? Of course. Stop at the nurse's station. They've got the contact information. Good night. As soon as the doctor walked away, Emily turned to me. Are you sure? Yes. I touched her face, letting my fingers rest on the curve of her jaw. Let's go home. After getting a phone number for the charge nurse, we went to the parking lot. Emily was in no condition to drive, so I decided to leave her car until the next day and drive home together in mine. She didn't argue with me when I guided her to my car. As soon as she sat down, she tipped her head back and closed her eyes. If she went to sleep, I'd carry her into the house and to her bed. I put the car in gear and pulled out of the nearly deserted parking lot. As I did so, headlights came on from a vehicle several rows away. Odd that someone else was leaving the hospital at the exact same time as us, given the late hour. I kept an eye on the rearview mirror as I pulled onto the street. The other car followed right behind us. In the gleam of a streetlight, I could see it was a dark-colored SUV. Was it a coincidence that it was the same type of vehicle that nearly ran Emily down a few days earlier? I stopped at a red light. Just as it went green, I flicked on my signal to turn right. The SUV turned with me. I didn't like the look of that. I made a quick lane change and the vehicle kept pace, speeding up when I did and slowing down to match. Sweetheart. I touched Emily on the shoulder. I think we're being followed by the same SUV that tried to hit you. What? She came awake instantly and turned in her seat. Are you sure? Pretty much. So far, I'd stuck to busier streets, but to reach the base entrance, we had to travel along a deserted section of road. It would be very risky when we had no idea what the SUV's driver might try. But we couldn't play cat and mouse with the driver all night either. I considered returning to the hospital, but I knew a thing or two about defensive driving. I tried a couple more maneuvers to test whether the SUV would stay with me. It did. So that's the way they want to play. If I tell you to get down, do it. Nate, we'll be fine, I assured her, as I made a right onto the mile-long approach to the base. I picked up speed, but the SUV easily came alongside me with its more powerful engine. No matter. I could dodge it if needed, and I was hoping for a glimpse of the driver. I'd already memorized the license plate so I could text the number to Gabe when we got home. The SUV came across the line as if meaning to bump me. I hit the brakes hard, automatically putting out my arm to keep Emily from jolting forward. The SUV shot ahead. Not much farther now. I could see the lights of the base entrance ahead. The gate would be manned, and only personnel and their families would be allowed on at this hour. Oh, no, Emily whispered next to me when the SUV turned sharply, blocking the road in both lanes. No way was I stopping. I put my foot down harder on the accelerator, aiming at the driver's door where I could see a figure silhouetted. What were these guys willing to risk? When the SUV suddenly reversed, I had my answer. I flew past them, arriving at the gate seconds later. I stopped at the guard post and hopped out, turning in time to see the SUV's taillights disappear. "Problem, sir?" the sergeant on duty asked. I showed my identification and responded to the soldier's salute. If a black SUV with a license plate HNC 9602 approaches the base, don't let it on, and notify the police. Yes, sir. I took one last look down the now deserted road before getting back in to drive Emily to the house. She was staring straight ahead, her white-knuckled fingers gripped around the door handle.
Emily. At home, I stumbled out of the car on shaking legs, feeling like the world was spinning around me. I'd experienced the sensation before when I'd had a close call driving, but this time it was more intense. Nate had been fearless and frightening at the same time. I suppose that was the nature of what he did. I'm going to check the house, he said once we were in the kitchen. Stay here. He moved off swiftly and soundlessly as I leaned against the counter, willing my body to calm down. I jumped when he re-entered the room, my hand going to my heart. It's you, I breathed. The house is clear. Come with me. I went with him into the living room and let him pull me down next to him on the couch. I should go to bed, but I was afraid to sleep, afraid to do anything. They can't get to us here, he said as he put his arm around my shoulders. Matthew. I nearly leaped to my feet. He kept me in place. Hospitals have tight security. Nothing's going to happen to him there. I remembered seeing the police officers at the hospital's entrance, and the pediatric ER was off limits to visitors. Still, if someone wanted to get in... No, I'd have to believe that Nate was right, and that Matthew was perfectly safe where he was. Besides, it might be more dangerous for us to return to him. These guys meant to scare us. If they'd wanted to harm us, they could have tonight. How'd you know they'd move when they tried to block us from the base? I'd cringed in the seat when Nate had driven straight at the stopped SUV. They're paid thugs. They wouldn't be willing to risk themselves. He pulled me closer until my head rested in the crook of his shoulder. Don't think about it anymore. Nothing's going to happen to you or Matthew on my watch. His lips brushed my hair as he spoke, soothing me. He smelled so good. His spicy aftershave combined with a scent I could only call male. I nestled closer, wanting more contact with him. He was whispering to me, his words almost indistinguishable except for the comfort they expressed. I let the fear drop away as my emotions shifted to the reality that we were alone in the house. Without thinking, I turned my face into his neck and kissed his warm skin. He didn't jerk away, but I felt his startled movement. I looked up, meeting his eyes. In them, I saw all the questions currently racing inside me. Though we'd only kissed twice, I knew we were both aware of the chemistry between us. What would it hurt to explore the simmering connection between us? I shifted my position, straddling his lap. His eyes, dark brown with the fleck of gold, silently probed mine. In response, I kissed his mouth, taking charge of our kiss by nibbling along his lower lip. He'd led in the past. This time, he seemed too stunned. I tilted back to gauge his interest. Was I making a fool of myself? Perhaps he didn't want me. His expression answered my unspoken questions. He was gazing at me in wonder, so I ran my fingers through his short hair, enjoying the fine texture before bringing my lips back to his. He was with me as our mouths met, and I could no longer say who was leading. All I knew was how much I wanted him. He broke from my mouth to trail kisses down my neck to the edge of my shirt. I reached for the hem of my blouse, ready to yank it off when his hands stopped me. Are you sure this is what you want, Emily? Because once... He didn't have to finish. Once our clothes started coming off, neither one of us would stop, making the outcome inevitable. It had been since the moment we married, I realized. I'd been fighting my attraction to him, and he'd been doing the same with me. I'm sure. I felt more confident in that than I'd felt about anything else that day.
Chapter 15. Nate. As I woke the next morning, I squinted at the familiar walls of my bedroom and marveled at the unfamiliar sensation of Emily in my arms. With her tousled hair and long lashes resting against her cheeks, she was so beautiful. The curve of her shoulder and outline of her breasts were sexy and appealing. I wanted her again. Even waking up with company was rare for me. Normally, I'd have taken off hours ago and not stayed to sleep beside my latest lover. But this was all different. We were married, true, but it wasn't just that. Even without that piece of paper connecting us, I felt something for Emily that made me want to be close to her, even when every instinct was telling me that this was when I was supposed to pull away. I might claim it was because she was vulnerable and needed me. However, when she'd unbuttoned my pants and grasped me, she'd seemed miles away from helpless. She'd made me so, though, helpless to resist her. I'd had plenty of sexual encounters, but none like ours. I couldn't explain what had made it the best sex of my life. After catching my breath on the couch, I'd carried her to the master bedroom she'd been using since our wedding. I'd briefly contemplated leaving her and returning to the futon in the den, but she'd smiled at me as I'd pulled the blankets over her, a smile of invitation. "Stay with me," she'd whispered, making it impossible to deny her. Not that I'd wanted to. "I'll be back in a minute," I'd promised, before returning to the living room to get our clothes and most especially our phones in case the hospital called. When I crawled in with her, she'd snuggled against me, and that was the last thing I remembered before waking. I hadn't slept that soundly in a long time. In the soft morning light, I wanted to wake her, to make slow, sensual love to her, but she needed rest. I closed my eyes, willing my body to calm as well, which was tough with the roundness of her hip pressed into me. During the frenzy of the night before, I hadn't taken the time to explore her as I should have, to pleasure her like she deserved. To get my mind off those possibilities, I started counting backwards from 1,000, focusing on the numbers only. I didn't get far before her phone rang. Her eyes blinked open, settling on me for a moment as a blush made her dark complexion rosy. "Good morning," I said. "I can reach it." I extended my arm across her and retrieved the phone from the nightstand she'd added to my bedroom furniture. The position briefly put me on top of her, as I had been the night before. Like that, she couldn't miss my erection. She scooched away, struggling to sit up, but ended tangled in the sheets. "Hold still." I swiped to answer her call and held the phone to her ear. This close, I could hear the conversation. The caller was the charge nurse from the ER with good news on Matthew. He'd had a comfortable night with no further sign of the fever and was ready to come home. "Thank you," Emily spoke. "We'll be there as soon as we can to get him." At her nod, I moved the phone, touching a button to end the call. "Matthew's doing well." I heard. I wanted to kiss her again, partly in celebration, partly to remind myself of the night and how good it had been. "We should get dressed," she said, breaking into my thoughts. She looked a little apprehensive. I didn't want to embarrass her, but I did wonder how much sexual experience she had. I guessed that waking with a man wasn't a normal occurrence for her. "Right." I moved, freeing her to get out of bed. As she did, I enjoyed the back view of her naked body. I forced a stop to my thoughts as I rolled out of bed as well. I gathered my clothes and retreated to the den before I tumbled her back for round 2. After I dressed, I took a minute to call Gabe with a description of the black SUV and the license plate number. The car chase seemed a million years ago, but the driver was still out there, which meant the threat remained. I had to remain vigilant to protect my little family. The idea of family felt more real to me than it had since my mother's death. Living with Emily and Matthew made me remember the close bond a family could have. It unsettled me a smidge, but I was in no hurry to change my circumstances. I headed to the kitchen to make coffee for us. Emily wasn't there yet, but I set the machine, then got to work adding the cream and sugar she liked to a travel mug as if I did it every day. When had I committed that information to memory? I smiled to myself, guessing that we were starting to act like any married couple. "Do you want anything to eat?" she asked, coming into the kitchen and distracting me from my thoughts. She'd pulled her dark glossy hair into a low ponytail, but that wasn't what held my attention. Her shirt was deep red with a neckline that dipped low enough I could see the hollow between her breasts. She came toward me, reaching around me to pour the freshly brewed coffee into the mugs and snap the lids on. "Let's wait and eat with Matthew," I said, a little stunned how naturally and automatically we interacted with each other. Being with her was second nature. That was good, considering our circumstances. On the other hand, wanting her was starting to feel like second nature too. I didn't know what to make of that.
Emily. I put all worry out of my head when we got home an hour later with Matthew. That morning was about celebrating my son's quick recovery. Matthew was well and excited about my promise of a special breakfast of ice cream sundae waffles. I was going to ignore the obvious lack of nutrition and the super shot of sugar and enjoy the day. "I'll make the waffles," Nate announced when we entered the kitchen. "You know how?" I asked, a little surprised. I placed the bag of sundae toppings we'd stopped to buy on our way home on the counter and looked to where he stood holding Matthew. My insides turned mushy. They were adorable together. Whatever this was with Nate felt absolutely surreal. We'd woken up together like a married couple. If married couples had wild sex on the couch and went to bed naked. I sure hoped they did because it was an experience I wanted to repeat with Nate. "Mom liked waffles," Nate said with a shrug as he swung Matthew to the floor and pulled the waffle maker from a cabinet. "I used to make them for her on her birthday." "What'll I do?" I asked, since cooking was usually my thing. "We'll make the topping bar, Mom," Matthew announced as if that was the most obvious thing ever. "You're so right," I responded. "Let's see what we'll need." I unloaded the shopping bag before eyeing my boy. He wore a pair of pajamas the hospital had given him. "I think you should go change your clothes and wash up before we start cooking. Can you manage on your own?" "Moom." Matthew elongated the word to show his disgust at the insult. "I know how to get dressed." "Take clothes from the middle drawer," I called after him as he went down the hall. "I'm so happy he's better," I continued in a softer tone toward Nate. "Is that the only thing you're happy about this morning?" Nate asked. His back was to me as he gathered ingredients for the waffles. I'd have liked to have read his expression. When we'd first woken up, I'd felt a little embarrassed around him. That feeling was gone now, but I still struggled to read him. Was he inviting me to flirt with him? I hoped so. "I suppose not," I said on a sigh. This time he grinned at me over his shoulder. Did that mean he was pleased with what had happened between us? One way to find out. I went to the counter, picking up the can of whipping cream. After shaking it, I put a little dollop on my finger, and then I got in his way, squeezing myself between him and the counter where he was adding ingredients to a mixing bowl. "I'm curious how this might look on you." I put a pat of the whipping cream on each of his cheeks and brushed the remainder along his lower lip. Then I shook my head as if dissatisfied with my work. "Not your color at all. Let me help you get that off." I leaned closer and swiped my tongue along his cheek, picking up the sweet taste and listening to his low groan. Before I could repeat the process on his other cheek, he gripped my hips, bringing our bodies in contact from our lips down. The kiss was just what I'd been wanting since we got up that morning. His tongue delved into my mouth, rubbing against mine, and I forgot everything until Matthew's off-key singing echoed through the house. "To be continued," Nate whispered as he let me go. I slipped away from him a second before Matthew rounded the corner into the kitchen. He had on his favorite T-Rex shirt and smelled of soap. I couldn't help myself when I gathered Matthew close and hugged him. He let me hold him but soon squirmed away from me to open the refrigerator. "We need chocolate syrup," he announced as Nate poured batter into the waffle maker. "And strawberries," I added. "Do I have to?" He whined. "You like strawberries. But these are ice cream waffles. No fruit," he argued. "Okay. Am I allowed to have fruit with my waffle?" Strawberries and whipped cream with my waffle sounded like a treat to me. "We all get exactly what we want," Matthew declared. "I'll take mustard," Nate said. "You can't put mustard on ice cream." The boy's disgust was evident in his tone. "You said we could have whatever we wanted." Nate opened the machine and slid out the first waffle. Matthew grudgingly took the mustard bottle from the fridge and put it on the table with the other toppings. He was joking, I whispered to Matthew. I think he's fond of butterscotch on ice cream. I heard that, Nate said, coming toward us with a fluffy waffle on a plate. And it's true. Listen to your mother, Matthew. She's a smart woman. Chocolate or vanilla ice cream? I asked with the scoop ready. One of each, Matthew said, just as you wish. I helped him put syrup and candies on his ice cream waffle sundae. I knew he wouldn't finish it, but that wasn't the point. The point was to have fun and breathe freely for a change. I'd noticed how carefully Nate had looked around as we'd driven to and from the hospital. There was no sign of the SUV that morning, but he hadn't let down his guard. I was thankful. With him in my life, I didn't have to worry so much. And Matthew was feeling better. Everything seemed so positive that I allowed myself to be hopeful. It was a luxury I hadn't had in a while, kind of like the swirl of chocolate syrup I added to my breakfast. It was just fun, and I deserved that after the past months. Chapter 16. Emily. Matthew gave another huge yawn as he leaned against Nate on the couch. We'd had a low-key day with movies and a drive around the base. An early bedtime seemed the right thing for the boy who had spent the previous night in the hospital. I fed him a simple dinner of toasted cheese and applesauce and got no argument when I told him it was bedtime. I'll get him to bed, Nate volunteered, picking Matthew up. You stay where you're at. I don't think so, I muttered and made my way to the kitchen. The adults in the house hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I wanted to make something special for Nate as a thank you for all that he'd done for me and Matthew. Without the insurance he now provided us, yesterday's emergency room visit would have been 10 times worse a nightmare. Last night, I'd never had to think about how much we'd owe, which took such a load off my mind. But that wasn't all. He'd made today special by cooking waffles and taking Matthew to see the destroyers and battleships in the naval shipyard. Matthew had come home chattering about them, clearly thrilled to have gotten so close to the big ships. Nate even promised a tour of one on another day when Matthew was up to it. It had been a good family day, something I could get used to. The day needed a good ending. I smiled to myself as I pulled ingredients from the cabinets. If I could choose how it ended, I hoped it would be in my bedroom with a hot, awesome-smelling man sharing my space. I started basmati rice in the steamer and began blending the spices I'd need for butter chicken, an Indian dish I'd learned to make from my mother. As I minced garlic and ginger, I heard the bathtub draining. I assembled the spices, tomatoes, and chicken in a deep saucepan and turned it to simmer while I checked on my guys. I crept down the hall and peeked in Matthew's room. He was already tucked in with Nate sitting on the side of the bed. The sight of them didn't surprise me, but the soft singing did. In all the time I'd spent with Nate before and after his mother's death, I'd never heard his singing voice. It was beautiful, rich and full, as he sang what sounded like a lullaby. I felt as mesmerized as Matthew looked as he stared up at his big brother in admiration. I leaned against the wall, enjoying the sound until he finished. When Nate moved close to kiss Matthew's forehead, I felt tears spring to my eyes. They were so sweet together, and I felt so lucky to have them both in my life. I swiped at the tears and tiptoed into the room. Matthew was already asleep, so I kissed him and walked ahead of Nate to the kitchen. Once we were away from Matthew's room, I turned. You never told me. Told you what? That you could sing. You sound like a professional. The tips of his ears turned pink. The man could blush. Now, that was interesting to know. I'd bet it didn't happen often. I'm not that good, but I used to sing that to Matthew when he was a baby. It seems to soothe him. It worked. But seriously, Nate, your voice is amazing. You should join a choir or something. Can you see me in a choir? He gestured at his muscular build. Why not? I gave him an assessing gaze. You would give the ladies something to look at. He chuckled and shook his head. What's cooking? It smells amazing. Butter chicken. I went to the saucepan on the stove and lifted the lid, sending up a stream of scented air. It's one of the first recipes my mother taught me to make, and it's always been a favorite. He stood next to me, his hand on the small of my back. making me want to lean into him. Since the kiss that morning, we'd had no contact. We'd carefully kept a boundary between us throughout the day, but I wasn't actually certain why. It was not like a kiss exchanged between us would shock Matthew. Or would it? I wasn't sure what he expected since he'd never lived in a traditional household. But then, neither had I or Nate. Did parents kiss in the kitchen? "You didn't have to do all this," he said, applying enough gentle pressure to my back to make me turn into him. I wanted to. I tilted my face up to his, waiting for him. His kiss was soft and romantic, not unlike our wedding day kiss. It made me want more. So much more. He ended the kiss far too soon, but the look in his eyes warmed me. I bent my head down, afraid of what he might see on my face. Was I falling for him? Was that what the sensation rolling through me was? I didn't know, but I liked it. I took a step back and cleared my throat. "Are you hungry?" "It still needs to cook for a while, but I can make an appetizer for us." "That'd be great," he said. "What can I do to help?" "I'd like a glass of wine," I said, pointing to a bottle of red on the counter. "Open and pour, please." I busied myself by taking a tray from a cabinet and pulled together a mixture of crackers, naan, chutney, and cheeses for us to share while dinner finished cooking. I had no idea where the night or our marriage was heading, but being with him felt so right.
Nate, I've never eaten anything that tastes better than it smells, but this does. The chicken dish was a complex blend of several flavors, a few I couldn't identify. Together, they were perfection. Or maybe that came from sitting across the table from Emily. A nanny has to know how to make food appealing. Kids can be picky eaters. You've got that down. Matthew's not picky, is he? Not really. He has favorites, but I can usually get him to eat anything. We'll have to make healthy choices for the next few days to make up for today's breakfast. It made him happy, I said. That was the goal. She sipped her wine. The entire day was great for him, thanks to you. It's my job as his big brother. I was no longer sure how to refer to myself in relation to Matthew. We'd always be brothers, but I'd be considered his stepdad while I was with Emily. I had no idea how long that would be, and I was in no hurry to rush it to completion. It felt right, having Emily as my wife, Matthew as our son. I appreciate it. Will you try to work more now that you have help? I'd seen her portfolio leaning against the wall in my bedroom. We could set up a desk for you, somewhere the light's decent. That's a good idea. If I see a project I want to take on, I will. Right now, nothing's catching my interest, but I'll check the boards where work is posted. I don't quite get the gig economy. I shook my head. People tell me about it, but I like a steady paycheck. There's a lot of freedom in the freelance world. Sometimes I take a project I don't love because the bills are due, but usually I work for people I like, doing what I enjoy. What's your favorite? I wasn't sure I'd ever seen any of her work. How could that be since I'd known her for almost 4 years? I like to draw comics or cartoons. Some companies illustrate instructions or training manuals that way. It makes it more fun. Do you ever draw just for yourself? I'd be fascinated to see what she would create. Sometimes. Lately, well, when Matthew was at Dr. Albright's clinic, I drew cartoons for the other kids who were having cancer treatments. A slight cloud crossed over our dinner with the mention of the shady doctor, but I could see she wanted to tell me more. What kind of cartoons? Whatever the kids wanted. One little boy wanted to ride a dinosaur down the street, so that's what he got. Another girl was obsessed with unicorns, so I drew her as one. I listened to what they liked and tried to give them something that would bring them some joy. It was no big deal. I'm sure it was a big deal to those kids and their parents. I'd even call it heroic. She laughed. Now you've gone too far. I was just happy to do something that would make them smile. You have a big heart. I'd always thought that, especially since 2 years ago, when Emily agreed to raise Matthew. Emily had been just 21 at the time, so young to be taking on such a huge responsibility. And yet she hadn't wavered at all, not even after the cancer diagnosis. I knew now how tough that had been on her, but from the emails and messages I received while overseas, I'd have never guessed. Oh yeah, this woman had a heart of gold. I can't imagine not doing what I can to help others. You would do the same. Look at us all living here together. You made that possible. She had a point. I'd married her to ease her situation, but I didn't see that as a selfless act. Especially not since last night. I wasn't going to accept praise from her. You made this possible. I pointed to my empty plate. I think this meal counts as our third date. Third. She looked doubtful. We only went out once, so wouldn't this count as the second? I'm counting last night's dinner as the second. The hospital vending machines. Her expression was aghast, which was adorable on her. Sure, two people alone sharing an experience, that's a date. I didn't add that we'd gone to bed together afterwards, which was what usually happened on my second date with a woman. Somehow it felt cheap and wrong to think of our night together that way. More had been involved than just sex. The sex had been great, but the word by itself was inadequate. You might be right. I'll concede that this is our third date. Her smile suddenly dipped. Wait, though, didn't you tell me that you always get out before the third one? You said that's when things get serious. It is, I agreed. Her lips parted as she processed the implication. I didn't feel the need to add that what we had was serious to me. Perhaps I could show her instead. I stood and walked to her side of the table. I didn't give her time to react before picking her up from the chair to hold her in my arms. She clasped her hands around my neck and studied me as if unsure what came next. Kiss me, I said, and felt her tighten her hold on me before she brought her lips to mine. When the kiss ended, I carried her to the bedroom, not wanting her to doubt how serious I was.
Chapter 17. Emily. In the bedroom, Nate put me on my feet but didn't let go. He reached behind him, closing the door with a soft click. This shirt has been driving me wild all day, he said, running his finger along the edge of my wrap-style blouse and making my skin tingle. I think you might have planned that. Imagining your reaction may have figured into my clothing choice. As I dressed, I'd teetered between my life as a mom and my newfound role as Nate's lover. Luckily, the red wrap blouse worked for both. Same with the jeans. His other hand slid from my waist down to cup my butt. They're my favorite. A true statement. They were very comfortable. They also did exactly what well-cut jeans were supposed to for my figure. They show your curves. He pressed our lower bodies together. Well, I had to balance the scales somehow. You don't have to do anything to look appealing. It comes naturally. My hands went under the edge of his t-shirt to feel the tight muscles of his core. Not sure about that, sweetheart, but I'm glad it's what you think. His eyes were on my face. I want to undress you, but not like last night. What was wrong with that? I'd loved how we came together, clothes flying and the passion between us. I want us to go slow, take our time. This has been on my mind all day. It was gratifying to know he'd been having the same thoughts as me. I'm not opposed to that, but I would like to take your shirt off. Have at it, he said, lifting his arms to help me. Any boundaries between us seemed gone. I'd never felt so close to anyone. Was I falling in love with him? If that's what this was, it was wonderful. Not at all what I expected, but wonderful. He positioned himself over me, balancing his weight on his elbows and taking my face between his hands. His kiss was long and slow, driving rational thought from my head. I simply wanted him.
Nate. I rolled to my side, easing Emily to the mattress. I'd like to have slept with her on top of me, still joined, but wasn't sure she'd go for that. I'd thought the previous night was the best sex of my life. I needed to revise that judgment, because what just happened between us stripped away any competition. I couldn't even compare being with her to other women. I'd never felt this way, never wanted to please so much, never reveled so deeply in each sound and sensation. What was happening to me? It was like I was living another life on a different planet and didn't know how to negotiate the rules. Was it the way we felt about each other that made everything so much more intense? I cared for Emily. She'd been part of my life for years. Maybe making love with someone you cared about changed the experience. Maybe I was doing what I'd sworn would never happen to me. Was I falling in love with her? I didn't know, which scared me a little. I looked at her face and found her quietly gazing at me. It was still early. The summer sun had just set, leaving a glow of light in the room. "Do you want to finish your wine?" I asked. "I can't move," she said languidly. "But I'm not sleepy either. Let me get it for you." I kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her lips, lingering close to her to enjoy her scent. After a couple minutes, I pulled myself away. "I'll be back." "I'm not going anywhere," she said, as I got out of bed and headed for the bedroom door. "Nice view." I turned in time to see her focus was on my butt. Even better. Her eyes flicked to my face, and I grinned at her. After shrugging on a robe, just in case Matthew came out of his room, I left the bedroom. After cleaning up a bit in the bathroom, I went to the kitchen to retrieve our glasses and the open bottle of wine. I decided we could deal with the dishes in the morning, but I did grab a tin of chocolate chip cookies. "Chocolate and wine," she commented when I returned to the bedroom. She'd rearranged the pillows and was propped against the headboard with the sheet draped over her. "I don't think I've ever eaten in bed before. My mom didn't allow it." "Try it." I refilled her glass and handed it and the cookies to her. Wildly indulgent. She took a sip. So awesome. I wondered if that last comment was meant for the wine or for what had happened between us. I had no words that could capture the experience, but awesome was a start. "It was just you and your mom, right?" I settled into bed next to her, making sure our bodies were close together. I couldn't seem to get enough of her. "That's right. My dad died when I was 2. Her eyelashes brushed against her cheeks before she looked at me. I didn't know what emotion she concealed, but if it was hurt, I wanted to make it better. "Like Matthew," I commented, never having realized the similarity that they'd both lost a parent at that age. I wondered if that explained the tight bond between them. "I had my mom, though," Emily said. "She was great, so hardworking and loving. She had to be both mom and dad to me, and she did an amazing job. I hope I measure up to her standard, except—" She trailed off. "What, sweetheart?" Whatever burden she carried, I wanted to be there for her. Except I think she set her standards a little too high sometimes. She and my dad were a love match. They ran off together against both their families' wishes, which is why I've never known any grandparents. Despite being widowed, Mom believed in fairy tale love. You know, the happily ever after kind. That's where your focus on marriage came from. I remembered her words from our conversation in the diner before she agreed to marry me, and her description of her wedding scrapbook when we went out to dinner on our wedding night. It did. Maybe it's an impossible standard. "I think my mom believed in that too," I said. "It was why she always sought relationships. I could never figure that out as a kid. My parents fought and fought until my dad walked out when I was 8, but Mom still believed there was the perfect relationship out there. I think she thought she'd found it with Matthew's dad, but he disappeared as soon as he found out she was pregnant. He didn't want a kid. I don't understand that," she sighed. "It's all I've ever wanted. You got it when Mom died." The silence seemed to weigh heavy between us for a minute before she spoke. "Do you resent that I became Matthew's mom? You have to be honest with me, Nate." "Not at all," I said with absolute sincerity. "Then, and now, I thought it was the best thing for him. I could have tried to raise him, but you've done so much better than I ever could have. Your mom wanted you to be free to follow your own dream. She was a wise woman. I'd taken my freedom and turned it into a career I found satisfying. She gave us both what we needed. That's true. Emily tilted her head back. Having a child made me want more, though. Children, that too. Her smile was shy. But what I really want is the perfect relationship that would create the perfect family. I believe that's out there for me. I always have. Could I give her that? Could I be the man to give her the perfect family she desired so? I wasn't sure. I'd always thought I could never be that man. Never wanted to be. A few weeks ago, the thought would have had me running in the opposite direction. But today, while I still wasn't sure I had it in me to fulfill her dreams, I was happy to enjoy this time with her while it lasted.
Chapter 18. Emily. Hi, Mom, I said as I let her in the next day. Thanks for taking Matthew for a few hours. I'd made the arrangement with my mom to watch Matthew, knowing that Nate and I needed some uninterrupted time to finish unpacking the last of my boxes and determining what needed to go into storage. Now that she was here, I thought a nap might be a better use of my time. Nate and I had made love throughout the night, each time different and fabulous in its own way, leaving us with very little time to sleep. I had no idea what to make of the changes in my relationship with Nate, but it felt so good to have him with me. Did something happen? My mother smoothed the hair that I had caught up in a messy bun. You look different. Your color's better than I've seen it lately. I'm good. I wasn't lying. I felt relaxed and satisfied, and that might show on my face. I couldn't know for certain. Oh. My mother breathed as if discovering something. I see. How's Nate? He's fine. He's in the garage getting the rest of the boxes. I didn't think I blushed at the mention of his name, but my mother's eyes sharpened. What had I unintentionally revealed? There he is. My mother called when Matthew ran down the hall toward her with his Power Rangers backpack on. I think I have something for you in the car. A new toy? Matthew's face lit up and he dashed past her to the waiting car. Mom, you shouldn't, I protested, remembering Nate's comment about the overabundance of toys. He has so much. A boy needs toys, and I love shopping for them. He'll outgrow these soon enough, and you can donate them. For now, it makes Matthew and me happy. She touched my cheek. That's the secret to life. You have to find your happy. I wondered if I might have found that. But of course, it was too early to say. Just a few weeks ago, I never would have imagined Nate having a third date with anyone, much less settling down for good. And there was no rush for us. I needed to take it one day at a time, which was how I'd been getting through the past months. I walked outside with my mom to make sure Matthew was strapped in his booster seat. You two have fun, I said when my mom was in the car. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Nate come from the garage, a box hoisted on his shoulder. You too. Mom winked at me as she nodded toward Nate. Call when you want me to bring Matthew home. 2 hours later, Nate broke down the last box and took it to the garage while I surveyed the living room. The dull space had become softer, more friendly, with books and pictures on the shelves and artwork on the wall. Nate hadn't grumbled once. He'd just taken direction from me and occasionally stolen a kiss, if you could really call it stealing. He didn't take anything I hadn't wanted to give him. Working in the bedroom was a little tougher since it was so very easy to get distracted, but we'd managed to focus on our task until it was done. I was pleased with how the little house looked and smiled at Nate when he came back into the living room. What now, boss? He dusted off his jeans. I like sweetheart better, I countered, feeling bold. What's next, sweetheart? His tone softened on the last word. Matthew will be disappointed if we pick him up this early. He loved to play at my mom's place. Maybe lunch. Out. A date? I don't know. That would be number 4. He was grinning, so I wasn't worried. Ever gotten there before? I'd had few fourth dates myself and only one long-term relationship. This was all new territory. He shook his head. Has to be a first time for everything, though. Let me change. We cleaned up and drove to a place along the water not far from the base where we could sit outside and enjoy the ocean breeze. After we ordered, I tipped my head back, letting the sun soak into my skin. I could get used to living like this. Tired? He asked. Nope, just relaxed. Blissfully so. You sound surprised. Is that such a rarity? Since I'd been a single mom with a son with cancer until recently, relaxing was a rarity. Afraid so. My phone dinged with a text. That might be Mom. I quickly scanned the lengthy message from my friend Anya as the waitress brought our food. Something wrong? The tension came through in his voice. I looked up to find Nate's expression worried. It's not about Matthew. A friend of mine just returned from a vacation with her boyfriend. They've been together for 5 years, and she was convinced he'd propose while they were in Maui. He didn't, and she's really upset. I feel bad for her. So he doesn't want to get married, so what? Nate shrugged. Are they happy together? I guess, I answered. But 5 years is a long time to not commit. He's never shown any interest in getting married. Anya told me that they don't even talk about it. That doesn't mean he doesn't care for her. His words were blunt. Why does he have to marry her to prove that? Because that's what happens, I argued. That's how people show their love for each other, by making their relationship something neither one of them can just walk away from on a whim. It was so obvious to me. Committing to someone in front of your friends and relatives was a symbol of shared love, the beginning of a shared life. A piece of paper doesn't show anything, he declared, sending an unpleasant jolt through me. A piece of paper, as he called it, formed the bond between us. That paper was incredibly important to me. Was it not to him? What was he trying to say? Before I could ask, he continued, maybe your friend expects too much of this guy, and she should just be happy with what they've got instead of wishing for more. Frankly, getting married would only make more problems for her since it means she'd have to go through a whole expensive procedure when she wanted a divorce. You just assume they'd end up getting divorced? He shrugged. Plenty of people do. It's naive to think that love's always going to last forever. Sometimes things don't work out. It's better to go into a relationship with realistic expectations. Hence, I said, my anger rising, your no third date policy so you don't raise anyone's expectations. Right. He didn't hesitate. Beyond that, things get messy and complicated, and it never ends well. Look at my parents. Look at yours. I hadn't picked up my fork yet since I didn't think I could hold it steady in my hand. Did he consider how I might interpret his attitude? I'd begun to hope that what was between us was lasting and might even be love. It was apparently nothing more than cohabitation, or at best, friends with benefits. I looked toward the ocean, feeling discouraged and angry at myself for having given in to the fantasy that we could have a true marriage.
Nate, I'd put my foot in my mouth with this conversation. Emily had gone from relaxed to so tense, I was afraid to touch her in the space of 5 minutes. I couldn't pretend I was suddenly pro-marriage or even pro-long-term relationships, though. She had to know that about me. Not all marriages end badly, she said softly. I shouldn't have brought up her parents' situation. Enough due to make me question the institution. Listen, if my dad ever loved my mother, it didn't show in the way he treated her. Their relationship was a farce, and calling it a marriage didn't make it a shining pillar of perfection. It is possible. She was stubborn in her convictions. I had to admire her for that, even if I disagreed with her. And if Anya's boyfriend won't propose after all this time, she should move on. Staying with him is only preventing her from finding what she wants with a man who's willing to commit. I didn't comment on that, too frustrated with Emily's attitude to even know what to say. I watched her beautiful face as she turned back to the table and began picking at her salad. I liked her. She was good to be with and a great lover, but our attitudes about relationships were never going to mesh. I should have known they wouldn't. It was the whole reason I had the 2-date rule, to avoid fights like this one. I wasn't the right man for her, not according to the ideals she set out for herself. I could never be her perfect groom and husband. That was not in the cards for us. We had an arrangement that solved several problems, and we would stay in our marriage of convenience until Matthew was healthy. And then it would be over. After my comments, she'd probably be counting the days until she was rid of me. I was a temporary bump in the roadmap of her life, and I couldn't lose sight of that fact. Of one thing I was certain, I wasn't going to make a fool of myself and confuse great sex and good company for something real. Doing that would risk a broken heart. But for the time being, we were still married, and I needed to get back on better footing with her. Emily was mechanically eating. I doubted she even tasted her food. "What will your mom and Matthew do?" I asked to change the subject. "They'll go to her condo. He thinks her building is cool. It's a high-rise, and Matthew likes to play on her balcony, overlooking the city. She'll probably feed him cake." "He does like sweets," I commented. "All kids do." She lost a little of her rigidity. "Adults, too. I was thinking about having dessert." I'd finished my shrimp scampi over pasta. "Join me?" "I might just have a bite of yours," she said, and almost smiled. She seemed to be making an effort to be friendly. I felt a little easier, but our conversation and her expectations still concerned me. The last thing I wanted to do was make her life more difficult with Matthew's illness and the drug-dealing doctor's threats. Still, I needed to be cautious to protect her heart and my own.
Chapter 19. Emily. Nate and I cruised past the visitors' spaces at my mother's condo building. All full. Not surprising, parking was always at a premium there. "We'll have to park in the overflow lot," I said. "It's down the block on the left." "I'll drop you off here so you can go on up," he said when we were near the entrance to the parking garage. I laughed, the sound ever so slightly forced. "The elevator from the garage is so slow you could park and catch up with me before it gets there." "We'll do that then," he agreed with me. "I'll meet you as soon as I can." "Okay," I said as I got out of the car. He'd been handling me with kid gloves since our disagreement over lunch. I'd like to go back and just not mention the text from my friend, but maybe it was better to understand where we stood so I didn't expect too much of him. Obviously, he couldn't give me what I truly wanted. I'd known that all along, but I'd let the bliss of the past few days cloud my judgment. Parking garages always gave me the creeps, so I walked quickly to the elevator, inserted the passkey my mother had given me, and pressed the up button. From experience, I knew it would be a good 5 minutes before the doors opened. I took the time to send a sympathetic message to Anya. I felt a little guilty because I hadn't even told her about my own wedding. However, this was definitely not the time. I did offer to meet up with her soon so we could talk. I was tucking my phone back in my shoulder bag when the scrape of a footstep near me made me tense. Before I could react, strong arms closed around me from behind, almost yanking me off my feet. Something cold and steely was pressed into my throat. "Don't scream." A raspy voice spoke in my ear. "I might startle and slit your pretty throat." He pushed the metal harder against my neck, and I choked back my scream, fighting to stay calm. "Take my purse," I said, hoping it was just an ordinary robbery. "There's cash in my wallet." $30, maybe. The only other valuable on me was my wedding ring set. I fisted my hand, trying to hide it. "Not a robbery, Cupcake. This is a warning." His grip tightened, making my fear skyrocket. Having my purse stolen I could handle. This was worse. Way worse. "What do you want?" I gasped out. "We want you to stay away." His breath felt hot against my skin. I swear it." I pleaded in a whisper, trying desperately to remember how to break a hold like he had on me. Nothing from my self-defense class came to my head. "Someone's been sniffing around the clinic, and we're thinking you might have been the little piglet who squealed. You know what happens to piglets at slaughter time." I swallowed, the movement making me more conscious of the knife and how easily the assailant could leave me bleeding out on the garage floor. "I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't told anyone." Except Nate. Had he done something? "Don't believe you, Cupcake." His hand, flat against my stomach, drew me even tighter against him. You need to remember the importance of keeping your mouth shut. Do you see how easily we can find you and that little boy of yours? I'll remember, I promise, but please don't hurt my son. He's only a child and doesn't know. Get away from her. Nate's booming voice echoed through the parking garage. Running footsteps rapidly approached. In response, my assailant shoved me to the ground. I hit it hard, jarring my whole body, but I scrambled to my feet in time to see Nate in pursuit of the man. They ran toward the street entrance. I wanted to follow, but I felt stuck in place, so I leaned against a nearby car, drawing in shallow breaths. A minute later, Nate returned. His hands ran over my body, checking for injuries. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. And a racing heart from the combination of adrenaline and terror. Apparently, you couldn't die from fright, or I would have when the man threatened Matthew. Your neck's bleeding. Nate's words were terse. Oh. With trembling hands, I reached in my bag for tissues. He took them from me and held pressure against my throat with one hand while the other arm went around me, pulling me gently to him. I should never have let you come in here alone, Nate whispered after a minute. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Did you catch him? I straightened, feeling less shaky than I had. He got in the black SUV and it peeled out. Same one that tried to run us off the road. He released pressure and studied my neck. The bleeding stopped. I need to get you up to your mother's place so we can bandage the wound. I don't want Matthew or Mom to see me like this. I don't want them to know anything about it. I found a bandage in the bag. Nate took it from me, gently placing it over the cut. They're going to ask questions, he pointed out. Not if I disguise it. I pulled out a scarf from my purse and quickly knotted it around my neck to cover the bandage. Just then, the elevator doors dinged and opened. Nate was looking at me with narrowed, assessing eyes, but I shouldered my bag and walked to the elevator.
Nate, Emily was a lot tougher than I gave her credit for. She chatted with her mother and smiled at Matthew as if nothing had happened, as if some lunatic hadn't held a knife to her throat. I couldn't get that image out of my mind. I'd just stepped into the shadow of the parking garage when I'd seen them. The man's hold on her had been tight, leaving her no room to maneuver if she'd tried to fight. My yell had come out before I could stop it. I probably should have stolen up on the guy and attacked, but Emily might have been injured in the scuffle. Of course, my shouting might have prompted the guy to slit her throat. Either way, this had gone too far. Emily and Matthew were no longer safe anywhere, which was not acceptable. As soon as we were home, and Matthew was busy introducing his new action figure to the rest of his collection, I took Emily's arm and guided her to the master bathroom where I could fully examine her injuries. Let me see, I ordered in too gruff a tone as I flipped her palms over. I'd noticed when she was talking to her mother that she'd kept her hands hidden. Now I knew why. The skin was raw from being shoved down to the concrete floor. You are tough, sweetheart. Where else are you hurt? She lifted the edge of her skirt to reveal her bruised and bloodied knees. The skirt's length and dark floral pattern had masked the damaged skin underneath. Sit down. I took ibuprofen from the medicine cabinet and shook out 2 for her to take. She swallowed the pills after sitting on the bathtub rim. I'll clean you up. I'm okay, Nate. Just let it go, she said. Number, the attacks are just getting worse. They know where your mother lives and that Matthew visits there. They know too much. I had hoped that the threats would stop. Clearly, they wouldn't. It was time to take action. I wasn't one to be backed into a corner, which was exactly what was happening. I needed to take the fight to the bad guys, a fight which started with the police. Ouch! Emily cringed when I squirted antibacterial spray on her knees and palms. No wonder Matthew complains about that stuff. What did the guy say to you? I blew on her wounds to soothe them. What you'd expect, she said with a sigh. He threatened me to keep my mouth shut. He also said someone had been snooping around the clinic. Was that you, Nate, after I asked you not to? Had this happened to her because of what I'd done? I drove by once, I admitted, trying to downplay my role in this. I wanted to see if there was anything suspicious. "Drove by," she questioned, and I knew she didn't believe that that was all I'd done. I kept my head down as I bandaged her knees. "You shouldn't have done that. Please just stay out of it." "I can't do that, sweetheart. Not after they'd hurt her." I rocked back on my heels, watching her. Conflict and fear showed on her face. She should never have to experience those emotions. "Are you done playing medic?" Her tone was impatient. "Not yet. Hold still." I gently worked the bandage from her neck. The slit in her skin looked fairly minor, but I wanted to clean the wound. Who knew where that knife had been previously? "It'll blow over," she concluded when I was finished and had put the first aid kit away. "I'm just going to lie low and keep Matthew at home until it does." "It won't." I blocked her from leaving the bathroom. We had to have this out. "That's not how these things work. They'll keep coming after you and Matthew. I'm going to the police." "No," she snapped and crossed her arms over her chest. "That'll only make it worse." "How much worse can it get?" I demanded. "Think about everything that's happened in the past week." "Sweetheart, a man held a knife to your throat. He could have easily killed you by accident. And in the grocery store parking lot, how could he know you'd jump out of the way in time? Even if they're not actively trying to kill you, they're not too worried about whether you might die. What if the next close call comes too close? I'm not letting that happen." "No police. Promise me." Fear drove her words. I understood that, but it wasn't going to change my mind. I took her hands in mine, kissing her fingertips, before saying what I had to. "I'm going now to file a report about the crime I witnessed today. That man assaulted and threatened you. Hopefully, that will be enough to get the ball rolling on an investigation and force you to cooperate with the police." She yanked her hands free and stepped back, glaring at me. I left the house without exchanging another word with her and drove to the police station.
Chapter 20. Emily. You say you witnessed this after dark through a window? The detective sounded doubtful, which I supposed was an improvement from incredulous. Nate's visit to the police had resulted in the police sending an unmarked car to pick me up for questioning while Nate stayed home with Matthew. I'd been stuck in the windowless interview room for an hour with two detectives who identified themselves as senior members of the force. They'd asked me to recount every detail of that night when I'd seen Dr. Albright take cash and pass packages to the three men. I understood that police questioning involved reviewing the situation from multiple angles, but by the time I'd told them the same thing 7 times, I lost my patience. That's right. As I said, I stopped by to make a payment. It was after hours. If you go to the clinic, you'll see that you have to walk past the office window to get to the payment box. I began to wonder if I was making any sense given the way they acted as I spoke. They scribbled on their notepads, glancing at each other's occasionally, but for all I knew, they were creating their fantasy baseball teams. "And this Dr. Albright threatened you?" "Yes. Would you like me to repeat for you what he said, or maybe you could just look at your notes?" My tone made the older detective give me a sharp stare. "You have to admit, Mrs. Shaw, it all sounds a little like the script of a movie." The use of my married name still surprised me, but I would have thought it would lend me credibility. They'd met Nate, knew he was a Navy SEAL. Surely they believed him, even if they seemed to think I'd lost my mind. And yet it happened. I know my husband told you about the black SUV and the man who held a knife to my throat. I pointed at the bandage. Earlier today. He recounted the story for us, claiming it was the same SUV that tried to run you off the road. More likely, today's assailant was just a druggie looking for some quick cash. He saw an opportunity when you were alone in a parking garage. Women alone are easy targets. His tone was dismissive. Your scenario doesn't explain why he refused to take my purse, even though I offered it to him to get him to leave. Or why he threatened me not to reveal what I'd seen at the clinic. I countered. He wasn't some random drug addict. From the looks on their faces, I knew I was wasting my breath. We'll file a report and check with the superintendent of that building. There might be surveillance video from the garage. The way he said it made me imagine he'd get around to that in a few weeks. My temper flared. Do you not care that this doctor is running drugs in the city you're supposed to protect? Isn't it your job to do something? We'll look into it, ma'am. His words were a brush off. Going to the police was as pointless as I'd feared it would be, and I'd exposed myself and Matthew to even greater danger by speaking with them. If I was being watched, which I assumed I was, Dr. Albright's thugs knew exactly where I was and what I was doing. I staunched my frustrated tears as I stood to leave. I shouldn't have come. Don't you understand? The man today specifically threatened retribution if I talked to the police. The same as what Dr. Albright told me. I've laid it on the line and you're not even listening to me. Calm down, Mrs. Shaw. We've taken your statement and we'll look into it. That's the best we can do. An officer will drive you back to the base. The younger detective walked to the room's door with me and gestured to a uniformed officer. On the drive home, I didn't bother to make small talk with the officer. I simply thanked him for the ride and let myself in through the front door. Nate and Matthew were racing each other on a video game. Nate jumped up when I entered. How'd it go? He asked. I waved him away, needing a minute to collect myself, and went into the kitchen. I managed to pour myself a glass of lemonade before tears filled my eyes. I was upset at my treatment by the police and frustrated with the situation. And Nate. The tears were pointless. I knew that. But they came anyway. When I heard Nate tell Matthew to continue the game without him, I tried drying my eyes, but new tears came. I couldn't hide what I was feeling. Emily? Nate stood in the doorway to the kitchen. Tell me what happened. I sighed, turning to face him. What happened is that they didn't believe a word I said. They think I'm some nutcase who makes up stories and wastes police time. It was awful in all you're doing. They had no protection to offer. And I'm in more danger now because of you.
Nate. I flinched as her words hit their target. I hated seeing Emily so upset by her visit to the police station, but I'd done the right thing. I was sure of that. Somehow I had to convince her. I'm sorry, Emily, but it had to be done. I walked closer to her and nearly reached for her, but she held up her hands to ward me off. Fine, I thought. She could stop me from touching her, but not saying what I needed to say. We've got to put a stop to this. We haven't stopped anything. We've just proven to the doctor that I can't be trusted to stay quiet. Now he'll never stop, she insisted. The attacks started long before you talked to the police, and they wouldn't have stopped. You would have lived in fear for a long time, waiting to see if the next attack would be the one where they killed you. I'd seen that scenario before on missions. People living under constant threat who were too afraid to do anything about it. It was just a matter of when. Guys like that get paranoid and lash out at soft targets. Her eyes flashed at me. That's the second time today I've been told I'm an easy target. I wanted to say because you are, but I bit the words back. They would only aggravate her even more. You need to trust me on this. The only way to resolve the situation is to involve the police and bring it to a head. We've got to be proactive and take the fight to the bad guys. That's just great, she hissed. Except I'm not one of your Navy SEAL teammates with the expertise to do that. I don't know how to fight this battle, and I don't want to. I want to be left alone, but you ruined that. I hated that I'd upset her, but I didn't regret my trip to the clinic. Knowing the lay of the land might be useful later. I swear I'll protect you. What happened in the garage today won't happen again. They won't get that close to you, I promised. Or Matthew, she demanded. Because this is really about him, protecting him. I nodded. It was about all of us. Emily and Matthew were the only family I had. I'd do whatever I needed to keep them safe. Remember before we married, she continued. I told you my primary condition was that I got to call the shots when it comes to Matthew. He's legally my son. I haven't gotten in your way. I'd readily agreed to her condition because I was sure that Emily would always make the best decision regarding Matthew. I'm invoking that now. I want you to back off. Her tears had stopped. swallowed up by her anger, I guessed. This situation isn't just about Matthew, I argued. It affects all of us. Not you, she declared, shocking me to my core. It's none of your concern. I closed my eyes for a second, grounding myself. Could she not see how much they meant to me? How much she meant to me? Opening my eyes, I met her gaze and laid it on the line. I'm in this too. You're too important to me to just let this go, sweetheart. Her mouth popped open in surprise. And Matthew's my kid brother. The two of you are my family. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to either one of you. Don't you see that? It was obvious she didn't, since she remained silent. I was crazy about her, even if she was driving me crazy at that moment. I didn't know what else to say to prove my point. I wanted to wrap my arms around her and hold her, but I wasn't sure she'd welcome my embrace. Mom, why are you guys fighting? Matthew's voice cut through the tense silence from behind me, making me pivot. The boy looked so small with a nervous expression on his face. I didn't know what to say to erase that. Sometimes people disagree about what's right, Emily said. It's nothing for you to worry about. We're sorry if it bothered you. The boy looked unconvinced. Can you come, and we'll all play the game together? Emily smiled at Matthew. Her expression had softened as soon as he'd entered the room. Sure, we'll be right there. We waited until he'd left before facing each other again. I'm sorry, Emily. I should have thought about how much Matthew needed the adults in his life to make him feel safe. I didn't want Matthew to ever doubt we were a united front when it came to caring for him. Me too, she sighed. But it's done, and we can't do anything about it now. I guess there's no point in fighting more. She was right about one thing. What was done was done. Despite my apology, I didn't regret going to the police. I did regret the argument with Emily. Let's go race some cars. I could hear the game running again with the squeal of tires and rev of engines. Not my thing, she said with a tiny smile. I'll show you. Did I dare touch her, kiss her to end this? I wanted to so much. He needs us, you know. I know. She laid her hand on my cheek, her fingers soft. She must have been having the same thoughts as I was. I turned my face enough to kiss her palm and heard her intake of breath. I'd lost some ground with her. The connection between us wasn't broken, but it was damaged and frayed. I had to hold it together, at least for now. Later, when Matthew was healthy and the danger was gone, later, I'd step back and let her find the love she was looking for with someone else. But figuring all that out could wait until later. Right now, Matthew needed us, and we could always agree on that. Chapter 21. Nate. I poured the freshly popped bag of popcorn in the bowl and started another one in the microwave. Matthew had declared the evening a family movie night, and I had been quick to agree. We needed to be together. At the ding, I pulled the bag from the microwave and dumped it into the bowl. I searched through the spice cabinet and found the cinnamon and sugar shaker that Emily sometimes used for Matthew's toast. I added a few shakes of that, along with a dash of sea salt to the popcorn. As I worked, I replayed my argument with Emily from earlier. I'd been through it so many times in my head that I was starting to second-guess my decision to report the attacks officially. Maybe I should have stuck to Gabe's help off the record. I trusted my friend implicitly, but now I wondered about involving the detectives. I should have at least discussed it more with Emily. Instead, I'd gone to the police, knowing she didn't want me to. Your mom used to do that, Emily said from near me. I must be losing my edge. She'd gotten within a foot of me, and I hadn't hurt her. She liked salt and sweet together. Another thing Matthew probably didn't remember. Should we let Matthew have a glass of pop? I think he could as a treat. She took a can from the refrigerator and poured it into a plastic cup. Would you like one? Thanks, I said. We were still tiptoeing around each other, the way we had all day. I was on the verge of broaching the topic when she gave me a small smile. I want to apologize again for earlier. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that. It's not like me. But lately, I knew it wasn't like her. She was sweet and amiable by nature, though she was tenacious when she needed to be. Her situation, though, must be causing her a ton of stress, and I'd added to it. "You've got a lot on your mind," I said, putting my hands on her waist. "That's no excuse for lashing out at you." She let me pull her in until her head rested on my chest. "I'm sorry, too," I apologized, marveling at how right she felt in my arms. I'd missed that throughout the day. I dropped a kiss on her dark hair. "We should have discussed it more before going to the police. I just felt that there was no choice. If I had the situation to do over, the result would likely be the same. I'd take the case to the authorities, but only after convincing her it was the right choice. You're in danger, and I can't live with that. I could have handled it better, though." "That's true," she agreed readily. The speed of her agreement bothered me, but I tried to ignore it. She was enduring way more anxiety than she should be. I needed to keep that in mind and tread more lightly around her. I wondered if I lacked the ability to understand women, since I worked with men and didn't have the experience of a long-term relationship. Since I was married, even if it was temporary, I had to do better, but I wasn't sure what that looked like. "Are we good then?" she asked, as she tilted her face up to mine, her expression expectant. At least kissing a beautiful woman was something I understood, and she was signaling to me she wanted that. I answered by kissing her lips, enjoying their lushness beneath mine. She had no idea what her kiss did to me. She melted against me, her arms going around my neck. Our kiss hovered between sweet and passionate. If Matthew hadn't been in the next room, I imagined the passion would have overtaken us and led us straight to the bedroom. We broke apart when the television came on in the living room. I was breathing hard, but so was she. For a moment, I rested my forehead against hers, enjoying the closeness. "I guess he's ready to watch a movie," she whispered. "What's the choice?" Reluctantly, I let her go. "We'll let him decide," she said as she picked up our drinks. I grabbed the popcorn and followed her. Matthew's choice turned out to be an animated classic of a battle between good and evil, but underlying it all was the story of true love. The hero and heroine risked it all for the love that they had for each other. I couldn't help stealing glances at Emily. She was so beautiful, especially when her features softened at the movie's gooey moments. At the end, when the hero fought his way to the heroine, who defended him in a last-minute attack before they kissed, Emily was smiling at the television with her hand resting over her heart. That's what she wants, I realized. She told me from the beginning that she believed in fairy tale romance and happily ever afters. I'd had moments in the past week when I'd started to believe I might be enough for her. All that was swept away by her reaction to the film. I could never be that type of hero, for her or anyone. It wasn't in me. I didn't believe in love that blocked out all else and led people to a lifetime of bliss. I'd seen love fail too many times. As a kid, I'd watched my parents' marriage become a toxic cesspool of hate and accusations, and I'd sworn that I'd never put myself in that position, never open myself up to that kind of hurt. I'd kept my vow until recently. The fantasy of true love with Emily had gotten a fingerhold on me. But I had to face reality. It wasn't in me to give her what she needed. I could give her practical things, insurance, protection, friendship, but I was never going to satisfy her heart's desire.
Emily. Matthew's head drooped on his chest as the film neared its end. I flicked my eyes to Nate for the 20th time during the film. Twice I'd caught his eyes on me, but I'd been able to read nothing in their dark depths. I wanted reassurance from him after our fight that we were back on an even keel. The delightful kiss in the kitchen helped, but it hadn't been enough. Something still felt off between us. I wanted to return to where we'd been the night before, but that was probably too much to hope for. I swallowed the sigh that rose to my lips and focused on the film's ending. Matthew loved the film because a hero fought a dragon to save the kingdom. I saw it differently. It was a story in which love conquered all. Just as it should be, I thought. Just as I'd been raised to believe. I couldn't keep the smile from my face during the final scene when the hero swept the heroine off her feet before they literally went off into the sunset. Kids' movies weren't subtle. I suppose they didn't have to be. Things were clear for children. Good was good, evil was evil, and love made everything better. Maybe I was a silly sap, but I still felt that was possible. Today, though, had proved it wasn't likely with Nate. I caught his stare and held it. An unspoken message passed between us, but I struggled to interpret it. What was he thinking? We better get him to bed. Tomorrow might be a tough day for him, Nate suggested. Matthew had a scan at the clinic scheduled. I'll get him settled. Nate scooped up the sleeping boy, held him so I could kiss his forehead, and took him down the hall. I gathered up the empty popcorn bowls and glasses, taking them to the kitchen. By the time I'd washed up and returned to the living room, Nate was coming back in. All tucked in? I asked. Sound asleep already? He was barely awake when he was brushing his teeth, Nate said. Despite all my worries, I was pleased with how naturally Nate had become a parent to Matthew. But as he'd said earlier, Matthew was his kid brother and the only family he had. What had stopped me in my tracks was his declaration that I mattered to him too. I wasn't naive enough to believe he was in love with me, but it still felt good to be important to him, even if it was just for now. I think I'll make an early night of it and head to bed, I said, hoping he'd offer to join me. I wanted to put our argument fully to rest. Feeling his arms around me in our bed would be a good start toward doing that. I'm going to stay up and watch some TV, Nate responded, disappointing me. Did that mean he'd join me later, or was it an excuse? His tone gave nothing away. He could easily go back to the futon in the den or just spend the night on the couch. I wanted to ask his intentions, but I was too afraid of what his answer would be. Good night, then, I said. I wanted to leave him in no doubt about where I wanted him to be, so I stepped toward him, pleased when he closed the distance from his side of the room. We came together in an embrace, a hug at first until I kissed his neck, eliciting a groan. He captured my mouth then, holding me close enough that I could feel his body's excitement. I wanted it to be enough, to be what it had been, but everything felt different now. Whatever had formed between us was slipping away and I couldn't snatch it back. I acknowledged that it had probably all been a fantasy on my part, even if he'd admitted in his own way that he cared for me. When the kiss ended, I slipped down the hall to the master bedroom, hopeful that he would join me later. After washing up, I got into the bed that felt far too large for me alone. I'd only slept with him a few nights, but they had been enough to change my perspective. How wonderful would it be if Nate and I stopped my train of thought. He'd made it clear he didn't want the kind of relationship that I did. I'd known that truth entering this marriage and had done so anyway because I'd needed the help he'd so generously offered me. But I wished he could be the man I dreamed of. My Prince Charming. Hours later, I woke and squinted at the clock. It was past 2. I rolled over and found Nate in bed beside me. I hadn't woken when he'd come in. I propped myself up on my elbow to watch him for a minute. His chest rose slow and steady in sleep, and his face was relaxed. None of the tension I'd seen the day before remained. I was considering kissing him awake when I heard an odd noise from the other end of the little house. I sat up a little more, straining my ears. Worried that Matthew was sick, I hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to his room. His door stood open as it always did, but I felt the hairs go up on the back of my neck when I saw the open window. My eyes swung to the bed. Empty. I couldn't stop the scream that came from my mouth. Where was my boy? I checked the bathroom, the closet, even under the bed. Nothing. Pounding footsteps sounded, and Nate had me by the arms in an instant. What is it? He demanded. Are you hurt? Is Matthew sick? I gestured to the empty bed where only his favorite stuffed animals remained. He's gone. Chapter 22. Emily. I took off through the house, flipping on lights as I went and calling for Matthew. I searched every room, looking under furniture, and even checked the garage. The exterior doors were still locked. He hadn't let himself out. Panicked, I returned to Matthew's room to see Nate examining the window frame. Without a word, he went past me to the front door and shot into the night. I slipped on a pair of sneakers and chased after him. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I kept running as I yelled for my son. Nate stopped for a minute outside Matthew's window to study the ground before moving off across the dark backyard. "Someone's been here," he said as he paused, checking the ground with his hand. Imprints in the dirt. He was investigating, using his training, but all I could do was hope and call for Matthew. Nate got to his feet, seeming to understand what direction to go. 3 backyards over, he effortlessly hopped a chest-high fence. I had to scramble to find another way around the barrier. By the time I did, Nate had disappeared in the darkness. I couldn't see or hear him, and my pleas for Matthew had brought no response. I continued moving, pushing myself as I dashed through yards, checking under swing sets and lawn furniture. When I was struggling to breathe, I stopped, and useless tears started to fall as I stood, wondering what direction to go in next. I turned in a circle, despondency swamping me. My son was gone. He'd been taken, snatched from his bed while we slept. Oh God, what would Albright's thugs do to my little boy? I'd been warned they'd harm Matthew if I reported what I'd seen. And what had I done? I'd gone to the police, and this was Albright's retribution. A shifting shadow near me made me jump before I realized it was Nate, emerging soundlessly out of the darkness. "Let's go back to the house." His voice was low, and he grabbed my hand to pull me along with him. His strides were ground-eating, and I had to almost run to keep up. As soon as we entered the house, I wheeled on him. "What did you find?" I demanded. "A few footprints. Nothing more," he said. "Whoever did this was stealthy, every move calculated in advance." "How'd they get on the base at night?" I'd believed we were safe here, insulated from the outside world. "I don't know. I'll worry about that later." He was walking away from me to the bedroom where he pulled on his jeans and reached for his phone, dialing a number. "Hey, Gabe. Sorry about calling in the middle of the night, but Matthew's missing. It looks like someone took him through his bedroom window." I was annoyed with how calm he sounded when everything inside me was on the verge of exploding. "Yeah, it's gotta be connected to what's been happening," Nate continued after listening for a few seconds. "No one else would have a motive for taking him." I leaned closer and strained to hear what Gabe said. The man's voice came through. "I heard you and Emily were each at the station today. Taking a chance, weren't you, with what these guys have threatened?" I shot Nate a dark look. His buddy Gabe seemed to know way too much about the particulars of the situation, even though I'd expressly asked Nate to do and say nothing to anyone. I didn't think they'd react so quickly. Nate kept his eyes on me as though defending his actions as much to me as to Gabe. Or I wouldn't have left Matthew alone in his room. "Yeah, well, the job is to find him now. I'm headed to the station to brief them," Gabe said. "Do you think Matthew's being held at the clinic?" "Might be," Nate agreed. "I don't know where else to look." "Keep in contact," Gabe concluded and hung up. "He's a police officer, isn't he? And you've told him all about this, haven't you?" My voice rose with each accusing word. "He seemed to know all about it. I confided in him, and he said he'd keep his ears open." "He didn't start an investigation, Emily," Nate explained, his tone irritatingly cool. "No, you did that," I accused, jabbing my finger in his chest, "by going to the police today and forcing me to speak with them. If they harm Matthew, I'll never forgive you for that." I could barely breathe around the anxiety inside me. I'd thought hearing the doctor confirm that Matthew had cancer was the worst moment in my life. But this was so much worse. My son was missing, kidnapped by scum, and the man I'd married, the one I'd trusted to help and protect us, had proven himself untrustworthy. "I'll never forgive myself," he gritted out. "You know how much I love him. I never thought they'd. How can I believe that? I almost yelled. After the threats and the incidents, how could you not take these creeps seriously? I did take them seriously. He had moved even closer, towering over me. And that's why I went to the police. These thugs have to be stopped, and to do that, we need help. I took a step back, digging in my drawers for clothing. So angry I couldn't speak to him, I hurriedly got dressed. I had no idea what Nate was planning to do next, but he wasn't leaving the house without me. Who is this Gabe exactly? I asked as I yanked a sweatshirt over my head. He's one of my closest friends, Nate answered, his tone modulated. I trust him to help us. Someone took my son. I shot back. I'm not sure I can trust anyone anymore.
Nate, I wanted to kick myself hard. I was a highly trained Navy SEAL, and someone had broken into my home and taken a child. How had I let that happen? I knew how. The tension of the previous day, the fight with Emily, had thrown me off my game. I'd done a sweep of the house before going to bed, but I'd stayed up too late worrying about the new awkwardness in my relationship with Emily. I'd wanted to make sure she was asleep before I went in the bedroom, so I'd gone to bed exhausted and slept through a kidnapping. "What made you check on Matthew?" I asked, a thought suddenly occurring to me. I wanted to establish the time frame of events. "I woke up and heard an odd noise," she said. "Describe it." She closed her eyes, and I feared she was too mad at me to even answer. Then I realized that she was mentally replaying the moment. A thud, but it was muffled. Probably when whoever did this dropped to the ground outside Matthew's window. The scene was forming in my head. If Emily had gotten to Matthew's room even a minute earlier, she might have inadvertently interrupted the kidnapper. I thanked God she hadn't. Who knew what they would have done to her? My stomach turned over just thinking about it. "What now?" she asked. Fear showed in her eyes, but she wasn't wavering. Only one option existed, and I'd taken it by calling Gabe. A call to him was equivalent to dialing 911. Gabe would report the kidnapping, but he'd also get straight to work himself on following any leads he'd uncover. Speaking of which, I grabbed my keys and headed for the door. I couldn't sit around and wait for Gabe's call. I needed to be an active part of this investigation. "Where are you going?" she demanded, following me down the hall. "To the clinic. There's a shed behind the building. It's worth a look. The empty shed might be a place to hide a little boy, at least temporarily. Surely they had to know the police would search it eventually, but perhaps they thought they had more time before anyone woke up and even realized Matthew was missing. I wanted to catch up with the kidnappers before they had a chance to secure Matthew somewhere else. "I'm going with you." She got between me and the door to the garage as if she could prevent me from going without her. "No, stay here." I tried to sound rational. "Talk to the police. Tell them everything." "I've already done that," she countered. "And this is what happened. You aren't leaving without me." I could physically move her out of the way, but I knew she'd follow me, so I conceded and let her come with me into the garage. I did acknowledge to myself that having her with me meant I could protect her if she needed it. Anyway, I didn't like the idea of leaving her home alone when the thugs had proven that they could so easily get into our house. Before we were clear of the base, I called Gabe again. "There's a shed behind the clinic," I said without a greeting. "I think it's worth a look. I'm headed there now." "We'll meet you," Gabe said, and clicked off just as quickly. I cleared the base gates and picked up speed. This time of night, traffic was sparse, but it wouldn't have mattered. I'd have done whatever was necessary to get to the shed and check for Matthew as quickly as possible. Emily silently sat beside me, staring out the windshield, her hand clutched on the seat's edge. As we approached the clinic, I shut off my headlights and pulled into a parking space across the street. From there, I could see the clinic and the shed beyond. I quickly assessed the scene. A black SUV was parked outside the shed. "It's them," she said, undoing her seatbelt and reaching for the door handle. Wait. I tried to catch her arm. Rushing in might get us hurt and not help Matthew. But I couldn't get the words out fast enough. She was already out of the car and running across the street toward the shed and SUV and whatever danger they held. Chapter 23. Nate. I lost time waiting for a car to pass on the street before I could chase after Emily. As I sprinted around the corner of the clinic, two large men came from the shed. Emily nearly collided with them in her desperation to get to where Matthew might be. She skidded to a stop and started to back away, but the darker-haired of the two men came after her, snatching her wrist and yanking her to him. I forced myself to stop, to hold in the shadows. Part of me wanted to run to Emily and rescue her. The other part of me knew I had to calculate the danger, which might mean waiting for backup. Getting caught myself wouldn't help any of us. I scanned the area, looking for other men. Were there just the two? Two I could take by myself with no problem. I knew the type. Their punches would pack a wallop, but they weren't usually quick. I'd have the advantage there. You've been warned, Cupcake. The man's voice was low, but loud enough that I could hear him. Remember my knife? A switchblade flicked open, the long blade catching what little light there was. You took my son, Emily accused, sounding unafraid. I want him back. You, Cupcake, the man said as he touched the knife to her chest, are in no position to make demands. Where is he? In there. She pointed to the shed. If you've hurt him, being a mother must make women fearless. Emily didn't have a chance against these guys, yet she wasn't backing down. I stole nearer, keeping to the shadows and looking for my opportunity to strike. When the wail of police sirens began in the distance, the goons froze, listening. I would have backup soon. Gabe and the police were close, but not close enough. This situation wasn't going to wait for their arrival. When the darker-haired one took his eyes from Emily to look to his partner, I saw my chance to attack. I burst from the shadows, catching the man who held onto Emily off guard. I slammed my fist down on the man's shoulder, forcing him to let go of Emily and knocking the knife several feet away. Emily staggered back from the impact but righted herself quickly. The assailant took a swing at me with his left fist, but it went wide. I jabbed him in the jaw, a hard, fast blow that made him stagger. While I kept the one guy directly in my sights, I was aware of the other man circling, trying to get behind me. That was good. It meant the thugs were focused on me, instead of Emily or Matthew. I let seconds pass, wanting the man to come at me so I could finish the fight. The situation broke when Emily snagged the knife from the ground, drawing attention to herself. I heard the click as the switchblade closed. Smart thinking on her part to take the knife out of play, but her movements instantly escalated the conflict. A mere heartbeat passed before the darker-haired assailant rushed me, going for a drive to the gut. I sidestepped, whirling fast enough to kick at the man's knees, making him drop to all fours for a second before staggering up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the other man close in on Emily. I had to eliminate the primary threat to help Emily. I wasted no time now. I stepped in front of the man, landing a solid punch in his gut and another to the side of his head. As he doubled over, I brought a knee up, smashing into the man's nose. The guy went down at that and stayed spread-eagled on the pavement. I didn't have time to check to see if he was truly out. Emily was in trouble. Her assailant had her by the hair, but she kicked at his legs and stomped on his feet, making him howl in pain. Still, he didn't let go of her. I had to take him down without hurting Emily. I called on my training and targeted the pressure points in the man's shoulder while twisting his other arm behind his back. The pain of the pressure hold forced him to release Emily. With one solid punch to the kidney, the man dropped to the ground, gasping for air. I yanked my belt off and tied the man's hands together. I checked on the other one who truly was out cold. I paused to catch my breath, but Emily was still moving. She rushed to the shed, throwing herself at the locked door and calling for Matthew. Police cars skidded into the parking lot, lighting up the area with their strobe lights and nearly blinding me as I ran to Emily's side.
Emily. Matthew, it's Mama. Can you hear me? I rattled the door, pausing only when a thin voice reached me. Mama. I nearly sobbed with relief at the sound. He's in there. Help him. I pleaded with Nate. I yanked on the door several times before Nate stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. Step aside, Emily. I did and watched as Nate threw all his force against the door. It didn't give the first time, but his second hit broke through a section. He kicked out a chunk of wood and reached a hand inside. The bolt slid open, and the door swung in. Light from the police cars revealed Matthew sitting, tied to a chair, in the center of the space. His eyes were huge with fright, and tear tracks stained his little cheeks. I was by his side in an instant, enveloping him in a hug, pressing kisses to his face as I murmured, "It's okay, baby. Mama's here. You're going to be okay." I felt Nate's hand slip into my back pocket and take the knife. He used it to cut through the cords that strapped Matthew to the chair. Once the bonds were gone, Nate picked Matthew up, cradling him. Nate's relief was as profound as my own, I realized. Matthew was my son, but he was also Nate's only blood relative in the world. After giving Matthew a fierce hug, he passed him to me. That's when I saw the note pinned to his pajama top. Next time it will be much worse. I cut my eyes to Nate, who was seeing the note along with me. Only one thing would be worse than what had happened, and that would be if they physically harmed Matthew, or, worst of all, killed him. I bent my head over my son's, fighting back the tears. Nate's hand was on my back, supporting me. Without that, I might have crumpled to the concrete floor. "We need to get him home," Nate said close to my ear. I nodded, unable to speak after what we had been through. As we stepped from the shed, I saw a full crime scene processing in progress. Officers were handcuffing the two thugs and forcing them to their feet. One could barely move without support from two officers. Nate knew how to fight, and he'd saved me. Despite my anger at him earlier, I knew that only Nate's skill and experience had saved me. Saved Matthew. His arm was around me, guiding me through the police presence. An officer wearing jeans and a polo shirt strode toward us. "Thanks for getting here so fast," Nate said, gripping the man's hand. "Seems you took care of things before we got here," the man said with a look around. "Emily, this is my friend Gabe," Nate introduced us. "Hello." I studied the serious-looking officer. "Nice to meet you, Emily." He tipped his head in acknowledgement and turned his attention to Matthew. "How are you doing, buddy?" Matthew lifted his head from my shoulder and gave Gabe a tiny wave. I was surprised he was capable of that. "What's this?" Gabe asked before he slipped on a glove and unpinned the note, stowing it in a plastic baggie. Evidence, I supposed. At the moment, I didn't care. I just wanted to take my little family and go home. "There's this, too." Nate passed the switchblade to Gabe, who bagged it. "Emily and I have both handled it, so it'll have our prints, but it belonged to the bigger guy." "Can we go?" I asked, not wanting Nate to describe the fight in front of Matthew, and definitely not wanting to stay there for hours answering questions. The night had been traumatic enough. Matthew needs to rest. He had dropped his head against my shoulder again. "Best thing for him," Gabe agreed. "We'll coordinate with the base authorities to make sure an officer is stationed outside your house until morning." "Thanks," Nate said, "but tomorrow we'll need to interview all of you." Gabe's eyes shifted between us. I didn't like the sound of that. I understood it was necessary, but I feared it would be too much for Matthew. "What about those guys?" Nate gestured to the two goons now in separate squad cars. "We'll hold them on kidnapping charges and try to sweat them to see what they reveal. Officers are searching the property now to see if any clues turn up." "What about Dr. Albright?" I asked. "I doubt he's anywhere near here. We'll check his residence next and put out an all-points bulletin on him. If he balks, we can claim he's needed for questioning since a felony was committed at his business." "You know he's going to be desperate now," Nate said, his voice worried. The doctor had threatened me when he wasn't even sure what I'd seen. Now that he knew the authorities were after him, it might escalate what he was willing to do. He wouldn't be able to return to his home or office without a giant target on his back. Who knew how a man like that might react? I squeezed Matthew tighter to me. "We'll find him," Gabe assured us, seeing my reaction. "And in the meantime, you should get this boy home." "Wait, I may have a lead for you to follow." Nate pulled his wallet from his pocket and fished a business card out. "I found this tucked under the shed door the day I stopped by to check the place out." I gave a little gasp and opened my mouth to question him, but Nate kept his focus on Gabe. Nate had lied to me about that day, which I'd already suspected. He hadn't just driven by. He must have snooped around thoroughly to have found the card. I'd confront him about it later. I was too exhausted to have that battle with him just now. It seemed that was all we'd done lately. Argue and blame. I hated that. "We'll check it out." Gabe took the card. "A patrol car will follow you back to base. We'll see you tomorrow." "Call me with any updates," Nate requested. "I will." Gabe turned away, leaving me and Nate to make our way to his car. I strapped Matthew in his booster seat and chose to sit next to him in the back seat so I could keep a hand on him. I had to know, to feel that he was safe. By the time we reached the end of the street, Matthew was asleep, leaving me too much time to think. How had I gotten myself in this situation? If I hadn't gone back to the clinic that night, if Nate hadn't discovered the note and asked questions, if I hadn't been weak and frightened enough to answer them, this was all my fault. I rested my head against Matthew's. I'd made so many mistakes. I'd tried to put the blame on Nate for involving the police, but I'd been the one to involve him. Ultimately, I was to blame. I had to accept that. All I could do now was protect Matthew going forward.
Chapter 24. Nate. I paced the length of the short hallway from just outside Matthew's room to the living room and back. Emily was slumped against the wall directly across from Matthew's open door. She hadn't budged since she put the sleeping boy back in his bed. She had to be dead on her feet. I had secured the windows and dropped the blinds, but I wondered about putting Matthew back in the place where he was kidnapped. The guys who had done it were in custody, but would it be too traumatic for Matthew to wake there? Right now, the child was too exhausted to have noticed, so I didn't bring it up with Emily. She'd said almost nothing to me since we'd left the scene at the clinic, refusing my help to carry Matthew in the house and shaking off my arm when I tried to support her. The fissure that had been opening between us had turned into an abyss, and I had no idea how to bridge it. "What if they don't catch him?" she asked in a low voice when I paced past her, catching my attention. "They will," I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. There was always a chance that the slimy doctor would slip through the authorities' fingers. Creeps like that always had connections with lowlifes who were willing to help them out for the right price, and Mexico was a short boat trip away. Once there, it would be easy for him to disappear. "I can't live like this," she whispered, her tone anguished. "I can't live never knowing if Matthew will disappear in the night." I couldn't live with it either, but my instinct was to use whatever power we had to fight it. She wasn't going to like my next words, but they had to be said sooner or later. Matthew's a witness to a serious crime. His statement could make all the difference in this case. She shook her head, her long hair flowing over her shoulders as she moved. "Absolutely not. Matthew's not going through a police interview. I won't allow it." The stubborn tilt of her jaw told me that I had a fight ahead of me. One I couldn't lose if we were going to be safe. I don't want to upset him either, but having him interviewed has to be done right away. He may have heard the thugs say something that could break this case open. My words were hard, and she didn't want to hear them. She got to her feet to face me and tapped her finger into my chest. I yearned to yank her closer, hold and comfort her. Oh, who was I kidding? My motives were nowhere near selfless. I needed to feel her arms around me just as much. "No," she said, letting the single syllable be final. I couldn't accept that, since so much was riding on information Matthew might have. I glanced into the bedroom to where my brother was sleeping peacefully. The last thing I wanted was for the kid to wake up to another fight between me and Emily. I took Emily's hand and led her to the living room. We were close enough to hear if Matthew stirred, but we could talk more freely. I don't want to put him through that either, I started. But he might have important information. The police have specially trained interviewers who work with children. And the police have been so helpful so far, she said. I hated the bitterness in her words, though I understood it. Her assertion wasn't totally baseless, but it wasn't the full picture either. They were tonight. We rescued Matthew, not them. She pointed between us. I couldn't argue that point, but my power ended there in the civilian world. I could get away with beating the guys up, but I had no authority to see them arrested or prosecuted, or even to interrogate them. We can't press charges against the kidnappers without the police, I argued. Officers are out there now working the case. We have to help them however we can, or we'll never have peace. She only huffed at my words. I swear to you, Emily, I won't let anything happen to Matthew. I had no experience diffusing what I perceived as Mama Bear mode in her. I understood that she was super protective of Matthew, but she was being short-sighted in this situation. The only way to protect Matthew in the long run was to catch the bad guys. And she had to accept the possibility that we might need Matthew's help to do that. I waited, watching the play of emotions on her face, but completely uncertain what direction her thoughts were taking. When she finally spoke, her voice was deadly calm. You already have let something happen to Matthew because you couldn't resist poking around at the clinic. Her words were like a punch to the gut. The wind was knocked out of me because I had no argument against her accusation. She was absolutely right. I triggered every parent's worst nightmare. That fact was undeniable. But we couldn't change the past. It had happened, and now we had to take steps to ensure it never happened again, which meant catching and convicting the people responsible. Sticking our heads in the sand wasn't going to bring around a resolution. Emily, I began. I was unsure of what I intended to say, but I couldn't take the stony silence that had fallen. She held her hand up for me to stop. I'm guilty of handling this situation wrong too. I should never have trusted you. If I had kept my mouth shut, none of this would have happened. She paused and seemed to gather herself. And I'm not letting anyone but me make decisions that affect Matthew's safety again. Do you understand me? Reluctantly, I nodded. I wanted to argue that she could trust me, but I could see that it was pointless. Our dispute was going in circles. Her position was clear, and I didn't know how to persuade her to see my point. I wished I could see a way forward from there for us, but I couldn't. She turned away from me, breaking the moment but not the tension.
Emily, I need some air, I said. I had to clear my head, away from Nate. I needed some distance so I couldn't see the hurt in his eyes. I'll keep watch on Matthew. Nate headed toward Matthew's room. I assumed he'd continue pacing as he'd been doing since we arrived home. He was a man of action. I'd admired that about him until his actions had nearly cost me Matthew. I walked out the front door and sank onto a little bench before dropping my head in my hands for a moment, struggling to control my emotions. Taking in slow breaths, I calmed myself and turned my face to the full moon overhead. It couldn't be more than an hour to dawn, but the shining orb was bright in the sky. Its light bathed the neighborhood in a silvery glow, giving everything a peaceful aura. Other houses were dark, their inhabitants sleeping serenely. Was it only my house? My life in complete turmoil? For everyone else's sake, I hope so. How did one late-night trip to pay a bill result in my son's kidnapping and the constant conflict between me and Nate? It hardly seemed fair, but life rarely was. Inside the house, I heard Nate's phone ring and listened to him answer it. I couldn't hear the conversation other than the low tones of his voice speaking. It had to be Gabe or the police. Who else would call at this time of night? I waited, unwilling to move from the quiet spot. A moment later, Nate stepped outside, his phone still in his hand. "Who called?" I asked, knowing he'd come to update me. That was Gabe. The doctor wasn't at his home address, but they found a boat registered to him, and it's docked at the address listed on the business card I gave Gabe. The police have it under surveillance while they wait for a search warrant. That's good, I guess. If the doctor was caught or evidence found against him, maybe Matthew's testimony wouldn't be necessary. Anything else? I sensed there was, by the way. Nate hovered nearby. Gabe hopes we can bring Matthew to the station in the morning to be interviewed. Not the station, I said, my own humiliating experience fresh in my head. If I give permission for an interview, it will be here and on my terms. I'm not sure they'd do that, Nate said. They'll have to. I call the shots when it comes to Matthew, I reminded him. Emily, I want what's best for Matthew too, which means we've got to cooperate with the police. It may be the only way to get these guys behind bars. Making sure you and Matthew are safe is my top priority. Whatever it takes to assure that, I'm going to push for. I'm not your responsibility and you're my wife. He cut me off. I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't help liking the possessiveness in his voice when he called me his wife. All a fantasy, I reminded myself. I couldn't give in to the emotions and hopes that our interaction for those few blissful days had caused. I would be a single mom again soon enough. We weren't married in any true sense of the word, nor would we ever be. I'm your partner in a marriage of convenience that won't be necessary soon enough, I said, keeping my tone level, which gives you no authority over Matthew. He's my flesh and blood. Nate took a step forward, making him loom over me. My brother. I stood, refusing to be cowed. Something about his tone and posture almost seemed threatening, as if he felt he had some superior claim on Matthew. He'd never suggested such a thing before. No one had the power to take my son from me, not even him. Nate needed to understand that, once and for all. It was me that your mother gave him to in her will. Me, not you. Since then, I've raised him as if he were my own child. Loved him, cared for him, gladly given him everything I could. While you were off pursuing your dream of being a Navy SEAL, I was the boots on the ground, to use your jargon, with Matthew. I have not one regret about adopting him, but don't you dare throw your connection to him in my face now. Nate's expression showed shock at first, but faded to one of devastation before he masked his hurt under a grimace and gave me a curt nod. I instantly regretted the harshness of my words. We'll do it your way, he said, and went in the house. I heard him move through the living room on light feet, knowing he was heading directly to Matthew's room to watch over him. I sat again, feeling more tears form in my eyes. I'd come outside looking for solace in the night and had only made the situation worse by jabbing at Nate. The emotions of the day had driven me to that. I wanted to chase after him and apologize, but I doubted anyone could forgive my words.
Chapter 25. Nate. I poured myself another cup of coffee as the sun rose outside the kitchen windows. I'd yet to sleep. Emily had passed out on the couch after coming inside. We'd said nothing to each other because I had no idea how to get past our last conversation. She'd leveled me, and maybe I deserved it. I had chosen to pursue my career over caring for my kid brother. I'd been allowed to walk away from my responsibilities, and now they'd been taken away from me. Leaning in the kitchen doorway, I watched Emily sleep. Her face was soft, her lips slightly parted. She was so beautiful, it almost hurt to look at her and know how unhappy she was with me. I couldn't blame her. I'd made a mess of her life despite my best intentions. Once we got through this situation, life would be better for her and Matthew, and my presence would no longer be needed. According to the new doctor, Matthew's health would improve rapidly with just a couple more treatments. My insurance would pay for the costly procedures. I'd paid off the other medical bills. I could give myself credit for that much. Other than that, I'd brought utter chaos to her life. She didn't deserve that. She deserved the ideal romance and marriage she'd always wanted, the one that I could never give her. The thought of her with another man, though. I gulped down the hot coffee, trying not to imagine someone else touching her, kissing her. The worst was that I'd have to witness it, because, despite her words, Matthew would always be a link between us. I'd watch her marry her perfect husband and have children with him while I remained on the fringes of her life. My phone rang with a call from Gabe, and I was thankful for the distraction from my own thoughts. I went back in the kitchen to answer it so I didn't disturb Emily. "Hey, I've got good news for you. We've got Dr. Albright in custody," Gabe said without preamble. "That's great." I tried to be enthusiastic. It was good news, but nothing in my life seemed good at that moment. Where was he? Hiding on his boat. We brought him in without incident. He was scared witless and kind of unhinged, Gabe described the scene. I don't think it will take long before he rolls over on his drug associates and incriminates them. Where's he being held now? I wanted to make sure he was in a place where he couldn't get to us. He's at the county lockup in isolation, Gabe assured me. There was enough evidence on board his boat to hold him on drug trafficking charges. We're requesting that bond be denied pending the outcome of the investigation. Matthew and Emily should be safe from him. The dumbass is way more concerned about his reputation as a doctor than the charges pending against him. I wasn't surprised by that, based on how arrogant Emily said the doctor was. Thanks. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Just doing my job, Gabe said. The guys here still want one of their counselors to talk with Matthew about his experience, but there's no urgency since we should be able to get all the evidence we need without his testimony. Got it. I'll let Emily know. Thanks again. After I ended the call, the sense of relief came slowly. It seemed the situation was over. Emily was stirring when I walked back in the living room. When she saw me, she sat up and fingered her hair into place. The black waves fell around her face, framing it. "News?" she asked with a hint of hopefulness. "The police arrested Albright on his boat," I relayed the information. "He's locked up on drug charges, and they expect he'll give up his associates pretty easily. He's facing a lot more charges, and probably years in jail. Gabe doesn't think he'll get bail." "So much for knowing people in high places," she commented, recalling the doctor's words to her. She wasn't smiling, but she looked relieved. "They always get caught in the end," I said, stating a belief I'd been raised with. "The really good news is that they won't need a witness statement from Matthew. They do want him to talk with a counselor, though, about his experience. I hope you'll let him do that. Please let him." He had been through a traumatic experience. I had seen things like that damage grown men emotionally. Who knew what it would do to a kid? "He may need that," she agreed more readily than I'd expected. "Last night, he was too exhausted to form words, but he's a talkative kid. It'll all come out eventually, and I don't know how to handle that. I think he should speak with a professional." Good. I wanted to ask where that left the two of us, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. I knew it was a conversation with only one outcome, and I wasn't ready for that yet. "I'll make us some breakfast," I offered, looking for something to do, something to take my mind off what I felt sure was coming. "Have you slept?" she asked, a flicker of concern on her face. I shook my head. Even if I hadn't wanted to stand guard, my whirling mind wouldn't have let me sleep. Too much had happened. There were too many words expressed for me to settle, and I struggled with too much concern about what came next.
Emily. I peeked in at Matthew. He was still fast asleep, but he seemed at peace in the darkened room. I went to my bedroom, dressed, brushed my hair, washed my face, and continued with mundane tasks until I realized I was stalling. It was time for a conversation with Nate that I had no desire to have, but it couldn't be avoided any longer. I made myself walk to the kitchen where Nate was prepping ingredients for omelets. The stove was on, the skillet hot and sizzling. I had no appetite with what loomed over us. "Can we talk?" I asked. He glanced over his shoulder at me, the one look making my heart heavy. He was so handsome, and he'd been mine, however briefly, but it was time to end the fantasy. We weren't meant for each other, and I still worried that I couldn't trust him completely. It might not be rational, but I couldn't shake that thought. "Sure," he said, and shut off the stove. I took a seat at the table and waited for him to join me. "How's Matthew this morning?" he asked. "He appears to be fine, still sleeping." I was grateful for that. "And how are you?" "I'm okay." I wasn't sure how I felt about the threat's end. I was too exhausted to feel much of anything. I guess I'm relieved more than anything. I thought I'd be happy. Maybe that will come later. "I know what you mean," he agreed. "It's going to take a while to sink in." "Probably." I felt that we were delaying, avoiding the elephant in the room. I was going to have to plunge ahead. "Listen, now that this is all behind us, we can make some changes in our lives. There's so much I need to thank you for, and I appreciate what you've done for me and Matthew. I'll never be able to express all that. He truly is on the road to recovery now with only a few treatments left." "Sweetheart," he said softly, but there was a note of caution in his voice, as if he didn't want me to go on. The endearment almost undid me. I loved that he called me that. "Let me go on," I entreated. This had to be said. "I also want to thank you for turning to your friend Gabe. His work brought about the doctor's capture and put a legal end to all this." Here came the difficult part. "If you had only done that, I would have understood. You trusted a friend. But you also lied to me about involving him and going to the clinic. It was a lie that almost cost me Matthew. I know you'd never put his life in jeopardy on purpose. I know you love him, and I'm not going to stand in the way of you having a relationship with your brother." I needed to express that after what I'd said to him in the night. But what's been between us has to be over. "You're right about that." He nodded, his face serious. "Oh." I couldn't stifle the tiny exclamation. He agreed with me so readily that even though I was ending things, it hurt my feelings. That was silly, of course. Nate was being logical as I was too. It had to end, and we both knew it. He reached for my hands across the table and grasped them between his. My traitorous heart soared for a minute with hope, until I realized he was simply trying to ease the situation. "I know I've been holding you back from the future you deserve. I'm not the right kind of man for you. We knew that going into this marriage." He gave me the tiniest smile. "As much as I care about you, maybe we're just not compatible. And that's okay. You could be the right man was my first thought. He could be the kind of man with whom I built my future. But I was scared too. Frightened to trust him with my heart when he had lied to me in the past. Maybe we aren't," I agreed. "So there it is. I think we can move in the direction of dissolving the marriage now." My completely level voice shocked me. It was so in contrast with the raging heartache on the inside. "I'll make sure Matthew's last treatments are covered before I start the paperwork," he said, giving my hands one final squeeze before letting me go.
Chapter 26. Nate. I cleaned up the kitchen from my dinner, which meant disposing of the frozen pizza box in the recycling bin, along with my paper plate and can of soda. "Bachelor meal," I grimaced, missing the home-cooked meals that Emily made for us and missing having someone to eat with. Not someone. I shook my head. Her and Matthew. I walked back into my Spartan living room. The books, photographs, and artwork were gone, along with the colorful throw pillows and comfortable furniture. The house even smelled different without Emily. I missed her perfume, the lotion she used that sat on the bathroom counter. And the bed. That was where I missed her the most. I'd slept on the futon in the den since she'd moved out, unwilling to be in the bedroom without her. Helping her pack up had been one of the toughest days of my life. We had tried to keep things positive for Matthew's sake. The kid was having a hard enough time understanding what was happening. At least he got to live with his grandmother, since he and Emily moved in with Karina while Emily looked for a new place. That had brought Matthew a modicum of joy. I could find none. I dropped down onto my worn couch that I'd pulled from storage, back in its place now across from the television stand. It was difficult to remember that I used to like living this way. My life had been uncomplicated. I'd served my country by performing my duty. I'd spent time with my buddies, and I'd dated pretty women who I'd gone out with no more than twice. It had been enough, no longer. I wanted my little family back. I wanted the happy noise of Matthew playing, an easy conversation over dinner. I wanted someone to watch movies with and beat me at racing games. But most of all, I wanted Emily. Her kiss, the way she touched me and made me feel, the way she took care of all of us. A sharp knock sounded on my door. Since cops all rap the same, I knew it was Gabe before getting off the couch. I supposed it was a health and welfare check, since my friend knew of the upheaval in my life. "Hey," I said, opening the door. Gabe stood there with a six-pack of beer in his hand. "Thought we could have a beer and watch the game. The Commanders are playing." "Sure, I guess." I waved him in. I didn't feel like having company, but I appreciated that Gabe had made the effort to come over. In the living room, we cracked open beers and watched DC's football team in silence for a while. I knew the silence wouldn't last. Gabe would want me to talk about what happened with Emily. To head off my friend's questions, I started the conversation. "What's the news on Albright and his thugs?" I asked. "The grand jury indicted the doctor today on multiple drug charges, plus harassment and conspiracy to kidnap a child. There will be more charges pending once the investigation is complete," Gabe explained. "2 of his 3 associates are in a similar spot." "What about the last one?" Gabe grimaced. That we need to call Adrian about, actually." Adrian? Our former CO. It had been about 1.5 years since I'd last talked to him, since he left the team. I'd heard from some of the other guys that he'd become an FBI agent, but if the police thought there was a federal operation in play and wanted to bring in the FBI, wouldn't they handle that themselves? Why would it have to go through us, in a private call? "How much have you heard about Adrian's private project?" Gabe asked. "Just what you've told me." Gabe had given me the bare bones of it when I saw him at Raj's funeral this past May. Adrian apparently thought something was fishy about what had happened to us back on that mission in the Republic of Wathan back in April last year, the one where our teammate Kyle Cuddy had been killed, along with the informant we'd been sent to extract. In essence, Adrian thought someone sold us out, that there was a rat somewhere in the system who had wanted to see the informant taken out before he could share his intel with the world, and that our team had been led into a trap. It was possible, of course, but it hardly seemed likely. Sometimes things went to pieces on a mission for no particular reason. There wasn't always a big explanation. Trying to find one wouldn't get you anywhere. But Adrian must have been a bulldog in a previous life, because once he latched onto something, he didn't let go. I was sure that he was going to keep chasing up leads on this until he found what he was looking for or died trying. But I had heard some rumbles from the other guys about leads Adrian was chasing. It seemed like he was on the verge of uncovering something, though the jury was still out on whether it would give him the answers he wanted. Could there be some connection between his investigation and this case? I didn't see how there could be. What could a drug-dealing doctor in Virginia or his associates have to do with an informant on the other side of the globe? "So what's the story?" I asked. "What does the doctor's goon have to do with Adrian?" "He agreed to take a plea deal in exchange for cooperation. It could be nothing, but he mentioned the Hayes Group. The military contractors. I'd run across their guys plenty of times over the years. Basically, anywhere there was trouble, you could count on the Hayes Group being there. Not the nicest guys in my experience, but I suppose they must get the job done, or they wouldn't keep getting brought in." "Yep. Turns out they came up with some shady dealings in Texas that landed on Drake's radar. Drake Shepperton, our first CO after Adrian, now retired from the Navy as well. I didn't know the details of what had happened to him, but I'd heard he'd had some trouble after coming home to Texas to deal with a family funeral. It could be a coincidence, but it doesn't feel that way to you, I finished, and he nodded. And since Adrian isn't officially looking into Cuddy's death, you couldn't contact him while you were at the precinct. Correct. Okay then, call him. Gabe nodded, and I sat and waited while he thumbed through his contacts. He put it on speaker just as Adrian answered. Pierce. Hey, old man, Gabe greeted. Nate and I have some interesting news. Nate's there. Hey, Adrian, I greeted. How's being a Fed? He sighed, and it crackled over the line. Busy. What's up? Gabe quickly outlined what had happened with Matthew's kidnapping and the criminal who had pled out. He worked for the Hayes Group? Adrian asked. So he says. Claims he smuggled for them for a while, before he moved out here and needed to find a new employer, Gabe confirmed. He said that the Hayes Group is involved in illegal smuggling. That's his story. He doesn't have any hard evidence, per se, but he was able to drop a lot of names of people we can prove are affiliated with Hayes. Well, crap, Adrian said. That kind of summed up how I was feeling too. All this time, I'd thought Adrian was on a wild goose chase. I hadn't believed that anyone with access to our mission intel would have ever betrayed us by leaking it. But this put a whole new spin on things. The Hayes Group worked side by side with the military. They had contacts, information channels, direct dealings with the upper echelon at the Pentagon. Could they have gotten their hands on the information about our mission in the Row W before it took place? Yeah, they probably could have. Maybe not entirely legally, but they probably knew who would fold under a little pressure. And if they were smuggling, and the informant we were meant to extract had proof of it, then they'd have a very good reason to want our mission to fail, even if it meant spilling a SEAL's blood right along with the informants. It was sounding to me like Kyle died to keep a flood of dirty money running into Ian Hayes' pocket, and that angered me. Where's the investigation going from here? Adrian asked, his voice filled with urgency. I saw Gabe wince, and knew even before he spoke that Adrian wasn't going to be happy with his answer. A report has been written up, and it'll be routed to the relevant agencies. But the team here is focusing on building a case against the doctor. This guy's former employer isn't a high priority for them. And, he added hesitantly, there's more. He gave us the name of another Hayes associate on the criminal side of things. You're not gonna like it. I already don't like it, so spit it out. Dirk Bradley. There was a long, strained pause. Dirk Bradley? Adrian finally said. As in, the piece of shit who killed Roger? The very same, Gabe agreed. We all knew the story. On our last leave, back in May, Roger had been out with some friends one night, having fun in his hometown of Savannah, when he realized something was off. Turned out he'd stumbled on a jewel smuggling ring, and of course Raj couldn't just let it go. He started digging deeper, and it got him killed. Bradley, an art dealer in Savannah, turned out to be the guy behind it. He hadn't taken the shot himself, but he was the one who had ordered Raj's death. And then the coward had gone on the run before he could face justice for his crimes. I thought this was all connected, but even I didn't realize how connected it was. Bradley could be a good lead, but the investigation on him has stalled out. I don't think I can get any more resources put into it. Maybe if I call Zach, though. Zach Walker was another former teammate, one who'd chosen to retire from the team about a year ago. He was now working as a private investigator. Thanks, Gabe, Adrian finally said. I think this could really lead to something, and thanks to you too, Nate. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Way I heard it, you took those guys down. Wouldn't have them in custody, ready to sing like a canary if it weren't for you. That might or might not be true, but it felt good to hear, all the same. Yeah, well, glad I could help, I said. And if you need a hand with anything else, let me know, okay? Not sure when I'm shipping out again, but while I'm here, I'll do what I can. Yeah, man, I know. Appreciate it. We said our goodbyes, And then it was just Gabe and I staring at the TV again. How much of a reduced sentence did the informant get? I asked after a while. It better not be too short. They all deserve to rot for what they put Matthew and Emily through. Don't worry, we didn't give him a pass or anything, since he didn't really give us anything concrete. None of them are going to see daylight for a long while. Good to hear, I said. I'd like to let Emily know, but all communication between us had ceased. I knew we'd talk again, since she'd promised to let me see Matthew as I'd always done. She was too kind-hearted to deny me that. None of it would have happened without you, Gabe commented. And Emily. Her role in this had been as important as mine. I still couldn't get the image of her charging at the two thugs out of my mind. She'd been so fierce and beautiful. True, Gabe agreed. The two of you brought down some seriously bad guys. You're heroes. The guys at the station can't stop talking about it. I don't feel like a hero. I felt like a dumbass if I was going to admit the truth. I'd let go of the best thing that had ever happened to me without a fight. We watched the clock run out on the first quarter, and then the game went to commercial. Do you regret telling me about this and involving the department? Gabe never beat around the bush when it came to difficult questions. I'm glad the bad guys are off the streets, so I can't regret that. It was the right thing to do, no matter what it had cost me personally. And the price had been very high. Emily no longer trusted me. That was the worst blow of all. I'd do it again and risk Emily's wrath. She's something when she's wound up. Gabe drained his first beer. Yep. She was amazing. I had worked with courageous men, seen them take risks, but the sight of Emily battling her way to Matthew impressed me more than any manly feats I'd witnessed. So it's completely over between you and her, Gabe drilled me. I haven't filed for a dissolution of marriage yet, but yeah, it's over. I got the word over out through gritted teeth. I don't quite see why she left you because of this. His friend continued to dig. I knew Gabe wasn't being mean. Instead, he was trying to be logical and find a way to help. But nothing could truly help me other than Emily showing up on my doorstep, suitcase in hand. Some people aren't meant to be together. Maybe not, but you did seem pretty happy with her, Gabe said. I let that comment sit unanswered for a minute while I kept my eyes on the screen, but I was no longer seeing the commercials. I had been happy with Emily, even when we were fighting. I was, for a while. I drank some of the beer. You've only been married a short time. You sure you don't want to give it another try? Gabe suggested. Getting used to living with someone can be rough. There's an adjustment period, but it doesn't mean you have to throw in the towel. That's not it, I forced myself to say. I'm not the right man for her. She deserves the whole package. You're a Navy SEAL. How are you not the whole package? Gabe questioned. I appreciated his loyalty, but I wanted this discussion to be done. I'm not in her eyes, I said, ending the conversation. Gabe let the subject drop, and we turned our attention back to the game, where the players were lined up for the snap. I was only half watching, hardly caring who won, as my thoughts got stuck on Emily and what I was missing out on by being cut off from her. When the game finally ended, a few hours later, I shut the television off and stood. Gabe took the hint and stood as well. I gotta go. Training starts early tomorrow. Are you deploying soon now that things have changed? Since Matthew's doing well, there's no reason for me to stick around. I noticed Gabe open his mouth, probably to disagree, but then quickly close it. I talked to my CO today about cutting my leave short. I'll probably ship out within a few weeks. We'll catch another game before you go, Gabe promised as he headed for the door. I saw him out and turned to face the nearly empty house. I'd be glad to leave this place behind. Being on a mission would give me focus and work that I needed. When I returned, I'd have to face Emily, but maybe some distance would take the ache out of knowing what I'd lost.
Emily. I pushed a half-unpacked box into my mother's hall closet. Cramming all of mine and Matthew's possessions in my mother's two-bedroom condo was a challenge. Matthew and I shared a room, leaving me no place to be alone. Which was just as well, I concluded, as I closed the closet door. If I had time to think, I'd probably wallow in a vat of self-pity, and that would be pointless. My life was fine. The bad guys had been caught, and Matthew was doing well. I just wished... I pushed the thoughts aside. Nate wasn't for me, and I wasn't for him. Our conversation the day after the kidnapping had made that clear. We had interacted amicably as I'd packed up my things and moved out of his house. "Where's my favorite boy?" My mom called as she came in the door. Matthew dashed to meet his grandmother, throwing his arms around her neck when she bent to hug him. Matthew's delight at living with her was the silver lining of the heavy gray cloud I carried around over my head. "I built a castle out of blocks. Do you want to see?" Matthew tugged on her hand. "Of course." My mom followed him into the bedroom. I could hear his happy chatter as he told her all about the process of building. A moment later, my mother came from the bedroom. "He's building an attached garage now for his Matchbox cars," she announced. "Do you want tea?" "That sounds great." I had worked for hours, trying to settle all of our things into the condo, and I was ready for a break. I went to the kitchen and started the electric kettle. "I think I have some cookies. The good kind." My mother always stashed a box of my favorite cookies in an upper cabinet. As the water boiled, she made up a little tray of snacks and carried them to the balcony. "It's lovely outside," she called. "Bring the tea." I poured 2 steaming cups of mint tea, peeked in on Matthew, who was absorbed in his building project, and took the tea with me to the balcony. After stepping through the open door, I sat on a comfortable chair. My mother was already seated, nibbling on cookies. "Good day at work?" I asked. "Oh, fine. Nothing exciting." She worked as a supervisor for a clothing manufacturer. "When are you going back to work? We can try to balance caring for Matthew." "That would be good. I'll probably start back next week." I needed steady income again now that I wasn't living with Nate. A home of my own was on the priority list for me, and that wasn't going to happen without money. "When are you going to tell me what went wrong?" My mother hadn't batted an eye when I called and asked to move in with her, but I had known that sooner or later an explanation was owed. I guessed that today was the day to give it. "From an outsider's perspective," my mother observed, "it seemed that you and Nate were making a genuine go of your fake marriage. It looked real. And you seemed happy." "I was briefly," I admitted. "And it felt real for just about as long." "So what went wrong?" she pressed. I let myself be blinded by him. Nate's a great guy. He has so much to offer, but he's not my Prince Charming. My Prince Charming wouldn't have lied to me. You've always told me the perfect guy was out there waiting for me, and I'll know him when I meet him. I don't want to settle for less than that. My mother was quiet for a minute as she sipped her tea. "Is that what you made of my advice about men?" "Of course." "What did she mean?" "You said to never lower my standards and marry a man I didn't love." She gave me a pointed look. "You don't love Nate?" I trailed off, unsure how to answer the question. I'd always known that I loved Nate in a way. He was Helen's son and Matthew's brother. We were connected, and our relationship had always been friendly. But love him? Against my will, my mind wandered to those few days when everything seemed possible between us. Decorating the house, caring for Matthew, preparing dinner, making love in his bed. Those had all been good experiences with him. But was that the kind of love marriages were built on? And then there was the other problem. How could I trust him again? Maybe I didn't know much about love, but I knew trust was important. He lied to me, went behind my back. I'm afraid to trust him, I finally said. That is a serious problem, my mother agreed. But have you tried to see it from his perspective, to understand why he made that choice? He only did what he felt was necessary to keep you and Matthew safe. Don't you think he had your best interest at heart? Had he? Suddenly, I didn't know what to think. I'd been so sure when I spoke to Nate about ending our relationship. I hadn't wanted to sever the connection with him, but I had been confident that it was the right thing for all of us. I wondered now, though. Couldn't he be a prince in his own way? My mother suggested softly. Consider all the attributes you want in your partner. Does Nate have them? I had only seen the reasons that Nate failed to be my prince. Had I not stopped to evaluate the ways he might fill the role? Or had I been too blinded by an idealistic vision of a husband to see that the one I'd had was just what I wanted? My mother stood, kissed my forehead, and went inside, leaving me time to think about my adult definition of Prince Charming.
Chapter 27. Nate. I considered taking the stairs to my lawyer's office. It was on the 8th floor. I could do with the exercise, and I was in no hurry to dissolve my marriage to Emily. But it had to be done, and stalling would only drag out the pain. I hit the button for the elevator. 90 seconds later, I was going through the glass door to the attorney who had helped me sort out my mother's estate a few years before. Jeffrey Harris's advice in the weeks after my mother's passing had been invaluable, walking us through the steps of completing Matthew's adoption and sorting through the finances. I had made it through the process quickly, thanks to Jeffrey's advice. "Good to see you again, Nate." Jeffrey came from behind his desk when the receptionist showed me into the inner office to shake my hand. The attorney, a tall, slim man in his 50s, was a specialist in family law. "Thanks for working me in," I said as I took a seat across from the lawyer. "I need to take care of this quickly before my next deployment. I was surprised when you said you needed a dissolution of marriage. I didn't know you'd taken the plunge." Jeffrey rested his hands on the polished surface of his desk. "It was recent. And short," I mentally added. "And over already?" The lawyer's tone was empathetic. "Yeah, wasn't meant to be, I guess." I supposed I could explain that it had been a marriage of convenience, but the truth was that I wanted this meeting over as soon as possible. I didn't like the thought of letting Emily go, but it was a done deal. "Where'd you get married?" Jeffrey pulled a legal pad from his drawer. "The courthouse." Despite the public location, it had been a nice wedding. I couldn't think of the day without recalling how beautiful Emily had been. "Did you complete any prenuptial paperwork?" "No." The thought had never occurred to me. All that had been on my mind had been helping her and Matthew. Well, not all. I'd wanted to marry Emily. I could admit that to myself. Despite my years of protesting against marriage, I'd been blown away by the idea of being her husband. Should I have? Jeffrey looked up. A lawyer's always going to answer that question with a yes. But most people are in love and can't imagine their relationship not lasting. In love. Not words I had spent much time considering in my life. I wondered, though, if in spite of all my denials, love had been part of the reason I'd wanted Emily to be my bride so much. Her name, Jeffrey's pen was posed over the paper. Emily Edwards. You'll remember her as Matthew's adopted mother. Of course I do. Jeffrey smiled. Emily had that effect on people. Matthew's still with her. He is. She's a good mother to him. Nothing about that had changed. But not a good wife for you. Is that it? She'd been a wonderful wife, caring and loving, and I'd made a mess of everything. That's not it. The lawyer stopped writing and leaned back in his chair. We'll need a reason for the dissolution, Nate. If we have that, the judge will act quickly. Do you believe Emily will contest the dissolution in any way? No, she wants it, I said. She had made that clear when she'd moved out of my house the day after the kidnapping. I wasn't the right man for her, a fact that didn't hurt any less that day than it had for the previous 5. For a fake marriage, I hated watching it go down the drain. That should make things easier, but I have to ask, do you want the dissolution? Jeffrey's assessing eyes were on me. I'm here, aren't I? My answer was defensive, because the truth was that this was the last place I wanted to be. I didn't want to be dissolving my marriage. I wanted to be going home to my wife and son each night in the warm family home she'd created. I scrubbed a hand over my face. letting the emotions I'd kept at bay break free. With them, realization hit me square in the chest. I was in love with Emily. I probably had been before I married her, which explained my fear that she'd refuse me. This was the wrong time to realize I loved my wife. I thought about those days living under the same roof. First, there had been awkwardness, then comfort, and then there had been passion unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The passion ignited our lovemaking, but also drove me to protect her. The question was, if my love for her mattered, was it enough? I was no fairy tale prince, certainly not the one she envisioned. But what were the chances of some other man loving her as much as I did? I wondered what had made me so adamantly opposed to falling in love and marrying. I deemed my fellow SEALs who married to be fools, but maybe it was foolish to deny love as I had tried to do. Seeking a dissolution was denying that what was between me and Emily was worth something. But the truth was that it was worth everything to me. So what was I doing here? I looked up and met the attorney's gaze. Maybe you need to take some more time with this decision, Jeffrey suggested. Yeah, I'm just afraid the decision's not up to me. The fear was palpable, prompting my next question. What if she wants this dissolution and I don't? You've got to follow your heart and find an answer to that question. When you have one, come back and see me. Jeffrey smiled. Or better yet, don't. I'm sorry. I've wasted your time, I said, rising. Not at all. Good luck. We shook hands, and I was back in the elevator 10 minutes after my ride up. I had to follow my heart. That had always been my mother's advice. Up to now, I'd known that meant I was where I belonged as a SEAL. But now, was that really what my heart wanted? If I let it, my heart would lead me straight to Emily's door. I wanted to be happy with the woman I loved more than I wanted anything else. Winning Emily back meant regaining her trust, and that was going to be a difficult mission. Challenging, but not impossible. I walked out of the building into the sunshine, silently committing myself to Operation Emily.
Emily. 5 more minutes, I called to Matthew, who was pumping away on the swings, gaining height. I had to prevent myself from telling him to be careful. He wasn't as fragile anymore, at least physically. Emotionally, I was more worried about him. That morning, he'd said again how much he missed Nate. He'd held in his tears until I'd confessed to missing Nate as well. So why aren't we with him? Matthew had asked me. I hadn't been able to formulate a good answer and had fallen back on my standard line that sometimes things didn't work out between grown-ups, followed by a promise that Matthew would get to see his big brother whenever Nate was in town. Matthew had given me a dubious stare, one I'd diffused by suggesting a stop at the park on our way to his doctor's appointment. He had been distracted by the idea of swinging, but being in the park did nothing for me. All around me, dads played with their kids. Not what I wanted to see at that moment. Nate had been the closest thing to a dad Matthew had ever known. For a short time, we'd been a family, and it had felt so right. I missed Nate for Matthew's sake, but the sadness I felt wasn't only about family life, I admitted with a sigh. I'd enjoyed feeling like part of a couple. Even when we disagreed, that sense of belonging to something, someone, had been so real, so good. If I hadn't been too stubborn to appreciate it while I'd had it, I should have given myself more time after the kidnapping and the capture of Dr. Albright to calm down. I'd been exhausted and distraught, which had led me to make a decision about our marriage more quickly than I should have. I honestly wasn't sure I'd been thinking straight when I told Nate it was over between us. Nate might not be what my teenage self had imagined as my ideal husband, but that didn't mean he wasn't the right man, the right husband for me. I'd spent hours thinking about what my mother had said about love and the ideal man. Nate was a prince in his own way, and maybe he didn't have to be perfect. He just had to be perfect for me. Mom, look at me, Matthew called as he swung back and forth. I waved to him, never losing my focus on him, despite the depth of my thoughts on my marriage. We could get past our differences if we were both willing, couldn't we? Was he willing? Was he willing to work for our love? Or was he satisfied with letting me go? He hadn't fought me when I told him it was the end. He'd even agreed with me that it was for the best. How was I to know if that was the truth? I wanted to run to him and ask, but what good would that do? What good would it do to admit my love for him if he didn't return it? Somehow, I'd come to love him more than I'd have ever thought possible. Love, that shiny, beautiful essence I'd been waiting for my entire life, had been mine, and I hadn't even noticed. Now it was gone and there was no getting it back. I wanted to lie down on the bench where I sat and curl into a fetal position. The sense of love and loss pounded me. Instead of giving in to my emotions, I forced myself to my feet. I couldn't wallow in the aftermath of my mistakes. "Time to go, Matthew," I said as I walked to the swings. He dragged his feet, slowing himself before jumping off. Matthew was well or nearly so. The boy's health was a gift that Nate had given me, and I'd always love him for that. And other things. So many other things. "Can I see Nate today?" Matthew asked as he took my hand to walk to the car. Could my little boy read my mind? I felt his hand tighten around mine. Did he know that my heart was breaking for Nate? "I'll text to see if he's available," I offered. "If he is, you can." "Yay," Matthew shouted and danced alongside of me. I expected that Nate would make time for Matthew, so I steeled myself to meet up with him. That was going to be a challenging encounter, one I wasn't sure how to handle. Part of me wanted to apologize for pushing us apart and beg him to give our marriage a second chance. But that would mean admitting my love for him. And the other part of me knew a confession of that kind wouldn't be welcome. Nate was probably deploying soon, and he'd never truly wanted a marriage to me, to anyone. He deserved his freedom, the chance to follow his dreams. I wouldn't stand in the way of that. Despite my love for him, I had to let him go, even if it broke my heart to do so. Chapter 28. Emily. "Did you text him?" Matthew asked, while we waited for the doctor in one of the exam rooms at the cancer treatment center. "Not yet," I admitted. I'd been procrastinating, which wasn't fair to Matthew. He deserved an opportunity to see his brother. "I promise I'll do it when we get back to the car. If Nate's available, I'll drive you to his house then." Our house, I'd wanted to say. It had been so easy to think of the little house as our home. Nate had invited me to stay there until the dissolution was final, but I'd thought it best to have a clean break. If I had continued to live with him, it would have been too difficult to resist the pull he had on me. "Maybe we can race some cars?" Matthew said excitedly. "Aren't you a little young for that?" Dr. Sanders entered the room. She was a tiny woman in her 40s with graying hair cut in a modern pixie. I had liked her from the first time we met. "It's on a game, Doc." Matthew bounced up to greet the doctor, who always shook hands with her patients. "Sounds fun, but I hope you're cautious." The doctor held out her hand to me. "It's good to see you too." "Thank you, doctor. We're hoping for good news today." "Then you won't be disappointed." Dr. Sanders flipped open a folder she carried. Matthew's last scan was clean and... The door opened and Nate walked in. "I'm sorry I'm late," he apologized. Matthew rushed to him and he swung the boy up to hug him. I didn't expect... I could feel my face turn warm, then cold with shock. I had Matthew's appointments on my calendar. Nate smiled at me. I didn't want to miss it. Of course. I got myself under control. Seeing him was harder than I'd expected. He looked good, sexy, and strong, but maybe a little unsure of himself. Was he wondering if he was welcome? "We were going to text you when we were done." Dr. Sanders was calmly watching the scene, but I could guess that the doctor had questions since Nate and I had played the part of a happily married couple when we were there before. The doctor gestured to the chairs, and we all sat again with Matthew on Nate's lap. "I was just telling your wife that Matthew's last scan was clean." I opened my mouth to correct the doctor about my relationship to Nate, but he spoke first. "That's amazing news." "It is," the doctor replied. I plan to do one more treatment at the end of the week just to be on the safe side. And then we'll need to see Matthew for scans every few months to confirm he's in remission. Do you have any questions? I met Nate's eyes for the first time since he entered the room. I don't. You? Nope. Thank you, doctor, Nate said as we all stood. This is a day for celebration. What'll we do? Matthew asked. Let's go outside and discuss that. Nate carried Matthew out to the parking area, but he didn't stop at my car or even his own. Instead, he found a shady bench that sat in a little garden. Cautiously, I followed him, taking a seat when he patted the space next to him. He must want to talk, but about what? I just hoped we could have a rational conversation for Matthew's sake, when all I felt was how much I'd lost by being separated from him. But there was no point in going down that street. I stopped myself from imagining what life could be like with him as I sat, keeping several inches between us. Can I go look in the fountain? Matthew asked, pointing to where a mermaid-shaped fountain dropped water into a fish pond. Sure, but no splashing, I said, giving him a smile. Matthew moved off, and I turned my attention to Nate, who was watching me closely. His usually confident expression held a trace of uncertainty. Thanks for coming today. We were going to text you later because Matthew wanted to see you. You were? His expression turned hopeful. What was that about? Yeah, I said. I figured you're getting ready to ship out soon, so seeing you means a lot to Matthew. Does it mean anything to you? His voice was pitched low, making the space between us shrink. Of course it does, I answered, not looking at him. Anything that makes Matthew happy? I didn't finish my sentence because I sensed that was not what he'd been asking. He was asking if I had wanted to see him. Yes, God, yes, but I wasn't brave enough to say it. Emily, I need to tell you something. All I could do was nod, afraid of what was to come. I went to see my attorney, but I didn't start the dissolution paperwork. I couldn't. Is there a problem? I asked cautiously. Yeah. He touched me under the chin and turned my face toward him. The best kind of problem. Well, at least I think so. I've discovered that I don't want to live without you. Despite my claims of never wanting to be married, I like being married. His fingers caressed my cheek. I love being married to you. Nate. My heart was pounding. I wanted to speak but was afraid the words wouldn't make sense. I felt overwhelmed. Never in my wildest dreams had I thought he would be saying that to me. I've missed you and Matthew. I've missing being part of a family, and I don't want to be without either of you again. He changed his position to kneel in front of me. Men only did that when... I love you, Emily. I never thought I'd say that to a woman. But those are the only words to express how I feel about you. His eyes searched me. I know we're technically married already, but I want to do this right this time. He was going to be my Prince Charming after all, but I was too speechless to respond. Emily, will you marry me? Will you and Matthew be my family for always?
Nate. Time seemed to stop as I watched her beautiful face. I'd shocked her. I could see that. Her eyes went to Matthew, standing near the fish pond. The boy was watching us, a smile on his face. He seemed to understand the importance of what was happening. It was up to me to convince her to be my wife in truth. Maybe this isn't the kind of proposal you've always dreamed of, I said, knowing her love of traditional fairy tale happily ever afters. But it's not, she finally spoke, and I felt my heart drop. She was going to refuse me. Ever since I was a little girl, I had some ridiculous ideas of what this should look like. But I didn't know then that it's not about finding some imaginary ideal. It's about finding the true love of a good man. Her fingers touched my face. I love you, Nate, and I want to be your wife. She leaned forward and kissed me softly. I do appreciate the proposal, though. So we'll stay married, I whispered, needing the confirmation, needing her to say the words. Yes, we'll stay married. Her answer was interrupted by Matthew's cheer. We both looked at the boy. He was smiling broadly and doing a happy little dance. I felt like joining him, but I had one more thing to do. I pulled the jeweler's box from my pocket as I had on our actual wedding day. I'd been shocked to find she'd left the rings behind when she moved out. They'd been sitting on top of my dresser, tied together with a ribbon. I put them and my ring away quickly, unable to look at them. That morning, I'd taken them from my drawer and put mine on. I flipped the box open, and the sun made the small diamond sparkle. She held out her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly, but I slid the wedding band and engagement ring on. I raised her hand to my lips and kissed it, feeling ridiculously romantic and not caring. I looked up into her face. I had one more thing to ask her. I'd like your permission to do one more thing. I lowered my voice so Matthew couldn't hear in case she refused my request. I want to adopt Matthew, so he's my son too. Will you let me, sweetheart? I had already spoken to my attorney about this possibility. The paperwork was uncomplicated, as long as it was filed with Emily's consent. Tears filled her eyes. Of course I will. Shall we tell him? She gestured for Matthew to come closer. Nate wants to adopt you. What do you think of that? Matthew looked puzzled for a second. Does that mean you'll be my daddy, not my brother? I'll be both. I wrapped my arm around him. I'll always be there for you. I had a flash where I thought about my mom and how pleased she'd be if she knew the three of us had formed a family together. That's fine with me, Matthew said, his smile returning. Glad to hear it, little man. I gave Matthew another hug before releasing him. There was one more thing I wanted to do. I rose, pulling Emily to my feet along with him. May I kiss my bride? Absolutely, she answered and put her arms around my neck. I've missed you so much, Nate. I'm sorry about... No, that was my fault. I'd violated her trust, and it had nearly cost me everything. From here on, I was going to do everything I could to earn her trust back. I'd keep no secrets from her, and I'd be the best husband and father. I wasn't sure how to do those things, but she'd guide me, and we'd figure it out together. Mine too. I think we should leave it in the past, she suggested. I like your thinking. About that kiss. She rose on tiptoes and pressed her lush lips to mine. Heat rose through me. I wanted her. My body responded to the way she felt against me. But we were in a public park with our son nearby. Our son. I could barely believe how lucky I was, but I kept the kiss light. When it ended and her eyes opened, I could see the same passion in hers that I felt. I want more, she whispered. Me too. You should move back in with me. Today. I didn't want another night to pass without her in my bed. We'll start packing as soon as we get back to Mom's, she declared. I'll arrange for the truck. It'll be tomorrow at the earliest, you know, she cautioned, her hand resting on my chest. Tomorrow it is. I'd make sure the moving guys got a generous tip for working quickly. I'm ready to start the rest of my life with you. I like the sound of that. She kissed me again. Today, though, is for celebration. Matthew's cancer-free news and our reinstated marriage were worth a party. What shall we do? Let's ask Matthew. It's his day, too. It's all of ours. I had never felt happier to share. Chapter 29. Nate. Despite my best efforts, it was 2 days before the moving truck pulled up in front of our house. I helped the guys move in the big items, replacing some of my furniture with hers. When that was done, they brought in the boxes, stacking them in the right rooms. Most of the stuff hadn't even been unpacked at Karina's condo. Emily stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by boxes. She had on slim-fitting jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair was in a ponytail, and I'd never seen anyone more beautiful. I was never letting her go again. Did you like this here? Emily held up a small painting that had hung in the living room before. Anywhere you want to put it is fine with me, I responded, looking up from the box of DVDs I was placing in a cabinet. Are you sure? She asked cautiously. I'd had some grumpy moments the day she and Matthew had first moved in with me. Their amount of stuff had seemed excessive, and I hadn't been able to see how anyone needed so much. But I'd come to understand once she'd settled everything into place. She knew how to do something I didn't. She could make a house a home by adding personal items and bright colors. Yes, I said. Anything you want. I mean that. Anything. My life was dull without you. Your living room certainly was, she quipped with a laugh. Everything was. You brought color to my life. I didn't think I'd ever be able to fully express what she did to me. You mean I brought drama to your life? Maybe, but I don't mind a little excitement. Though we'd had more than that in the past weeks. I guess it's a good thing you're a big bad Navy SEAL. She was flirting with me. I loved that. I wanted to take her to our bedroom and... Matthew dashed through the room on his way from the kitchen to his bedroom. A good reminder that we weren't alone. Later, though, after Matthew went to bed, we'd have time to ourselves. I grinned after my little brother, soon to be my son. I'd gotten the paperwork to adopt him rolling. It wouldn't take long. I hoped it came through before I deployed. I wasn't ready to leave them yet, but I would if ordered to, so I committed to making the most of the time we had before I left. I walked to Emily and put my arms around her. There are many kinds of excitement, I said. I want a kiss. Just a kiss? She cocked her head to the side, curving her lips into a smile. For now. I kept her pressed close to me as I started a kiss that had the potential to spark a forest fire. Eventually, I tore my lips from hers, but couldn't let her go. She wrapped her arms tight around my waist and rested her head on my shoulder, seeming to sense that was what I wanted. At that moment, I couldn't believe I'd ever thought that people who fell in love and married were fools. If that was true, I was happy to be a fool, so long as I had Emily with me. There was nothing greater than the commitment I felt for her and Matthew. One more kiss, she said, tilting her face up to mine, and then we get back to work. I kissed her, letting it linger long enough to draw a moan from her before releasing her. Just as we stepped apart, Matthew zoomed through with a replica of the space shuttle in his hand, pretending to fly it down the hall. He slept with that last night, Emily said, returning to the box she'd been sorting. We'd celebrated Matthew being cancer-free with a trip to D.C. We hit up the Smithsonian's Air and Space Museum, and it had a profound effect on the little boy. He wants to be an astronaut now. Nothing wrong with that, I said. I should start a college fund for our son. I put that on my mental to-do list. That's what I thought. Emily hung a small decorative mirror on a bracket already affixed to the wall, carefully straightening it. She reached in her box and tossed a pumpkin-colored throw pillow at me. Hey, no throwing stuff. Isn't that your rule? She eyed me with one brow raised, making me laugh. Matthew and I had tossed the sofa pillows around plenty when we thought she wasn't looking. Apparently, she had known anyway. Matthew came back in the room, still flying the shuttle. Did you get your toys unpacked? Emily asked him. Yep, all in the toy box or my closet. Good work, little man, I praised him. It's easy when there's room, Matthew declared. It was too small living at Grandma's, but we'll still visit, right? Of course, whenever you want. She loves to see you, Emily assured him. How about I help you get your clothes put away? I offered. That would be a huge help, Emily said. I'll try to finish up the kitchen. An hour later, Matthew and I made our way to the kitchen, where Emily had a batch of cookies in the oven and another cooling on the counter. The room was orderly and smelled delicious. I thought we'd need a snack, she said, giving us a smile. I've almost got everything in place in here. How do you do it? I asked, looking at her in wonder. Do what? Her innocent expression was genuine. Make it all seem effortless, I said. She was amazing, the way she took care of us, and made the house feel like a home again. I was in awe. "Time management. Wash your hands, boys," she ordered as she put cookies onto plates and went to the refrigerator for milk. I knew what she accomplished had little to do with time management. It was about heart. She had plenty of it and shared generously. I didn't think I could love anyone more than I did her. "Come on, Matthew." I boosted him up to the kitchen sink and helped him clean up. "Mom made us cookies."
Emily. Thanks a million, Mom, I said as I walked my mother to her car. She had called, insisting that Matthew stay over one more night with her. She had something special planned for the boy, which was probably a trip to his favorite pizza place. Whatever she had whispered in his ear, Matthew had willingly climbed into his booster seat. "Don't work too much," she said to me. "You and Nate deserve to be alone together. Go out to dinner or stay in and relax." I guessed that giving me and Nate an opportunity to have a reunion was part of my mother's motivation, and I was grateful. As wonderful as it was to be a family of 3, we needed some time for just the 2 of us. I gave Matthew a kiss goodbye and went in the house where Nate was sprawled on the sofa, his long legs up on the armrest. He looked sexy, and the grin on his face suggested he knew it. "Join me?" he invited, holding out a hand to me. So much to be done. I looked around at the boxes that remained. We'd tackled most, but a half-dozen still sat on the living room floor. If I got at it... "Sweetheart, come here." Nate was studying me, his dark eyes full of mischief. "Why?" I asked, but walked toward him anyway. He was hard to resist. No, make that impossible. Despite how tired I was, I wanted him. "Because you want to." He was right about that. All day I'd thought about being alone with him. "I do," I readily admitted. "But the boxes will wait," he said as I reached him. I was going to sit on the edge, but he pulled me down to him, cradling me in his arms. "Heavenly." "They will," I agreed. Some of the tiredness left my body. We've wasted so much time. I want to get settled in and begin living again." "We're living now," he pointed out. "You know what I mean. We'll get up early in the morning to finish it before Matthew gets home." I pushed up from him to see his face better. "No, we won't." Without the early rising Matthew in the house, we'd linger in bed. At least I hoped we would, because I was already looking forward to it. "We might." He gave me a slow, sexy grin. "We can at least pretend that's our plan." "What is our plan?" "Kisses." He shifted me so we lay side by side on the couch before trailing kisses down my neck. I wished I'd taken the time to brush off the dust of the day, maybe put on a little makeup. He obviously didn't care, but I wanted to be pretty for him. "I like that plan," I said. "What else?" I ran my fingers through his short hair. He'd had it cut recently, probably in preparation for his deployment. I pushed the thought away, not wanting to think about him leaving me soon. "Bed," he growled. That brought around a host of images, almost vanquishing my worries. I figured that. "How about dinner?" "We'll order something. Later." "You're awfully confident that we'll end up in bed." "And we're going to start there and see where it leads us." He kissed my lips and my jaw before pushing the collar of my shirt aside to kiss my shoulder. I was ready to melt into him when a realization hit me. This moment was the true love I'd been waiting for my entire life. Right then with him was everything I needed to live happily ever after. Poignant, happy tears sprang to my eyes. "Wait," I said, and he stilled. "Please." He watched my face intently, concern written all over his. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" "I have to tell you something first." I touched his cheek. "I love you so much, and it just occurred to me that what we have, is all I've ever wanted. This is what I've been holding out for since I was a little girl. You are my ideal man." "Me?" His question was soft, a little unsure. "You are, so don't look surprised by that. You're my ideal husband, and there's nothing in the world that would be better for me than this." I couldn't imagine anything more pure and wonderful than the way I loved Nate. There is nothing better, and I love you too, he agreed. But I'm no one's ideal. You're mine. My fingers strayed to his lips. Look what you've done for me and Matthew. So much. It was overwhelming when I thought about it. Nate had so much goodness and generosity inside him, and he'd shared that with me. I caused you a lot of trouble, sweetheart. His body tensed as if he'd move away, so I gripped his shoulders, keeping him in place. Number, I might have thought that at one time, but when I looked at why you did what you did, I saw that you were selfless, I said. You gave us what we needed, whether that was insurance or your protection. Most of all, you gave us love. I'm sorry I didn't always see what was right in front of my face. You don't owe me an apology, he insisted. I do, I insisted. And you're going to have to be gracious and accept it. I smiled at him, but kept my hold on him. Accepted then, he said with a nod, but only if you'll accept mine. I caused you grief by betraying your trust. I can't tell you how much I regret that. No more regrets then. The past is over. I'm much more excited about the future with you. The perfect fairy tale future come true, I thought. I'm thinking the present is nice. He framed my face with his hands and gave me a long kiss that began with little nips on my lips and escalated to the brush of his tongue against mine. When he lifted his head, he was smiling as widely as I was. Can I take my wife to bed now? I don't know what you're waiting for, I teased. In one smooth movement, he rose and picked me up, stopping to kiss me once I was in his arms, before taking me to our bedroom. The end.